there are we looked at what we covered and tried to not focus on certain issues and not be as, let me say, yesterday.
It's also to me that they tell me that you said you are responsible for it. Or you are questioned that we should try not to be disruptive to your questions. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's all my colleagues.
I'm obviously as the commission, and I will focus on certain aspects of the chat. And the aim is for us to try to finish within good time today.
Thank you very much. Start.
Thanks.
Yes, General.
I'm making a request before we continue.
Yes.
Because yesterday we were talking about the issues of receiving issues of me receiving and of receiving information that assist me to prepare for the commission. And I did not have the opportunity to address the commissioners in relation to that. Therefore, request me for the opportunity just to collaborate our interaction with the commission attendees, that to show also the frustrations I went through up until I come and appear here. For request if the commissioners can be so kind and allow me to just quickly go over them.
Please.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think after I have received the rule 3, whereby we received the document and 3 pages of transcripts of General Mkhwanazi, I instructed the attorneys and then Commissioner on the 21st, on the letter dated 21st, the attorneys were talking to the commission attorneys, and the letter was talking to us the following aspects: that Major-General is unfortunately in no position to give evidence on the 26th of November. Major-General Senona has been unfairly prejudiced through the dilatory action of your office and or your client. Should the commission insist on Major-General Senona giving evidence on the date continues, the same will amount to an hearing. As is known, on 9 October, Major-General Senona received a Rule 3 notice accompanied by 4 pages of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's transcript for 29 September. The notice further accompanied by WhatsApp chats alleging evidence conversation between Major-General Senona and Mr. Madlanga. WhatsApp chats were sent sans attached SEN1 to SEN7. On 17 October, we addressed a letter to the commission wherein we expressed our time inability to respond to Rule 3 notice because of the insufficient information documents provided. We also requested that we be furnished with all the relevant evidence in the commission's possession for the purpose of our time response. On the 20th of October, our offices wrote to the commission, specifically Ms. Mari Walsna, requesting a full transcript of the General Mkhwanazi dated 29. Mr. Walsna reverted with saying on the given day. On the 6th of November 2025, almost 3 weeks since the transmission of our letter dated 17 October, we still awaited your response to our request for that evidence. We wrote to the commission to inquire as to their response, as a 3-week wait was hardly unreasonable. On Sunday, 9 November 2025, the due date of a month from the date of our request, finally received the response of refusing to furnish us with the requested information. The reasons were as follows. Commissioner, we finally received the response refusing to furnish us with the requested information. The reasons as follows. I'm going to read this text. The full extent of the client's implication by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi is contained within his oral evidence and supporting annexures has already before the Commission. That is in the transcript accompanying annexures which have already been provided to yourself, which are publicly accessible. We vetted our letter dated 14 November 2025. We clarified once again that the evidence of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was insufficient and he took ill and did not address all the charges concerning our clients. We further inform your offices that the evidence as it relates to WhatsApp messages given by witness X and Lieutenant Mkhwanazi instead. We pause to draw the attention of witness X confirmation of the above in paragraph 3 of the statement, which states General Mkhwanazi was fully able to analyze and present the contents of one of these charge records, in practice Mr. Mkhwanazi, before failing seriously ill, which necessitated the adjournment of the proceedings on the third day of the evidence. We maintained our position that evidence was insufficient. We insisted on receiving the statements and annexures of witness X and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi in WhatsApp annexures SEN 1 to SEN 7 in the transcripts of General Mkhwanazi for 4th and 5th of November. Should they be relevant? Kindly take note that none of the requested documents were publicly available at all relevant times thereto. On 21st November 2025, 15:35.
Apologies. Ms. Hassim, what was the date when the general appeared before us? Please remind me. When the general appeared before the commission late last year?
26 November.
26 November, yes. Everything you are saying through right now predates 26 November 2025 when you appeared before us. And if you are talking unfairness and possibly not having the information that you require, my understanding and assessment repeated before the commission is that at some point, after all of what you're referring to, after all the correspondence in respect of which you are complaining about outstanding period, at some point you said, I now have everything ready for the commission to proceed. So the point I'm making is perhaps, and I'm not asking you on the point you're making, point of substance. If you can take it after, if there's anything at all to say in that regard, please take it after you had said, now I have everything. Before that, I'm not so sure where all of this is taken.
Commissioners, I've taken note of that. Just wanted to inform the Commission on record the challenges I went through before I appeared on the 26th of November. Some of the documents were issued on the very same day that I appeared upon. It was way and then it was not. Five that commissioners we were required to receive over the weekend, and the commissioner's promised to deliver those files at my admin's offices, of which it didn't happen. At some stages, the prejudiced one as a witness in the commission to come and testify or prepare. So I wanted to bring that under the attention of the commission. That one of the commissioners' ruling was that all efforts mentioned before this commission, prior to them being mentioned, they must be informed and provided with the relevant documents and information in order for them to prepare. And then failure to do that will have a prejudice on them. I think it is a good self, Commissioner, when you get that earlier. So I wanted to this to be on record so that the commissioners must know also the challenges that I have experienced. Some of the documents we received on the 26th received an email of another document of which I'm not sure I'm cross-examined by the document or not, but these practices, I feel that I'm being prejudiced. I thank you for the opportunity, Commissioner. Thank you. That is what I wanted to highlight.
Thank you very much, General. General, let me for a moment aside the document that you've just mentioned right at the tail end about the rest of the documents that you say you've given fairly recently. I did not get a sense, not from you, not from Ms. Mafisa, until now, that you were not able meaningfully and effectively to participate in the proceedings of the commission. It was only yesterday that for the first time when you showed us the blank or redacted texts that one got a sense that you were suggesting some unfairness. But before that, there was not a hint whatsoever that you were not able meaningfully and effectively to participate in the proceedings. Did I get a wrong sense there, Ms. Mafisa?
I will change remind the chairperson and the commissioners that regarding one of the occasions relates to the video that was played a couple of days ago of the alleged internal meeting of the CPS. I stated I rather objected that we did not get enough time to actually watch that video and to further consult with the client. And I did state that it unfairly causes Major-General Senona and also the legal team because we were unable to watch that evidence and to even put it, or rather address it in our statement. And I do think it's unfair. And just regarding some of the documents that we have received, whether it's when we arrive here at the commission, I definitely do think what Major-General Senona is saying. The document that I personally received, I think it was on Tuesday, with my attorney as well. And I was quite upset by that chairperson because I feel as though as a legal representative, my attorneys as well, we were not given sufficient time to read this document. And I don't think I can say anything better than what Major-General Senona has already said, but the video also just evidences the inability for us as a legal team to properly prepare and to properly prepare Major-General Senona.
Thank you, Ms. Mafisa. The General is quite correct in saying that I have emphasized that this commission wants to treat everybody here fairly. It's not its intention to prejudice anybody. Actually use that. And this is something I've expressed more than once previously. And I have expressed this is more than or this broadly and generally. I continue to say that. Now, regarding the video which you give as an example in responding to my question whether there have been any hints of prejudice, I will agree that it was indeed and would have been prejudicial to General Senona to be questioned in connection with that video without him having had sufficient time to consider it, and indeed without his legal representatives having considered it and consulted with him about it. But in that regard, the reality is that that video was given to the General and to the General's legal representatives overnight, for them to consider it overnight. And the following morning, I did not. And overnight, I did not get to hear that there were still complaints of prejudice in that regard. Yes, you do indicate your annoyance at getting other documents. I think you mentioned even the 26th. But that takes us back to the point I made earlier, which is, was the Commission advised that there would be prejudice in respect of those? I'm not saying it was not, but I do not recall that it was. If it was, the probability is that the Commission would have reacted in a similar manner as it did with the video, which is in respect of whatever documents you felt the General would be prejudiced. It being the Commission, it would probably have reacted in a similar manner. But as I say, I emphasize that I may well be making a mistake in saying that you or the General did not alert us to prejudice, potential or possible prejudice with regard to other material other than the video. I perhaps before you respond, because I saw your instructing attorney whispering and you may want to respond. Perhaps before you do that, let me just invite comment from Ms. Hassan.
Thank you, Chair. There's quite a lot that's been said. And, you know, the objection was raised yesterday about documents that were apparently not provided, like the annexures, which is just incorrect. All of those documents had been provided by 26 November at the request of the witness's legal representatives. What the witness and his legal representatives failed to tell the Commission is how delayed they were in providing the Commission with their statement to enable us to finalize our preparation for the hearing. And they received numerous instances of correspondence from us. At one point, in fact, having to warn them that they were at risk at committing an offense under the Commissions Act for failing to comply with the deadline. So it's true that there were certain documents that only arrived, that we were only able to provide to them over the weekend before coming here and early this week. But no objection was raised in respect of those documents. And those documents are documents that are actually within the witness's possession. It's not documents he's never seen before. So it's not a surprise document that, when I say in his possession, I mean documents that are his documents in another context, which we will obviously get to when we go through evidence here. So, but the problem was never raised. For the first time yesterday, this complaint was raised. And I think it's raised belatedly. I think it is derailing us. We have limited time, and unless there's an issue that needs to be resolved, which I don't understand there to be, I would suggest that we move forward. All of the documentation that the witness needs, he has. Sorry, the last thing is receiving the statement late really did prejudice this team. There's a lot of information to gather in order to present and coordinate and collate evidence to present before the Commission in these hearings.
So are you saying that the lateness of providing the General with the documents was as a result of the lateness of his statement?
We certainly needed to see the statement in order to know where we were going to go ultimately in our questioning. We couldn't know that until we saw the statement. So absolutely, yes, it did.
You just make me understand this. If you have the documents and you know or possibly know that you are going to be using them, is there anything that stops the evidence leaders from furnishing the other side with the documents?
No, Chair. We couldn't know what avenues we needed to investigate further until we received the statement. So documents, I received possession of documents through my own inquiries late, and only after the statement had been provided.
Any further submissions, Ms. Hassim?
No further submissions.
Thank you, thank you. Ms. Mafisa?
Thank you, Chairperson. I would, perhaps maybe I must first start with not our first appearance, but our second appearance on the 26th of January. I'm a little bit tired, Chairperson. But on the 27th of January, we did communicate to the evidence leader. I specifically communicated to the evidence leader in person that the documents that we received on that particular day it was perhaps maybe unfair to give the legal team those documents that belatedly on Tuesday. I did not have enough time to read through the documents. My attorney did not have time to read through those documents, and Major-General Senona. So I would like to make it quite clear that this was communicated in person to the evidence leader when we received those documents. Then regarding my learned senior's argument that all of the documents had been received by the 26th of November, 2025, I dispute that.
I'm not sure that Ms. Hassim said that.
Perhaps, okay, if Ms. Hassim
I think what has been said, even including late last year, is that at some point the General, obviously through his legal representatives, communicated to the Commission that he had now received everything he wanted. That is what I remember. Not that all the documents, including those that were received only on the 26th, had been given to the General last year already. I did not understand Ms. Hassim to say so.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will also address that particular issue. So I do think that I must make it quite clear all of the documentation that we actually received from the 26th of November, and then I will go after the 26th of November. I don't think it's necessary for us to do any of the documents predating that. But on the 26th of November, the only documents that we still required, Commissioners, is SCN 1 to SCN 7. So we duly received those. We were given a memory stick, and my attorney was able to send the rest of the legal team as well, SCN 1 to SCN 7. So there's no issue regarding that. However, yesterday evidence was led on the WhatsApp chats, unredacted WhatsApp chats. As of yesterday, we had not received the unredacted WhatsApp chats. We confirmed that we received SCN 1 to SCN 7, but the unredacted WhatsApp chats attached to some of those annexures, we did not actually receive them. And I think that's what Major-General Senona was trying to communicate yesterday when he himself raised that particular objection.
When did you receive those for the first time? Because as the testimony was being given and as questions were being asked around those texts, I did not get an impression that you did not have those texts in front of you. So at some point you received them. When did you receive them?
Thank you, Chairperson. May I quickly just have a chat?
I'm asking this apropos your point that you did not have them in an unredacted form. Yes. Sort of giving the impression that up to this point you still do not have them. No, so that's why I want to know what exactly you mean and at what point did you receive them?
Yes. No. My apologies if it actually came across as that. No, Chairperson. Perhaps maybe let me rephrase myself or just properly describe to the Chairperson the true facts. So we only received the unredacted WhatsApp chats. I think, please, I must be, perhaps maybe I should be open to correction here, but it was on Sunday in the evening. So we were in possession by the time that we came to the Commission, but this is the issue. Yesterday, I think a question was asked, and again, Commissioners, please correct me if I'm wrong. Why did Major General Senona not cover certain issues in the statement? And so I think even with these messages, had we received them prior to Sunday, because we submitted our statement on Thursday the 22nd of January, we would have been able to deal with them properly within the statement. So that's the only reason why I'm mentioning this issue of the unredacted messages. It did not give us an opportunity to deal with them correctly within the statement. So when Major General Senona was questioned on these things, unfortunately, it wasn't already placed within his statement. And I realized from the commissioners over the last 3 days that it is quite important to deal with certain things within the statement. And so these are my submissions to the commission, unless perhaps I must chat to my attorney. I might forget certain things, but I think that is it for me. Thank you, commissioners.
Sorry, Chair.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Are you done?
Thank you. Thank you. I just forgot to mention one point just regarding the belated statement. I would like to apologize to the evidence leader and any prejudice that may have caused to the commission. I must state that on Friday, when we were finalizing the statement, I just now don't recall the dates, my apologies. But on Friday, the 16th of January, when we were supposed to submit the statement, we had our consultation with the client, just going through the statement. He then informed the legal team that there was another implication by witness C. Witness C had stated certain things, and so unfortunately we did not want to submit that statement prior to us actually seeing what witness C had said, just in case the commission actually leads evidence on what witness C has stated in the statement. So we did address a letter to the Commission's attorneys on Friday, and I will accept that it was quite belatedly, and we do apologize for that. It was Friday sometime in the evening at about 6, after we had missed the deadline. We do accept that responsibility. We addressed a letter to the Commission saying that it seems as if there's another witness that may have implicated Major General Senona. We would like to receive a little bit of time to consider this. And I hope now I don't have my dates mixed up. I don't have the correspondence before me. But that's essentially actually what we were trying to do. We were trying to first, read the documents concerning witness C. And I think then we also sent a letter to the Commission's attorneys requesting the transcripts and the relevant recording that witness C had made mention of in the evidence, so that we can just consider all of that. It wasn't available online. I will say that the Commissioner's attorneys, they provided that to us very, very quickly, and they also assured us that witness C's evidence would not actually be used in Major General Senona's leading of evidence or even in the probing. And so then we endeavored to, yes, and then that's when we submitted the statement. But I must definitely apologize for belatedly submitting that statement, because I do understand the prejudice that the evidence leader and the team will have in circumstances like that. But I hope I'm not going to be held to some sort of gunpoint just regarding the dates. Genuinely, I do not recall.
No, not just the dates. No.
It was just the gist, yes, that I would like to communicate to the commissioners. I don't think there's anything else from our side. Thank you.
There's a lot of detail there, which I think Ms. Hasimi is entitled to respond to.
So, Chair, the first thing is, yes, we were informed very late, and the request was for the recording. We responded immediately, and we provided the transcript of witness C, even though we were not intending to rely on witness C's evidence for the purposes of questioning this witness. We still provided the transcript. Despite that, Then the next thing that happened was that there was an undertaking that the statement would be provided to us by the 19th to 20th. That was the language, 19 to 20. We granted an indulgence to the witness and waited until the 20th. And on the 20th, there was no communication from the witnesses' attorneys as to why we still hadn't received the statement. And we had to make a further request. And this is particularly in light of the fact that there was nothing more, given that there was no information that was provided to the witness that required further work on the statement. It was just inexplicable, and no explanation until now, such that it was provided as to why it was so late. So I just want to clarify that. There was quite a lot of correspondence, and it was only on repeated pressing that we eventually received the signed statement on the Friday before the hearing. As far as the questioning yesterday that Ms. Mafisa says was unfair because it relied on information that had not been provided to the witness before the statement, that is factually incorrect. It's factually incorrect. I questioned the witness on an annexure to the WhatsApps. And the question was, why is it we are getting a response now on the issue we were engaging on when it wasn't in the statement? And the response is that that was not provided to the witness before the statement was due. And that's just incorrect. Those annexures, and Ms. Mafisa acknowledged it earlier when she said those annexures were provided on the 26th of November, annexures SEN1 to SEN7. That's what I was basing my questioning on. So it's just factually incorrect that there was any prejudice to the witness in my questioning. And if necessary, I will return to those questions today because the witness had those annexures in his possession well before 16 January.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes.
You wanted to?
Yes.
Thank you. That was also my issue because my recollection is that yesterday's objection was based on the SEN annexures. But we've now heard from Ms. Mafisa that in fact they were provided electronically in November last year already. But my other issue, Ms. Mafisa, is reading page 18 of the general statement. You'll see that there's footnote 13 and footnote 14. What the general is talking about there is the WhatsApp exchanges between himself and Mr. Madlanga, leading to the meeting at the Pels on the 15th of April, 2025. So he did have those WhatsApps and he did read them in preparing his statement. Otherwise, he would not have referred to them and even have date stamps. I would understand if he said, I cannot deal with these WhatsApps because I have not received them, or the format in which I have received them is redacted, so I don't know what's in the WhatsApps. But looking at this statement, it creates the impression to me that he has seen the WhatsApps, he knows what is in the WhatsApps, and he can give evidence on that. I do not get the impression looking at footnote 13 and 14 that he does not know what is in those WhatsApps. I mean, he even gives date stamps and he says what they relate to, which means he must have seen them and he must know what they say.
And it's not just those. The statement as a whole is replete with references to the text exchanges between the two of them. But anyway, sorry I interrupted you.
But the specific ones he objected to was page 39 and 40. And that was the WhatsApps of 13 and 14 April 2025. Now, the way he refers to them in the statement gives me the impression that he must have seen them, and he must have date stamps, and he must know that those are exchanges between him and Mr. Madlanga, and he must know what the discussion in those WhatsApps is. That's the impression I get looking at this footnote.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. May I please take you to the WhatsApp chats? I, unfortunately, now I'm not even working with the correct exhibit bundle. Thank you, Commissioner. I would like to take you to the WhatsApp chats, and I think it is it's the WhatsApp chats right above the times, the date 13 April 2025. The timestamp there is 16:32:07.
You're looking at page?
Sorry, my attorney will just get that for me, Chairperson. I don't have the page at the moment. Thank you, page 38. So all of the WhatsApp chats on page 38, they were in actual fact redacted. So I do agree, I definitely can confirm that the annexures SCN1 to SCN7, we did have them. But what we were referring to actually was not even the messages related to those annexures SCN1 to SCN7, but we were referring to the messages above that. So those messages above the timestamp of 13 April 2025 were redacted. So when we received these WhatsApp chats on the 9th of October via the Rule 3 notice, those messages were redacted. We only received the unredacted messages on Sunday. So my argument is simply this. We were unable to address those redacted WhatsApp messages within the statement. That is only what I was trying to say to the Commission.
But it's the greetings, Ms. Mafisa. Good morning, Duna.
Chairperson, whether it's the greetings or not, I think then perhaps maybe the chairpersons may be missing a greater point, which is the point that we are trying to make here is that we have been fighting to get evidence. That is the point that we are trying to make. I think it would be, we would truly be missing the essence of the point if we just simply say, but this message is inconsequential, this is consequential, this is inconsequential. We have to look at the greater process. We've already accepted responsibility that we were at fault in submitting the statement belatedly. We 100% accept that responsibility. But I do think that it's important that even if the Commission's attorneys are making mistakes, we must bring this to the attention of the Commissioners. Thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner Baloyi.
Before Commissioner Baloyi comes in, if I may.
All right.
Because it is important that we get the facts correct. And the WhatsApp messages were sent in October last year. What was redacted in those WhatsApp messages were the phone numbers. So at the top of each message, it has the actual number. And it has been the practice of the attorneys to redact that sort of private information, confidential information from documents that they sent out. So it was only the phone numbers, 2 phone numbers, the phone number of General Senona and the phone number of Mr. Matlala. That is the only thing that was redacted from those documents. If there was a problem on the printing on the other side, and the formatting went askew, and therefore it blocked other messages or something. If that's the reason, if that's what happened, it's possible. We should have been informed, and we were never informed that that was a problem. But it's a problem that was the only thing that is redacted are the phone numbers, not the content of messages. The facts are very important.
Chairperson, I don't know if I can hand my page up as we received on the 9th of October. It is incorrect that it was merely the numbers that were redacted. I can hand this particular page up to the commissioners. We can also print it out as we received on the 9th of October, but I don't think I will take the argument further.
Even if that were true.
Based on what Ms. Hassim has just said, I don't think there's a dispute there, because Ms. Hassim says the content of the texts was not redacted, but that something may have gone wrong electronically when your side printed the documents, but that the content of the texts. We saw what the General gave us yesterday. It was blank and the text was not there, so we accept that. So there's no dispute there. So the question is, if the attorneys sent something that actually had the content of the texts, what went wrong, where and how, that would be the issue. Yeah. But the point Ms. Hassim is making is, once your side got those blank texts, perhaps an issue should have been raised by your side. That's her point, not mine. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me once we have resolved, and this is both to Ms. Hassim, Ms. Mafisa, and the General, that once we resolved what brought us here, which is annexures SEN 3, SEN 4, and 5, once we resolved that, in fact, these were already given last year, it is still a fair question, because I understand, Ms. Mafisa, to accept that's what happened. You got them last year. It is therefore still, it is a fair question to ask the General, why did you not deal with these in this statement? Because as you would recall, that's where the problem starts. It's you said. He shouldn't be asked that question, and we asked Ms. Hassim to pend that question while we resolve this. It's clear from your admission that in fact, that's a fair question to ask, because you got these last year, these annexures. And it's not clear to me why we are having this discussion now and wasting so much time on it. In my experience and expectation, two things should have happened. One, on day one, you should have recorded fully what your concerns are about the bundle of documents that you've been given, and then we deal with it so that we run with evidence and we know how to manage the process if indeed there are documents presented that were not given to the witness in good time. That's one. Two, my experience is when a witness sees something for the first time on the stand, they are quite entitled to say, can I please have time to look at this document, consider it fully before I'm required to answer the question. And that in many cases may well entail pending that question to allow the witness outside of the pressure of a sitting to look at a document and come back and properly answer. That's how you mitigate where documents have been given the last minute. And I would expect that, for example, with a document you say the witness got this morning, that is, you know that is available to him. And if he says, I need time to look at it because I've not seen this document before, we deal with it. We're having a back and forth on day 3 of the witness's evidence, right in the middle of his evidence, about actually a document that he has seen, that he has had since October last year. I would urge that we continue, Chair, that we continue, and if any other documents come up, the historical matter is historical matter. We are here now. And if there are any other issues about documents that the General is seeing for the first time, it's for him to tell the chairperson that as he's being asked about documents, and then the chairperson will make rulings as we go ahead. Chair, that's my suggestion.
I actually made the same point. I said, with the video, once a complaint was made, we immediately said, you will be given time. So what Commissioner Baloyi says is something that we have actually done practically. We are not theorizing about it. So once a complaint was, we are seeing this video for the first time. This is going to prejudice us. We immediately said, Ms. Hassim, please avail the video to the other side. And we did not proceed about that video until the following day. So even with other documents, chats, or whatever else, if an issue was raised, we would have done the same. About the other documents, you say that you were quite annoyed and that you even voiced your annoyance to Ms. Hassim, but you never did so to us, and you have not said so. So there is no reason why we would not have done the same as we did with the video. So now it's very late, and for the first time we are being told of possible prejudice, and about documents I'm being told have been, according to Ms. Hassim, have been with the witness for quite a while, or at least some of them. Just before we conclude, and my inclination is to do what Commissioner Baloyi has said, but before we conclude this, what would you like to see? What do you think would mitigate any prejudice, if there be?
Thank you, Chairperson. I do agree that we should continue. I do agree with that. Perhaps what I will also just say from our side, because we have taken up quite a lot of time from the Commission, perhaps maybe what I must say is we committed definitely that we had received the documentation on the 26th of November. You know, Commissioners, I'll probably just simply put it in this way. We do not know the evidence that the Commission is in possession of. So when we specifically mentioned that we wanted the evidence of witness X and the corresponding statements and the transcripts, to our minds, that was what we would need in order for us to put the statement together. But for us to belatedly receive I think it's a little bit, now here comes the word unfair again, but I think it's a little bit unfair to be placed in a position where we tell the Commission, this is what we need, this is what we need, I think we've got everything. Our first letter on the 17th of October actually stated, all of the evidence that you have, please provide it to us. We've always said that. So we do not work at the Commission, we have no idea what is at the disposal of the Commission. So I think for me that is just the only thing that I will say or add to the submissions that I've already made. But I am perfectly okay. My attorney is also perfectly okay for us to proceed, Chairperson. I don't think we have to go on this back and forth anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mafisa. We will continue. If any issue arises, we will deal with it as and when. Yes, Ms. Hassim?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, may I proceed? Thank you. Okay. I'm going to begin then, since this is part of the discussion that we've started with this morning, with the question I was told to pend yesterday. And that is, General, why it is that you didn't in your statement. So let me just remind you what we were talking about. There were annexes to the statement, to the WhatsApp chats, including the docket of information pertaining to Mr. Nangi. And you said that you had not looked at that when you sent it to Mr. Matlala. And then there were other annexes, SEN 3, 4, and 5, which you said, although he sent it to you, you didn't open it and look at it at the time. You only saw the full contents for the first time when it was provided to you by the Commission. And my question to you was, and that's why you didn't do anything with it. That's why you didn't raise a concern. You now became aware that there was confidential information, that you ought not have shared the Nangi affidavit, for example, but you didn't address that in your statement. You only started to provide that as a reason under questioning yesterday. And my question to you yesterday, and I repeat it today, is why? Why didn't you address it in your statement? In your statement, you addressed the Nangi thing. You said you gave it to him to warn him. But that's all you said. Why?
Why didn't I do what? The question, can you repeat it, please, Commissioners?
Do you recall the evidence of yesterday?
Yes,
regarding these annexes?
Yes, Commissioners.
And you recall you said this is unfair because you hadn't seen it before, the annexes.
Which annexes? The SEN 3, SEN 4?
Yes.
I said, Commissioners, I've never opened these ones. I never read them. I happened to see the full contents when the information was provided by the Commission.
Yes, and I said, why, at that point, did you not, when you answered us on it, you said if you had seen it, these are the things you would have done, you see that this was a problem, these contents of these documents. Do you recall those answers yesterday?
Correctly, I recall that I said I would have written an information note to my supervisors to be able to deal with the matters.
Yes.
Yeah.
And my question to you was, why are you now saying that when you didn't give us that response in your statement? You didn't acknowledge in your statement that these are problematic annexes that you had.
I think when these annexes were opened, already, my recollection, let me rephrase, Commissioners, I believe that you are saying why I didn't include it in my statement. That is the question that I must respond to. Am I right?
My question is, the answer you gave us yesterday was not anywhere in your statement. You didn't address the content of these annexes in your statement.
Correct, I didn't address the content of these annexes in my statement.
And then you said that the reason you didn't was because you didn't have it at the time you were preparing your statement. But we now know that's not true, because you did have it. Isn't that so?
These annexes were received through the lawyers. I can't recall the actual date. But I think when we look at it, they were redacted. There were information that was hidden on it. And one couldn't make a context of that. If my memory serves me well, I'm talking under correction. But I agree that I didn't talk about it fully in my affidavit. And that is what it is. I didn't talk about fully in my affidavit. I just indicated that. And now, you see, when you receive these things, you get questions, Commissioners, and the questions also, you have to respond to them. And then when you respond to them, in responding, some of the things when you respond, you recollect some of the information. It becomes back. And when it comes back, you end up saying those things that you are remembering that are the truth, nothing else but the truth. So eventually, when you write a statement, you will write about things that you remember. And as a human being, you will also be making some faults. That is why there are sometimes faults. We also make faults, and I believe you also make faults.
General, I think you are evading the question. You're not answering what I asked you at all. And in fact, now you're raising another problem. You're saying that those annexures were redacted. Is that what you're saying?
I said I talk under correction. I need to be corrected that certain information on those things when my attorneys that were redacted, I said I talk under correction. But I didn't include them in my affidavit. I agree.
My question is, why did you not? You had all of that information well before the due date of your written statement.
I don't have an answer to that because my affidavit, I wrote it. I said, people make mistakes. But if you force me to give you an answer, I don't have it. I made a mistake maybe because if you deemed it fit, I should have put it there. It's fine, but I made a mistake by not putting it. And it's not the only these messages that I didn't include in my affidavit. It's a lot of them in terms of these pages 38 until to 60, even others before that. So, commissioners, my affidavit, when I deal with it, when I deposit my affidavit, I was looking also at the subpoena. I wrote my affidavit in line with the subpoena, and then whatever information I might have omitted by mistake, it was not my intention to omit it. If I have recalled or recollected that I must include it, it should have been included. But I'm also a human being. I think we need to also bear in mind that I am not a perfect human being, unless I'm told there is somebody perfect. But me, I am not. I am subjected to make mistakes that are being made by human beings. I've already responded to these questions, commissioners.
Not to my satisfaction. What I wish to say to you, and what I put to you, is that you're not being completely open and truthful with the Commission, and that the reason you gave a different answer yesterday was not because you were not aware of the content of those annexures, because you were aware of it, as we know, but because you, under questioning, realized that what you had done was wrong and that you now had to take responsibility and answer for it. It was only upon the questioning and the probing that you were forced to answer. That's what I put to you.
Commissioners, with my responses and what I'm here to deliver or to testify upon, it doesn't matter if the advocate is not happy with my response, but I'm telling the truth to the best of my recollection here. I'm not trying to evade anything. I'm telling the truth to the best of my recollection.
And the Nangi affidavit was something that you were asked about specifically in the subpoena, isn't that so?
I believe so. I want to check where is my subpoena here. I'm trying to search for my subpoena, commissioners. I don't know where I put it so that I can just have a look and respond to the advocate.
Are you referring to the Regulation 10.6 notice, which sort of indicated what you were required to address? Or?
Correct, Commissioners. Yeah, I'm looking for it. I don't know where's my files, some of my files here, the actual subpoena in order to respond, sorry, because the advocate is saying in that document I was required to talk about the Nangi issue.
Yes, so, Chair, we're trying to find whether it's in the record in order to assist the witness. But I can read out the paragraph of the notice that's relevant. And the question in this, in relation to this Nangi affidavit was the following. What was the witness's purpose in sending a WhatsApp message to Mr. Matlala on 10 March 2025 at 21:03, attaching the complainant affidavit of Mr. Nangi, and then we attached it, and other contents of the docket in KAZ number, and then we put in the KAZ number. So that was the question.
I think I've highlighted the purpose, Commissioners, yesterday.
Okay.
For the purpose of securing time, I did highlight it yesterday. If maybe the advocate was making note, the purpose I've highlighted it. I was asked several questions, vigorously so yesterday, regarding the purpose. And I think I have responded yesterday, Commissioners. And I still remain with that.
You see, the problem with this is that you suggested that you didn't really know the details. You didn't know that where Mr. Nangi lived. You didn't know the details of the case. But once you were aware that this very serious alleged criminal was released, you felt you needed to warn Mr. Matlala. But the reality is that you did know about the details of the case because you had received a complaint in February last year by the DPP in KZN regarding your oversight of the case and deficiencies in your management of the investigation of that case. Isn't that so?
Commissioners, the issue, I've never received a complaint from the DPP in February 2025. I've never. And I want the commissioners to bear with me because I'm not going to get into details. I'm going to give just a straightforward answer and stop it there, and I'll give a reason to that. I'm going to plead with the commissioners. There was a complaint that was sent to the NDPP, by the NDPP, to the national head of the directorate. There was a case that was investigated in KwaZulu-Natal of kidnapping, extortion, and some other charges there, where these persons, Nangi and other persons, were arrested. The investigators at the ground level did their investigation, and in a process, certain things happened that I don't want to get into details. Eventually, the matter was set for bail application in January. The NPA withdrew the case. They gave reasons there. After that, it's then that there was a complaint by the NDPP to the national head. Processes were followed and everything. Commissioner, there is a DC that is currently on trial. I want to appeal to you and also say, with this saying and understanding that it's sub judice for me to come and talk about these things here of that nature. That complaint, it went through the national office, it went through its processes, and there is a DC and there is a hearing that is in progress. The last time I appeared here on the 26th, from here I attended a DC. It is continuing. So I appeal to you not to respond to these questions that are related to this.
And the disciplinary process against whom?
Myself and 4 others.
And is it a disciplinary so you say there was a complaint, and I'm not asking you to discuss the detail of it. I respect that if it's a pending matter, you won't discuss it. But I think we just want to try and understand your evidence about this, what it is that you're saying to us. So you say there was a complaint against you and others relating to the Nangi matter. Is that what you're telling us?
In that complaint.
No, let's take it step by step. You can explain.
I want to clarify something before I answer. In the complaint, it talked about investigators, not necessarily my name.
Yes.
There was a complaint.
So there's a complaint against investigators who report to you relating to the Nangi matter.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
You were then subjected, those investigators and you, that's what I want to understand, are then being subjected to a disciplinary process relating to that Nangi matter.
Correct.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't propose to go into the merits and the details of the charges against General Senona. The charges are there for the record, and they are contained at Exhibit 61, page 614, the charges. It's just the fact of the charges that were relevant, and I accept that. Pardon me?
Page, Commissioners?
614. I accept that we should, it's not even relevant, in fact, to the mandate of this commission for us to discuss the merits of the DC. But the important point is that, General, that you had been asked to respond in some detail
Come again, Commissioners. What is the question?
You had been asked to respond in some detail to the concerns that had been raised by the DPP in KZN. And I'll just take you to page 616, Exhibit 62.
Commissioners, can I say something?
Can I finish my question?
Before you ask a question, because I want to tell the Commissioners something about this document that you're referring to. Commissioners, this document, we received it when we arrived here on the 27th. And for further to that, this document is part and parcel of the bundle of documents in my disciplinary hearing. I therefore request that I must not be asked questions about this because there is a hearing that is ongoing here. That is my plea.
Chair, I propose that I be permitted to ask my question. The question has got nothing to do with the disciplinary. It's merely about the fact of this document and what it's about. We will not be going into the details of the contents.
Let's just hear the question, General, and then we'll see whether you still object.
But Commissioners,
even
this
based,
is
yes. Let's just hear the question, just the question, General, and then, we can take it from there, or we will take it from there.
And General and Chair, by the way, this document is the witness's own document. It's a document that he compiled. It's not.
So it was supplied by him to the commission?
No, I mean it's a document that he authored.
Okay.
It's an information note. And
616, you said.
616, yes, Commissioner Khumalo. So the relevance of this is only the following, that you'll see at the end of the document it's dated 20 February 2025. And it's an information note prepared by General Senona in response to concerns that were raised by the DPP in KZN regarding the management of this Nangi case. I'll say no more about that. But the General was then required to look into it and provide a response, and he did so on the 20th of February 2025. Correct?
What is the question, Commissioners?
That you provided this information note on 20 February 2025.
It is the document I provided, but
Yes.
I didn't want to get into it.
Yes, and then on 10 March 2025 is when you send Mr. Matlala the attachment, the 220 pages of confidential information pertaining to Mr. Nangi. And what I want to suggest to you, General, is that your response that you were merely forwarding on information as a warning to him is not correct. That in fact you and Mr. Matlala were in conversation about Mr. Nangi and that document that you sent him in the context of the withdrawal of that complaint, trying to persuade him to withdraw the complaint against Mr. General Mkhwanazi. So that's what I'm putting to you, that it wasn't merely for his information and warning, but that in fact it was part of an ongoing engagement between you and Mr. Matlala.
Thank you, Commissioners. First thing first, the document is not a confidential document. As I've indicated yesterday, I read the affidavit and then I saw the addresses, I sent it. I still stand by my response yesterday. Commissioners, General Senona is not a suspect on the case that was opened by Mr. Nangi. General Senona is not a suspect. That one, maybe even if they go and ask Mr. Nangi or read all the affidavits there, General Senona is not listed as a suspect. I don't have a reason to go and ask another person to tell another person to withdraw a docket where I'm not even a suspect. Even if I was listed as a suspect, I wouldn't have informed or persuaded another person to withdraw a case docket. I'll go to court and defend myself and my innocence in court. Like I came here, I went to my legal team because I know I'm called a witness, but the people who came here, they implicated me in some sort of, when my understanding, I am a respondent because this is a commission. I'm called a witness, but I am a respondent to the allegations against me. So General Senona was never, ever listed as a suspect. So I don't see any reason. The inference that is drawn by the advocate, it is totally incorrect. Thank you, Commissioners.
I've had my response. I can move on from this. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, General. Let's go back to just want to get the date where we were. We had dealt with 13 April. That was page 39 of the WhatsApp chats. Can you turn to page 40 of the WhatsApp chats? And can you read the first message that Mr. Matlala sent to you on the 14th of April?
Maybe before you do that, Ms. Hassim, let me, I know you've asked us to give you as much freedom to run your line of questions without interruption, but I think it might be more efficient and neater if I ask my question now. If you would just remind me that confidential SEN 345, where do we find the one that relates to the President? I just want to ask a question. I think it was in the 300 something.
I think it's 29.
I'm told it's
291.
291. General, this is a document that yesterday was discussed, or you were asked a question about. We have, and now that we have resolved finally that you did get this SEN4 last year, this attachment to that WhatsApp message with Mr. Matlala. Maybe let me then ask my question in the light, in fact, it is in the light of what you had said yesterday. In your evidence yesterday, you said you did not open this SEN3. The 291, page 291 document. You said you had not opened that WhatsApp attachment when it came from Mr. Matlala.
SEN4.
I'm told it's SEN4. Yes. You said yesterday that you did not open it when it was given to you and you never opened it. And I'm not probing that any further. I think we had that discussion yesterday. But we now know from this morning exchange between the lawyers that in fact you were given this annexure last year already. So you had it and you would have seen what it is. And my question on the back of what you said yesterday is, when after you saw this, after it was now sent to you by the evidence leaders and you see what it is, did you prepare an information note in the way that you said you would have? You remember your evidence yesterday was, had you opened the attachment, you would have, because you see on the face of it that this is not information that should be exchanged or that should be in the public, in the hands of a private person. And if you had seen it, you would have done. But now we know you saw it because it was given to you last year. Did you do anything about it?
Commissioner, I didn't prepare an information note. Reason being, I was and I still am under the impression that since it was presented before the commission and the team that were downloaded and got this information have submitted a report to my principals, and I believe they are continuing with investigations. I didn't want to write another thing because I wanted to leave the commission and its investigators to do their job independently. So,
thank you, General.
Thank you, Commissioner Bedoy. So, page 40. You there? Can you just read the message that Mr. Matlala sends to you on the 14th of April?
Oh, Nduna, don't forget to ask our brother about that lady who's stirring problems.
And who's that lady who's stirring problems?
I did in my affidavit, commissioners, that allow me to utilize the word I assume that it may have been concerning the tender, Medicare tender, and his issues with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. I assume it might be Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. Unfortunately, I do not have the best recollection regarding this message, but that is my assumption. However, I never assisted Mr. Matlala in the payment of his invoices or have ever shown questionable concern over his tender or payments.
That doesn't square up with these texts. We've already showed how you provided assistance on 15 April. We've already discussed, and we don't need to go there again, your response on 13 May, advising and more than advising, urging him to take them on and to sue the SAPS in relation to his contract. Now I'm taking you to this particular text where he says, please don't forget to ask our brother about that lady who's stirring problems. Your response to him is not, what are you talking about? Your response to him is a thumbs up. you acquiesce. It suggests agreement that you will follow up. Isn't that so?
These emojis, commissioners, each and every individual explain them differently. I think there are experts who will be able to assist us with the interpretation of emojis, but I will say noted. My understanding of this emoji is noted.
It's noted.
Yes.
So you knew what he was talking about, and you acknowledged it.
Remember,
You didn't say, for example, what are you talking about?
that's why I assumed, I assumed that the lady that is talking about it can be Lieutenant General Kua.
Okay. And the reason you assumed that it was someone with that specific name is because you had already discussed it with him.
Remember, when he asked me to go with him to meet the general, he was talking about the issue of the purchase orders.
Yes.
Yeah. And then the purchase orders, when I thought, before I can deposit my affidavit, and even that time, I realized that these issues of the purchase orders is ahead of his function. So there's no way that the provincial office will deal with these purchase orders.
And so what's that got to do with, I'm not sure what you're saying. You're saying that you assumed that this lady was General Mkhwanazi.
Correct.
Because you had discussed it with him, because you were preparing for the meeting on 15 April.
At the 15th meeting of April, he asked me to accompany him, of which I agreed. I assumed that the lady might be Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. And
yes, you're repeating yourself. Please answer this. I'm saying, how did you know it would be General Mkhwanazi if you hadn't discussed the issue of his contract with him prior to this?
remember, prior to this, regarding the contract, he told me he was having problems in payments, as I indicated before. And then the payment, when you look at the contract, it was a common cause to me when we were talking about the issue of the payment in terms of the contract, that this contract is related to Medicare, where police officials, when they are sick, they go to the sick base and the students. And then the only person who is dealing with this, it is the Divisional Commissioner, HR, and the Divisional Commissioner is Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. But that is why I assumed, but he never told me the lady who's having problem who she is, but I assumed, because I've got knowledge that this type of functions of this nature, they fall within that space.
But what the language he uses is important. He said, that lady, which means it suggests that you've spoken about it before. That lady, you know who that lady is, who's stirring problems. And moreover, he doesn't say stirring problems on my contract. He just says stirring problems.
I gave you my answer as an assumption of which I don't like to do it, commissioners. I've indicated several times that I came here to tell the truth, nothing is the truth. Here I put it in my statement, and then I will stick to my statement. That is what I had assumed.
And who's our brother?
Yeah, this one is giving me a problem. I'm trying to establish. Even before I deposit my statement, I tried to look. By the way, our brother. You understand?
You don't remember who he's referring to. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you see, most he will talk about our brother, and then he doesn't put names. That is why I'm having a problem in the recollection of these names.
But again, the use of that language, don't forget. Don't forget means remember what we spoke about. Don't forget. So you had spoken about this before, and you may not remember now, maybe you do and you don't want to say who our brother is. But the fact that he refers to our brother suggests that he knew that you will know who he's talking about. Isn't that so?
I don't think so. He might have known, or he might have said, don't forget to ask our brother. I don't know who must I ask about the lady who's staring problems. Hence, I'm saying, when he talked about this, because we were talking earlier about his challenges of not getting payment, and then he wanted me to accompany him to a meeting, so that was arranged by the former minister. So that is why I have assumed. So I think I've responded to the best of my recollection, commissioners, in relation to this question.
Okay. General, you assumed, let's proceed on the basis that you got this message and you assumed that he must be referring to General Mkhwanazi. Who did you assume the brother was that he's referring to in this? Because you must have completed that picture. You assumed it's Mkhwanazi, General Mkhwanazi that he's referring to. You must then have also made an assumption about the brother that you are being asked to speak to.
You are correct, Commissioner. I'm trying to assume as well, but it doesn't ring a bell to my recollection, Commissioner.
No, General. This WhatsApp message is on the 14th of April. You are going to meet, and you know at that point, you are going to meet General Mkhwanazi on the 15th. Today, it's less than a year since this WhatsApp message was sent to you. You got these documents last year already, so you've had ample opportunity. If you had forgotten, you've had ample opportunity to reflect on these communications, one, but two, you did make an assumption, you tell us. You say, I made an assumption that he's referring to General Mkhwanazi. You could not have made that assumption in a vacuum. You made that assumption because there was a context to it. Otherwise, I could easily ask you, why did you not assume he's referring to Ms. Patricia Mashale, for example? So there's a reason you assumed it's General Mkhwanazi that he's referring to. It has to be so. And I'm saying you must then have assumed something about the brother that he's referring to. You may have been wrong in your assumption, but you should be able to answer the question, who is the brother you assumed he's referring to?
I'm trying to do my recollection, Commissioners, as we are here, and I did before. It is an unfortunate situation. This type of things, sometimes it is important to engage with the person who sent it. Because at this stage, I am trying to recollect and talk about what Mr. Matala has sent to me. And then it is unfortunate, even when I received this document, still to date, I've never had contact with him directly or indirectly. But I'm trying my level best to try and think who the brother, who was he referring to? I'm trying to think to assist the Commission.
General, can I say something? At this moment, you are not assisting the Commission, and you're leaving me, I'm speaking for myself, you're leaving me with the impression that you are evasive, you choose not to answer questions that you fear might get you into trouble. Because there is no way somebody can say to you, don't forget. It's a reminder, which means you must have discussed this in the past. And when he reminds you, you don't say, what are you talking about? I'm confused. You give him a thumbs up as if to say, yes, I will not forget. So when you say you assume you can't remember, it gives me the impression that you either don't want to tell us or you are deliberately being evasive. This is not 15 years ago, as Advocate Commissioner Baloyi says. This is a few months ago. in the lead up to an important meeting with General Mkhwanazi?
Commissioners, I am not evasive. The issue that I'm afraid I'll be in trouble, I am already in trouble. I indicated before your good self here, Commissioners, that with these documents of the Commission, I am already being in trouble. So I can't fear to disclose what I recall and being afraid that there will be trouble. I am already in trouble. So at the end of the day, Commissioners, I see from time to time, if I can't recall something, I'm told I'm evasive, I'm told I'm lying, and I don't want to respond to these words that I'm told about, but I'm not a person who will come here and mislead the Commission. If I was lying, Commissioners, the chairperson of the Commissioner, when I arrived here, asked me one question. Are you affirming or are you taking an oath? I said I'm taking an oath because I don't want to lie. Please.
And General, to be fair to you, the reason I'm mentioning this to you is that I don't want to put things in a report that I did not give you the opportunity to respond to. The impression you are making to me, I must let you know about it and give you the opportunity to, respond to that. Because it would be unfair if I don't give you the opportunity and then you see in a report that you formed an impression of that nature to me. So that was the reason I was mentioning it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
General, can I, still on this, the brother that he's referring to, is it possible that he was referring to General Mkhwanazi?
It is not.
Why do you say it's not? Why are you so sure about that, if you have no recollection?
I don't think he will refer General Mkhwanazi as a brother. They don't, they, according to me, they never knew each other. They never met before, according to me. You won't call him a brother.
Yes. Well, let me tell you why. Let me put to you why I think he was referring to General Mkhwanazi, and you knew that's what he's referring to. The WhatsApp message of General Mkhwanazi, Ms. Hassim, if you would remind me what page it is.
It's the annexures bundle, file 1, annexures to the witness statement. And it's annexure S4.
Thank you. Thank you.
Page 89.
Yes, thank you. The reason I'm putting to you, and I'm doing this to try to get us through this very quickly, because I think we are getting nowhere with your responses, your repeated on cue responses that I don't remember. In this WhatsApp message, General Mkhwanazi records, you have been talking to him. The opening paragraph is, you made arrangements that I meet this guy because, and then he carries on. I asked you, where do you know how you spoke to him about Nangi. So you are talking according to General Mkhwanazi's WhatsApp message, you had a discussion with him, right? According to him, you had a discussion with him and requested that he meets with Mr. Matala. That's what General Mkhwanazi says. Then this WhatsApp message where Mr. Matala says to you, remember to speak to our brother, which comes a day before the meeting with General Mkhwanazi, and you assume he's referring to General Nkua, who incidentally is the person they're going to be discussing in the meeting the following day. You make that assumption, it is General Nkua he's referring to. And then you are blank to us about the brother that he's referring to, that you are supposed to speak to. Now, when I thread General Mkhwanazi's message that you asked him to meet with this gentleman, it says you are talking to General Mkhwanazi. That's what General Mkhwanazi tells us in that WhatsApp message. You are talking to General Mkhwanazi about this meeting. Mr. Matala says to you, speak about the lady who's causing trouble. You say you assume it's General Mkhwanazi. I want to put it higher than that and say you know he's referring to General Mkhwanazi. It's not an assumption. And then the brother there, you know who that brother is. Otherwise, you would have not noted, you would not have simply noted this. You would have said, who is the brother you're talking about? If you didn't know, you knew. And the sequence of messages, including General Mkhwanazi, suggests that Mr. Matala was asking you to speak, when you speak to General Mkhwanazi, speak to him about, mention General Mkhwanazi as well, that in fact they discussed the following day. So you know that's the sequence that happened. When you say, I don't remember, I made assumptions, it cannot be. And I think in nearly similar vein to to Commissioner Khumalo here, I think I would like you to take this commission much more seriously and give us proper answers. You are not assisting the commission. You say, I took the oath, I said I was going to tell the truth, and I'm trying my best to assist. You must accept sitting there that when you say, I don't remember, it's of no assistance to the commission at all. It isn't of any assistance. And maybe it's worth mentioning that you're actually here under subpoena. You didn't volunteer to come and assist us. You were subpoenaed to be here, and you're sitting there behaving, and I say this with utmost respect, you're sitting there behaving like someone who's just discharging the obligation of coming here under subpoena. You're not going to tell us anything. You do know what this was about. You simply choose not to tell us what you know this WhatsApp message was about. You can comment if you want, but that is my view as well. I share Commissioner Khumalo's view that you're not being of assistance to us. And it's a deliberate decision that you have made.
No comment, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Chair, it's 7 minutes past 11. I'm not sure what you would like to do.
Please continue. Let's adjourn at 30:30.
At 11:30. Thank you. On this theme that we've been dealing with of the assistance you provide to Mr. Matlala, after this exchange where he asks you, he reminds you, don't forget, ask that lady, you say, thumbs up. Then comes the meeting of 15 April, we know that. If you go to page 42, you'll see the message from Mr. Matlala to you. He says, this number will call you to make meeting arrangements, and then he gives you an 066 number. Who was that who called you to make arrangements?
Thank you, Commissioners. This number was sent to me by Mr. Matlala in order for me to be able to meet him where he was. When I called this number, the person who was talking on this number, it was Mr. Matlala.
So he called you from this number, which wasn't his usual number.
He sent me this number.
Yes.
And then, yes, this is not, it was
not his usual number.
Yeah.
This number called you, and he was the person on the other end of the line talking to you. Okay. Let's move on. You meet on 15 April. On 15 April, you learn more information about the alleged criminality, as we heard yesterday, because now you heard about the investigation of the alleged attempted murder. Do you remember?
I recall.
You recall?
Commissioners.
Okay, so we keep going. So what happens after this is interesting because there are quite a number of phone calls between you and Mr. Matlala. And I'll just show it to you so that you see what I'm talking about. This is after 15 April. So on 16 April, if you start on page 43, on 16 April, there's a phone call from Mr. Matlala to you. Do you see that?
I see it.
On 17 April, you send him more of, I don't even know what you call these things. You might call them emojis, but there's some things. It's fine. Pictures. Then on 17 April, you'll see Mr. Matlala calls you again in the morning, at 8 in the morning. Do you see that?
Yes.
8:30, yes. And then on 17 April, same day, 8:27, you call Mr. Matlala.
Yes.
And then you call him again. Probably you didn't get him because the next phone call is 8:29, a couple of minutes later. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he sends you a pin. Is that the location where you were to meet?
On the 17th of April,
Yes, he sends
with
you a
these
pin.
calls and this pin, no, we always met at Mainland Main, where we were not supposed to meet.
So why did he send you this location pin?
I'm going to be in trouble with the commissioners. I don't know why he sent it to me.
I'm saying he sent it to you because he was telling you where to meet.
No, our meeting place is the Mainland Main, next to his business office. It's Mainland Main Hotel. We never met elsewhere other than there.
But you can't explain why he sends you a location pin.
Maybe he will have to come and talk about it, commissioners. Mina, I don't know why he sent me this thing.
Okay, so this is something you just don't recall.
Yes.
And then you continue 17 April, you make a call to him at 12, I think that's 19 minutes past 12 in the afternoon. You see that?
Yes.
He sends you a message, but he deletes it.
Yes.
Do you know what that message was?
No,
Do you know why he would have deleted it?
I don't know.
You send him a heart. That's followed immediately with a heart. And
A
then,
heart and amen.
yes. What did you mean by that?
A heart and amen.
Why did you send him this picture?
The heart and amen.
Yes, in response to him.
I was not responding to his message that is deleted. I was just talking to him.
I see. Okay.
Yes, commissioners.
And then you called him at 6:35, the same day that you sent him the picture.
Yes.
And then he calls you again that evening at 6:48.
Correct.
And then you call him again, same evening, 8:52.
I see
Yes?
that, commissioners.
And then 2 days later, he calls you, 19 April. See that?
Yes, commissioners.
And you call him 19 April at 10:26.
I see
yes?
that.
And then on the 21st of April, he calls you again. Do you see that?
Yes, commissioners.
He called you, right?
Yes.
And then you called him on the 22nd of April
Correct.
at about quarter to 6 in the evening.
Correct.
And he returned your call, it seems, the same evening. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then on the 23rd of April, you send him another message, and then he calls you on the 23rd of April.
Correct.
So lots of conversations happen after the meeting of the 15th of April. What was all those conversations about?
As far as my recollection, in some of our conversation, he was happy that I accompanied him to the meeting. And over and above that, he was adamant that the order forms will come. And then I was saying, you know, I accompanied you to the meeting. I'm also believe that your meeting has served you right. And other communications is a general stuff that are personal between me and him. We did talk about issues of how happy he was and how appreciative he was for me accompanying him to meet the general.
He was very appreciative in all of those phone conversations. You seem to now recall all of these conversations. You say mostly it was about personal stuff, and some of it was about the contract.
The meeting, not the contract.
You had no discussions about the contract?
The contract?
Yes, about
Which
the
one?
purchase order. There's one contract only that was the subject of this discussion on the 15th of April. And you know what it is?
If they had discussions, and then I've indicated yesterday, commissioners, even in my statement, what I can recall, what was discussed there. And then I also strongly believe if that video clip is going to be played there, the recordings, those things will be there. And also, he did appreciate, as I'm saying, me accompanying him there. And then other stuff is that, because I'm not going to do this, commissioners, to try and remember things that I cannot remember. The ones that are coming, I'm remembering. I am going to say it. And then I see where the advocate is going to say, you remember other things, you don't want to remember other things. But I'm honest here to tell what I remember. What I can't, if I don't have an answer, I don't have it, Commissioner. So that is my response to you.
But you do agree that you had very many communications after 15 April?
I agree as it is stipulated here.
Yes. And they were very warm and friendly. Isn't that so?
Correct. I am a warm and friendly person. It is in my DNA. That's me.
You're very warm and friendly, even with people you know to be suspected criminals.
You know, commissioners, I'm pushed here to say there is this narrative of that I didn't want to say, but it seems I'm compelled to say it. You know, allegation sometimes is something. It is alleged. People sometimes will remain innocent until proven guilty. So over and over I'm told I'm conversing with an alleged criminal and so forth and so forth. But I didn't want to go there, but I'm pushed to say this. But I am a warm and friendly person. I was talking to him.
And in other words, you see, what you're saying now is contradicting what you said before, which is you were very concerned. And you were wary of him, and you were cautious, and you didn't trust his innocence, and you were pulling away from him, and you were going to cut off ties. This contradicts all of that, what you said yesterday, isn't that so?
Commissioners, what I've just said doesn't delete what I've said, that I was moving away gradually. My personality, I know I was told why you didn't cut it off like that. My personality, we differ with personalities. It doesn't mean when I move away gradually, I mustn't talk to people. I was talking to him, but moving away gradually, that was happening. I indicated that yesterday before the commissioners. The chairperson of the commissioners asked me vigorously about that and told me. Then I even said, I have learned today that somewhere, somehow, this is how one must deal with issues.
And your response that people are innocent until proven guilty, how do you explain that in your position as a senior police officer? How do you explain that answer? That you let me finish. That you know that you are engaging with somebody against whom there are very serious allegations,
Ms. Hassim, contexts do, of course, differ, but I think this point has been made, hammered, and so on.
Perhaps I'll just say this.
Yes.
General, I'll just put it to you then, that your response, that you're just engaging with somebody that in your position, because this is not just about, gradually withdrawing. I'm saying something more. I'm saying that you're not an ordinary citizen. I'm saying that you are a senior police officer and that there's a greater duty on you to be circumspect in who you engage with. You can comment.
Commissioners, I hear I'm being told about my position. I'm going to say this. In terms of my position, if they gave me a warrant of arrest and say, go arrest Mr. Matlala, I'll gladly do it without any difficulty. That is my response, Commissioners.
So that took us to the 23rd of April, all of those many phone calls. And then on the 24th of April, you send Mr. Matlala a screenshot of, is this your phone? Is this a photograph of your phone or a screenshot?
Yes.
Of your phone? And it's a screenshot of you communicating with General Khumalo.
Correct, Commissioners.
And the content of it is you saying, good morning, General. He responds, morning, General. You say, can I call? And then nothing more.
Correct, Commissioners.
So what was the purpose of sending this to Mr. Matlala?
I have indicated on Tuesday, Commissioners, that this message was sent by default. And then 15 minutes thereafter, I called him and then I told him I sent that message by you by mistake. It is not intended to you or for you. And then I even indicated that there was a third person that I was going to introduce to General Khumalo regarding issues that are related to his division. And I went and hand over that individual, third person, and I said, if General Khumalo can be called here, he will attest to what I'm saying. Because the person, the situation, the way it was, it was a pressing issue so that I can go and hand over this third person. And those things are intelligence things that are very, very classified. They normally even don't talk about them. The issues, the things that this third person was going to deliver there, as well as talking to General Khumalo.
Just for clarity, General, I'm not sure I follow. So who do you say you meant to send this screenshot to? Very briefly, please.
Is a source, is a third party, is a source who was having information that is related to division. Here in Pretoria.
Why would that source have wanted to see just good morning, General, can I call?
It's me who was doing this, Commissioner.
I'm saying if you meant to send this to a source, what interest would that source have had to this conversation? In this conversation.
He was pushing that when am I seeing the general, the source. And I did deliver the source.
Could it be that our brother from the previous text was referring to General Khumalo?
I said I don't remember. This one was sent by mistake. As you can see that here I went to deliver a source.
No, I can't see that from this. And if it was sent by mistake, why didn't you just delete it?
I called him, Commissioners, and informed him this was a mistake.
Is it not that you called him in order to discuss your intended meeting with General Khumalo?
Commissioners, already the meeting with General who?
With General Dumisani Khumalo,
My intended meeting with General Khumalo,
Yes.
telling who?
Mr. Matlala.
No, it's got nothing to do with my meeting with General Khumalo.
So when you met with General Khumalo, because I think you did already say that you did have a meeting with him, did you discuss the problem of Mr. Matlala's problems with his contract? Did you ask for assistance?
No, I didn't ask for assistance.
Did you raise the contract at all?
I was talking to General Khumalo and introducing the source, that the source is talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, and then from there I handed over the source, who also, I left the source with him, then I drove away.
So you are adamant that you never had a conversation with General Khumalo about Mr. Matlala's contract?
No.
Okay. General, this message on its face, it communicates nothing of significance to a third party unless you are telling that third party, whether it's Mr. Matlala or somebody else, unless you're telling that third party that, look, I am talking to General Khumalo, right? I think your evidence now is that the third party you were sending this to was pressing you and you needed to show them that you are talking to General Khumalo. I think that's what you said.
I'm trying to set this, talking to General Khumalo commissioners to secure an appointment to take this person there in Erasmus Kloof.
Try and listen. I'm making a different point to you. Your evidence now is that you are going to introduce this source, I think you call them a source, to General Khumalo. That's what you were trying to arrange here. Okay. So that's all that this message does, is to alert somebody that I am talking to General Khumalo. That's all. And that you say that's all you were doing with it. And of course, it contains nothing other than you are in communication with General Khumalo. Now, if you sent this to Mr. Matlala by mistake, why was it necessary to call him and tell him it's by mistake? It has nothing to do with him, according to you. It contains no information. All it says is, good morning, General. Morning, General, can I call? If it has nothing to do with Mr. Matlala, it means absolutely nothing to him. Why did you consider it necessary to call him, as you tell us, to explain I sent it to you by mistake?
Because it was not intended for him, commissioners.
That's what you're telling us. It wasn't intended for him. And if I accept, for purpose of our discussion, that it wasn't intended for him, why was it necessary to call him and tell him that? Because he knows it has nothing to do with him. Why didn't you just let it be? I mean, in your many communications with him, he sends you things. You don't ask him, what is this about? You just let it be. Even important stuff, documents, you don't check with him, why are you sending me this? He says, speak to our brother about the lady. You don't ask him, what brother are you talking about? So your pattern on your evidence, your pattern of behavior in your exchanges with Mr. Matlala is if stuff means nothing, you just don't let, means nothing to you, you just let it be. So I'm asking you the same, that, well, now you've sent this to Mr. Matlala. Why did you not just let it be? Why did you think it was important to call him and tell him, oh, I sent it by mistake? If we accept, that's what you did, that's what your call was about.
I'm saying, commissioners, I told him that this was sent by mistake. It was not intended to him because me, General Khumalo, we were supposed to meet to come and present this source, Commissioner.
Okay.
I don't have any other better answer than the one I'm giving to you,
okay.
Commissioner.
I accept that's your best answer.
It's 11:29.
Yeah, I don't think you should start another point. It's 29 minutes past. Let's adjourn and come back at quarter to 12.
Chair. General, we were dealing with page 49. And on page 49, after this screenshot that you sent, Mr. Matlala, with your communication with General Khumalo, you sent him a message saying, "Good afternoon, my brother. I will be arriving at the place at about 5 o'clock." Would that have been what you say is the usual place, Menlyn, Maine?
Correct, Commissioners.
And then he responds to say, "Okay, thanks. I've arranged with them anyway." Do you know who the them was?
Is the people working there just to open for me? I must wait for him. He has a penthouse there, just to wait for him there.
So what was your purpose of meeting on 26 April?
26 April. I just want to check, Commissioners, what day of the week was it? It was a Saturday. Yeah, it was a Saturday. So we were going to meet just for a casual meeting and chatting things under general in that meeting.
So you were engaging with him socially?
On a social basis, correct.
Okay. Thanks. The remainder of the chats, we dealt with 13 May and some of the dates just before 13 May. Chair, I'm not going to go through it again. There's more in there. It's more on the variations of a theme. I don't think we need to go there, but I'm happy to, if the commissioners have questions.
As I said so quite early on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we do, however, need to return to the beginning of the chats because there's something that needs to be dealt with that is quite important. So, General, the page I'd like to take you to is page 10. Okay, at the top of page 10, it actually starts on page 9. You'll see it's a message from you. And you say to Mr. Matlala, "I will be in Pretoria next week. I request that if things are favorable, let's finalize the contract for those guys who assisted us." You see that?
I see.
Okay, so what are you talking about here? Let's start bit by bit. Who are those guys who assisted you and Mr. Matlala?
Commissioners, I just want to check this message. Let me go there.
That's on page 9, General. So you'll see the sender, bottom of page 9, and then it continues on to page 10.
Yes. Thank you very much, Commissioner. On this one, I assume, if my recollection is well, that it was in line with the third party who were assisting him, whom I have referred to talk to him in relation to the thing of the risk management. If you look at page 3 at the bottom, when he was talking about the project, when I responded yesterday, it should be the very same people who have assisted. The language might be us, but it's him in the real perspective.
So you're saying that those guys are who again? It's the purpose,
third party.
A third party assisting with risk assessment.
Correct.
It's more than one person.
Yes.
And when you use the word us, you actually mean you.
You know, I'm saying in the right context, it's him, not me. We commissioners, sometimes when we talk, we happen to use not that English that is in the books, but it is not us per se, as both of us, but it is him in his contract in relation to the risk assessment.
I want to ask you to think about that a bit more, because you sent that message to him at 1957. He responds to you at 2003. So very soon after you sent him this message, 6 minutes later, he sends you this screenshot. Right?
Correct.
And what is that screenshot a picture of?
It's a computerized screenshot.
Depicting what?
It's written SAPS on top, and then it talks about infrastructure, external data, what. Errors found on data set. Yeah, it's a computerized screenshot.
Yes. Do you recognize this? Have you seen this kind of screenshot before?
Where?
It's a SAPS computer system, isn't it?
I saw it when he sent me, the very same one.
You saw it when he sent it to you?
Yes.
Right. And this is a screenshot of an internal SAPS software. It's a computer screen.
Correct.
Yes. And it relates to information concerning his contract.
I won't know what is related to which or what. I don't know. It doesn't say this is related to Medicare 24.
Right. It just, it has numbers. It has sort of, I suppose, reference number. And it says invoices to be uploaded.
Let me check. Where is that? I'm not finding that what you say invoice to be uploaded.
You see, it says end of report.
Yeah.
Between tram lines, just above that.
On the right-hand side, General, just above end of report, right-hand side.
Oh, yes, I see it, Commissioners.
It says invoices to be uploaded.
Yes, Commissioners.
So this is an internal finance screenshot, isn't it? It's a screen of finance department software and information.
It looks like that, because I don't normally work with finances, but it looks like that.
Well, when you can see it says South African Police Service at the top, and then infrastructure, external data retrieval, etc., etc. So it's a job card or an entry. It was a search that it seems someone had done, and it came up with this.
When I look at it, Commissioners, first thing I must put it on, Robert, I don't work with finances. I'm unable to explain it, what exactly it is and what it is doing. But when you show me that thing, invoices to be uploaded, in my mind it tells me that someone was supposed to be paid. That is what comes into my mind. Someone was supposed to be paid. When you look at this thing that is written, invoices to be uploaded.
Yes, but it's an internal SAPS. It's it could be finance or supply chain management department, this information. Why did he send this to you?
I do not know why, but as I indicated yesterday, later far in front there, in my other messages, as I've testified yesterday, I think Tuesday, that he did tell me about his challenges of not receiving his payments.
Yes.
And I don't know why he sent this to me, and then how he get hold of it, because I also tried to check here the police emblem that I don't see it here, but I see it is written there, South African Police Service.
Okay, so he sent you this. Do you dispute that this is an internal SAPS information? Do you dispute that?
It can be purported to be, because these things people sometimes they reproduce.
Sorry, you say that again?
It can be purported to be.
I'm not following. You're saying it may not be.
It can be, it cannot be. So I don't want to say I dispute or I agree. It can be or it cannot be, but this is what he sent.
Okay, so he sent you this, and he says, let me know when you're around. So what did you ask him, what is this?
As I'm saying, later he indicated to me about his challenges, but I don't think I asked him what is this for.
You didn't ask him?
I don't think I asked him.
And you didn't ask him where he received this from? Did it not occur to you at the time? I mean, it's apparent to anyone who looks at it that it's an SAPS internal information, and it's a screenshot.
I don't think I asked him, but I believe if he's called here, we'll be able to come and say where he got it, what is this thing, is it authentic SAPS document, or did somebody reproduce it, or what, I don't know, but he will have to come and testify.
Did you report this to anybody within finance or supply chain management to say, I'm getting this thing, it looks like it might be an internal SAPS finance information, contractual information, and you might have a leak? Did you report this to anybody?
No, I didn't report it.
Why not?
It never crossed my mind to report it.
Why not? When you see this, did it not make you think,
it
what
never
is this?
crossed my mind to report it, Commissioners.
So you sat with this and did nothing?
I didn't report it, Commissioners.
And when you spoke to him, Mr. Matlala, after this, what was the conversation? Did he talk to you about why he sent this to you?
He never told me why he sent it to me, but he told me about his challenges of delayed payment and those orders there around, I think, February, March, around there. I will have to check properly the dates here, but I don't know the exact dates, but he did inform me about his challenges of payments, delayed payments.
Yes.
Yeah, but I've never cross-questioned him about this.
So when he told you about his challenges on delayed payments, he just didn't talk to you about this? He just sent this to you without any conversation?
I believe, I'm saying we never discussed this document, me and him.
I don't believe that you are, again, being open and honest with the Commission. This is an internal screenshot of a computer screen to which only people in finance and supply chain management would have access. a private citizen, someone obviously took this and this screenshot and sent it to Mr. Matlala. And the reason he sent it to you is for assistance on dealing with his payment of his invoices. As you say, he was talking to you about it, and he was seeking your assistance. What's your comment on that?
He never asked my assistant commissioners.
I'm also say to you that, again, in the person of your position and with your responsibilities, you should have reported this to the relevant person in either finance or supply chain management in head office.
I believe that is the advocate's view, but I didn't report it.
Now, I know the fact that you didn't report it. Do you accept that you should have reported it?
For me, it didn't make any sense. That's why I didn't even look up, discuss it with him and everything, as I've indicated.
I'll maintain what I'm saying. I think you're not being completely open with the Commission.
Come again?
So I'll maintain what I said earlier, that you're just not being open with the Commission about this screenshot and what its meaning is.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Yes.
Are you moving off this page 40?
Yes.
Or 10 rather, page 10. General, that WhatsApp message at the top where you say, I will be in Pretoria next week, I request that if things are favorable, let's finalize the contract for those guys who assisted us. You say, you say that the guys you are referring to are the risk assessment people that
Correct, Commissioner.
that you gave him to speak to.
Correct, Commissioner.
So did I then mishear your evidence yesterday or misunderstand it yesterday when I think you said all you did was just to give him the names, and what he did with them you don't know? I thought that was your evidence yesterday.
I said I referred him to people who knows these things of security risk management,
Yes.
so that he must continue to deal with that.
Yes, and you had no further involvement.
I said whatever emanated from there, I didn't further ask him about. But this WhatsApp reminded me that when I asked him that did he finalize the contract of those guys, I was referring to the very same people, just inquiring, Commissioner.
So you got involved in discussions with Mr. Matlala about contracts for these risk assessment people. You didn't just give him names and carried on with your life and don't know what he did with them.
As I indicated, Commissioners, yesterday, in that we were talking under General, then I brought this topic of risk assessment. Then I've recommended this third-party person, people to do it, because I was of the view that he's going to call them, they must do a presentation and then do that. And then that is why I was asking him here about whether did he finalize the contract, meaning that in my context that they met and did what they were supposed to do, did they finalize their work with him in relation to his security company, Commissioner? So
you knew that he's dealt with these, he's been talking to them, they're talking about contracts. What I'm trying to establish from you is, after you gave him the names, what was your further involvement with this referral? Because the impression you created yesterday, and until you see this WhatsApp message, the impression that you have created to us, in my recollection of your evidence, is all you did was you just gave him the names of these people, and then that was your only involvement in it. When he says to you, I have met with a guy, you remember there were emails, WhatsApps, where he says, I've met with a guy, we asked you, what is this about? You said, I assumed he meant the risk assessment people, I don't know. So you gave us the impression yesterday in your evidence that you just gave him the names, and that was the end of your involvement. Now we have a WhatsApp before us where you're now talking about contracts. Maybe take us, tell us more. What, in fact, was the extent of your involvement with Mr. Matlala and the people that you say you referred him to for risk assessment?
Commissioners, here I was just making a follow-up. I
Yes.
didn't participate in the entire process. I was making a follow-up about the finalization of that contract. But it's not a contract that I am a partner to it or whatever. I was making a follow-up whether that contract, it's just that maybe I utilized my English wrongfully when I say us.
No, I'm not at us yet.
Yes, yes.
I'm still at the contract because I would like to know, how did you know, as at the 15th of January 2025, how did you know that they haven't finalized the contract unless you were involved in whatever was going on? Why would you know that? It's not your business. It's Mr. Matlala's business, according to you, that you're referring him for risk assessment. How and why would you know that there's a contract that must still be completed between them, that must be finalized?
Commissioners, I'm saying I was making a follow-up.
Yes.
Yes. It is
to
not
finalize the contract.
I was making a follow-up if he did finalize that contract. It is unfortunate that I utilized the word us. But I was making a follow-up.
You are requesting him, General. You're not asking for an update. It's not an update you're asking for. And please don't say unfortunate use of language, of English. No, it won't work. You're not asking for an update. You say you request that we finalize the contract. So you know the contract is not yet finalized. And how do you know that the contract is not finalized unless you are much more involved with this than you testified yesterday, or the impression you created yesterday? You knew the contract is not finalized.
As I've indicated, Commissioners, I wanted to know if this contract was finalized, because when we talked that time, he agreed to engage with them. He agreed to engage with those third parties. Hence, I didn't participate. Then I was asking him if this contract, he did finalize it, because the contract is a question of whether did they come, did they give him the thing, did he finalize it? I was checking if he did finalize it.
Okay. General, that can't be, and you know it's not. Your language is very clear. I request that if things are favorable, let's finalize the contract. You know that's not a request. That's not a request for an update. It's not an inquiry. You know as you sit there that, in fact, what this is you're asking Mr. Matlala, let's complete this contract. Let's do what is necessary to finalize it. You know that. And please accept that we also know what the English language you have used here means, because otherwise it's as if you're taking us for fools. You know, you tell us what you want, and then we're not reading the same text. In this text, you say, I request that we finalize the contract. And it says exactly that. So that's what it says, and I'm not asking you for comment further about it. That's what it says. It's language, it's clear. You're asking him to finalize the contract. That's one. Two, you say, for those guys who assisted us. So by now you have received, you know that Mr. Matlala has received assistance, whether it's his company or both your company, but you know from this text that assistance has been provided. So you further evidence that you are much more intimately involved with whoever you are referring to here, the third party, the guys that you are referring to. You have insight. They assisted us. It's not a slip of the English language. It's a fact you are stating, the guys who assisted us. So you are much more involved than you've let on to us. Lastly, the us, it's not a slip of the English language. It's not sometimes we speak us. You're speaking about something that you and Mr. Matlala are involved with these guys who have assisted you and that you need to finalize the contract. That's what this text is. And please do not say to us things that suggest you think I think we've all done English, at least up to matric. And this is simple English. There's no difficult words that require a dictionary. Your text is clear. I request that if things are favorable, let's finalize the contract for those guys who assisted. And then us, you and Mr. Matlala and whoever else you are referring to. That's what it is.
And just one last point. Remember your earlier discussion with Mr. Matlala.
Do you wish to comment on this, General?
I was advised not to comment, and I'll take it.
No, I did not ask you not to comment. I just don't expect you to have a comment. You can comment if you want to.
I take that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I was just reminding you, your earlier discussion with Mr. Matlala on page 3. It can't also be a slip of a tongue because he says to you, our project, meaning yours and his project. So it can be that both of you don't understand what us and I and me and we mean. Surely it cannot be. Your response to him is to thank him. Your response is not, I don't know what you're talking about. Your response is to say thank you. Want to comment or simply accept that that's what the text says?
I don't want to comment because our context of the text are not the same. That is all. I rather remain silent on this one. I don't want to answer.
Well, the context will be the same because according to you, yesterday you said at page 2 when you were asked about the guy that I met very late, couldn't even notify you, I'm coming back again tomorrow, though he needs to give me feedback. You said that was the guys you referred him to for risk assessment. That's at page 2. That's what you said. It's the guys for risk assessment. And then at page 3 that Commissioner Khumalo is referring you to, where you say where he says, the guy I went to see really helped. I will tell you whenever you back this site. Monday I'm starting with our project. Nothing is disturbing me anymore. You said that's the risk assessment. So, and then now at page 10, you say it is the risk assessment. So you're talking, according to you, you're talking about the same people. So the context is not different at all. And Commissioner Khumalo is correct to say, well, your explanation yesterday that the hour at page 3 could not have been referring to a project that you are involved with. When you look at that and then you look at this page 10 where there's a reference to us, it's clear what it clarifies is you are involved with Mr. Matlala. Whoever else is involved, we don't know, but certainly with Mr. Matlala. You are involved in a common activity, whatever that common activity is. You tell us that common activity is the risk assessment, but we know from this it's a common activity by the use of plural. And we know from you that all these WhatsApps from page 2, 3, and 10 are about risk assessment. So it's exactly the same context and exactly the same story. Thank you.
Commissioner, General, before you respond, I just want to say that your own version, you now say that the context, your response is very curt in response to the question by Commissioner Baloyi, which is to say the context is different, and you leave it at that. But in paragraph 38 of your statement, you put those communications together. You say all of them about the same thing. So you say that yourself in your statement. So I just wanted to point that out to you before you respond to Commissioner Baloyi, but you may respond to her.
I don't have a response on this matter.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I do not have a response on this matter.
You don't have a response?
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner, I'm moving off from that.
You may. Thank you.
Okay, last thing before we leave the chats, and that concerns the relationship between Mr. Matlala and your son and the assistance that he provides. Now I moved off it. I need to just find the page again. Bear with me. Yes, page 7. In the middle of the page, you send a message to Mr. Matlala. And you say to him, "Good afternoon, brother. Did you meet with Tato?" And he responds, "Tomorrow. I'm waiting for offer to purchase first." Why were you asking him about meeting with Tato?
It is because he did inform me earlier in our telephone conversation that he's looking for Tato. He can't get hold of him. So when they met this, let me just go to the what you call. I'll tell you now. Page 7.
Yeah, page 7.
Have you found the chats?
Correct, Commissioner.
Yeah.
I did.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Sim?
So, do you want to answer the question?
Can you repeat it, please?
You asking him, did you meet with Tato? He says to you, "Tomorrow, I'm waiting for offer to purchase first." You indicate in your usual way, "Thank you." And my question is about this conversation you're having and about the broader relationship between you, your son, and Mr. Matlala. So, what was this conversation about between you and him and the offer to purchase?
Look, I believe that he was updating me about what they are doing with my son, because when I asked him, "Did you meet with Tato?" Remember, I testified on Tuesday that at some stages he asked me if I know Tato Senona. I explained, and then he explored to me in relation to the business that him and my son were starting to engage on, and then I was very much happy with that. And eventually, if he doesn't get Tato, he will always come to me and say, "Inform Tato to call me." It's not, he never said, "Do this and this and this for Tato," but inform Tato to call me. They call, sometimes they meet. I was just checking if they met because I knew they were supposed to meet to do their own business.
So why did he say to you, "I'm waiting for offer to purchase first"? If it was not part of your business, it was just something simply between Mr. Matlala and your son, what would you know about an offer to purchase?
It doesn't need any rocket science. If a person is doing a business with your son, for him, if he decides to inform you about the progress of the project, sorry, I'm saying project, if it decides to inform you about what exactly is happening and where, it is good. But the questions that I'm required to answer here it's him. Why did he decide to do so? But I am saying I believe that he was updating me about what was happening regarding the business between him and my son.
Okay.
And then when you want my son, if he can't get hold of me, I'll get my son and say, please call Mr. Madlala is looking for you. Not going into details of their business.
Okay, so but you are facilitating the relationship between Mr. Madlala and your son.
I vehemently deny that. I'm not facilitating. Is a parent who is being informed about the progress of a business venture that his or her son is doing with another business person.
He was keeping you updated as a parent.
Absolutely true.
And it was necessary for him to keep doing this. So you were aware of, because he was updating you, you were aware of these engagements between him and your son.
He will update me as and when he deems it fit, but he was not obliged to.
And then if you go to page 16, in fact, it starts on page 15.
Yes.
And it's immediately after the video clip.
Yes.
On 6 February. So it's on the same day as that video clip. Remember, the video clip was of the person saying that we're going to cancel a contract with non-performance by the service provider.
Commissioners, I think the issue of the video clip, we will still have to come to that. Maybe if we can finalize this humble request before we go to the video clip, because it will be my request that it must be played again, that video clip that we were provided with on, I think it's the first day or second day.
So I'm not going to the video clip. The point of my question is not, I'm just saying it's below the video clip.
But I think the point is fair, that the general, once the video clip played again, he was asked questions about it, and then we stopped that midway for the general to view the video overnight. I'm not saying that must be done now.
Oh, okay.
But all I'm saying is the point is fair, that at some point that should be done.
Fair enough.
Is that fair, General?
Correct, Commissioners. Thank you.
So then if we can get back to where I was. So on this, he sends you that video clip, and then he sends you this, again, it appears to be screenshots of a conversation with somebody from an estate agency about an offer to purchase. It goes on for a few pages. If you just page through.
Page 17?
You can. It
Because
starts.
you said page 2. I had
Page through. I said you can page through it because
Thank
it
you.
starts bottom of 15. It goes 16, 17, offer to purchase. 18, picture of a 2-bedroom flat in Menlyn. Is this the same building where you meet?
No.
And then on page 19, after sending you all of this, you say thank you.
Correct, Commissioners.
Right, so you're saying he's just keeping you abreast of his dealings with your son?
Yes, because after he sent this to me, I'm not sure he sent it to me first or to Tato first, but he sent it to both of us, which is that he was updating me, happily updating me. I took it, he was updating me about the progress they are making with my son, of which it is not me who demanded the update. Thank you, Commissioners.
I'll tell you what it seems like from the context of all of these chats, and I'll allow you to comment. When you read the communications about those guys, the contract assisting us, his messages to you about the screenshot, for example, invoices to be uploaded, what you're saying about he's got problems getting paid, he's seeking assistance from you, from others, we've gone through that already. All of that is in order for him to get progress on payment on his contract. And that's not entirely disconnected from his ability to continue doing business with your son. I'm saying that to do business with your son and to assist your son on purchase of property, he needs to be paid. And that's why he was having these conversations with you about payment of the contract.
I'm not sure that I follow the connection with the purchase of the property. I get this about the assistance and so on, the meeting with General Mkhwanazi and so on. I don't know how the issue of the purchase of the property gets woven into all of that. I'm not saying there is no way.
Okay, Chair, I was trying to shortcut
that may be done, but I just don't get how
through it because of time. There's a whole lot more sort of WhatsApp chat between the son and Mr. Madlanga, which the witness would have seen.
You see, the difficulty is the general may also be, I'm not answering on his behalf. If I'm confused, one cannot discount the possibility that the general may also be confused.
Well, maybe not. Let me not make any speculation. Let me simply ask a question and the general can answer it.
Yes.
And that is whether there is any connection. Thank you, Chair. Is there any connection between the engagement between your son and Mr. Madlanga and the contract that he is seeking your assistance on for payment?
There is totally no connection, Commissioners.
And when, knowing that he is assisting your son, and I know that, Chair, this is something we went through a little bit earlier, I'm not going to dwell on it very long, but I must put it to the witness. Given what you said about taking distance from Mr. Madlanga and your concern, did you alert your son to be wary of getting into business deals with Mr. Madlanga?
The 5th of March, Commissioners, when the issue of being wary, by then, before the 5th of March, if my recollection is well, I want to check the WhatsApp between my son and Mr. Madlanga, because if she can assist me to look into where is those WhatsApp. Because as I've testified, this deal never went through, and then I've employed the commission to ask people to go double check. Since then, when this thing was stopped, my son and Mr. Madlanga never communicated anymore. They never spoke, and he never updated me with any other thing.
So since when?
I'm looking for date. I want to check. I want my son's WhatsApp messages with him. Thank you, Commissioners.
Yes,
the last communication between Mr. Madlanga and my son, I think it was 3 March.
3 March.
3 March.
Before the critical 5th of March.
Before the critical 5th of March. Then that was it.
Oh, okay. So you're saying they cut off ties? He cut off ties?
They never communicated any further, because I believe the issue of the business venture didn't go through. As I indicated, that currently my son is doing something else over and above the other things that you did before with other business persons. And I must emphasize there's no connection of this business venture of my son and my relationship with Mr. Madlanga.
General, so you say this transaction didn't go through, this attempt to buy an apartment?
Correct, Commissioner.
This is the only business that they tried to do together. There was no other one that they
The best
tried.
of my recollection, Commissioner, yes.
This is the only one.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And they were buying an apartment together? Or
Yes.
did they have a company that was going to be buying the property, or you have these two individuals, Mr. Madlanga and Mr. Tato Senona, as individuals buying this apartment?
When I look at these documents here, he wanted the FICA, at one stage he requested the FICA documents of my son, but how were they going to buy it, register in which company or whatever? I don't have knowledge of that. I can't assist the commissioners with that.
All right. Maybe let me ask more clearly. What I'm trying to find out is, did they ever have a company together, to your knowledge?
No, Commissioners.
Okay. Thank you.
General, just ask you a few questions. Let's start on page 7 of the
Same bundle, page 47.
Page?
Sorry, 7, not 47. The impression you created was that it was Ket Matlala who asked you if you know Tato Senona. But when I look at the WhatsApp text, 9 January 2025 at 17:39, it looks like it is you who is asking Ket Matlala whether he met Tato, your son.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes. So where does Ket ask you if you know Tato Senona?
I testified on Tuesday, Commissioners, that in the latter part of 2024, I can't recall the exact date when he was asking me about my son, not here in January, Commissioners.
And what business do you say they were doing together in the latter part of 2024?
They were discussing this business. He asked me, let me just repeat what I said, Commissioners. Do you know Tato Senona? Yes, he's my son. What about him? We were talking. No, we are trying to do business in terms of property, in a property business. I said, oh, okay, you're doing business with my son. I'm happy. Congratulations. There was no WhatsApp talkings and everything with relation to that because we were together, me and Mr. Matlala.
So they were going to buy an apartment. That's the business.
He said business in property, and as things are unfolding, and they were sending these things to me, and then they were buying an apartment.
And then just for completeness on page 11, remember on page 10, we've already been through it, you had a discussion about a contract that was to be finalized with the people who assisted us. And then on page 11, you are having the conversation with Mr. Matlala, you tell him that you are around Pretoria, and then he says to you, the second last WhatsApp, afternoon Duna, can you please, Tato, to send me his FICA documents? I sent a message and called. He's not responding. So that's the WhatsApp you're referring to, about the FICA documents?
Correct.
Okay. And then later on page 18, if we start on page 16, 17, 18, we can see that it was Mr. Matlala who was going to pay for this property. I think that much is clear from the WhatsApp on page 18, right?
I see here they are talking.
Because he's talking to the agent, and the agent says on the OTP under point number 34, can you state how you want to make payment? Do you see that?
I see that.
Yes. So from this, it's quite clear that it was Mr. Matlala who was going to make payment. for this apartment?
I see here they were asking him, how do you want to make payment?
Yes.
But I don't know. I can't say yes or no or what was their arrangements, their commissioners.
But that's what it looks like from this
It looks like, but I can't say that it is, Commissioner.
Yes. Because it leaves me with the impression that Mr. Matlala, the whole arrangement was about Mr. Matlala purchasing an apartment for your son. If you don't know, you don't know. If you care to comment, you can comment about that.
Commissioner, my son is a business person. Whatever he wants to do to get money legally so to support his family, I'm happy with that as a parent. Thank you, Commissioner.
You're not answering my question. My question is, it looks from these documents that Mr. Matlala was going to purchase the apartment for your son.
For me,
sorry, my mic was off. Let me try and repeat. I was focusing on you and forgot about the mic. It looks from these documents that Mr. Matlala was going to purchase an apartment for your son. That's what it looks like.
maybe when Mr. Matlala is here, he will respond to that. I can't respond to this. Thank you, Commissioners. But all I know, it was a venture, joint venture.
General, from what we have seen, Mr. Matlala appears to be a man involved in business or businesses on a large scale. You even see a contract of 360 million rand with SAPS, and there's mention of him also participating in the Tembisa contract. And he also has the CAD VIP protection services, and perhaps one could go on, I don't know. Serious businessman on a large scale. It looks very odd to me that he would have wanted to go on a business venture with your son for a single apartment. How much were they going to make out of that, sharing that between the two of them? It looks very odd to me. I would understand, we're actually shown a picture of the block of apartments at the bottom of page 18. I would understand if they were buying that block of apartments. But I don't know, the extent in monetary terms of your son's business or businesses. So I will not go there. I'll just talk about Mr. Matlala, to whom we've been exposed. Does it not look odd to you?
For me, it never looked odd, Commissioners. I was happy that my son will get income to support his family. He stays at his house. He's 33 years of age. He's got a wife and his 3 kids. I was happy that if my son does whatever he does that can put food on the table, as long as it's within the law, I'm happy with that. I don't know, the Commissioner is talking about why they don't buy a bulk of flats. So I don't know the nitty-gritties.
No. I'm not saying why. I'm not really making that point. My point is more. Why would they go on a business venture just for this one apartment? As I say, I know nothing about your son, the extent of the businesses and the monetary value and so on. But we've been exposed to Mr. Matlala. And I'm saying, perhaps let's just look at Mr. Matlala. What would the interest of Mr. Matlala be in going on a business venture with somebody to buy just one apartment? Yes, I do see that it says this luxurious 2-bedroom apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment Nohal. But it just doesn't make, it looks very odd to me that Mr. Matlala would have been interested in such a business venture. What's your comment?
I've taken note of what the Commissioner is saying. My comment is that I was happy that my son is getting a business that will enable him to support his family. The issue of oddness, I was happy that my son is getting work, because my son is in this business. He registered his company. He never worked anywhere other than registering his own company, trying to look for work there, look for work there, look for work there. When Mr. Matlala asked me about him, that this one of mine is him who went there to propose. And then I said, yeah, it's my son, and they continued. I've never said and said this is how it must be done and everything. It is just that Mr. Matlala, will inform me about certain progresses. And then he will tell me if he doesn't find Tato, then at some stages he'll say, I message, I call, I don't find him. Then he says, he called, it's fine. So why he decided to do that, Mr. Matlala, with my son to buy this one apartment there, I do not know, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Well, General, there is the, and I really am not asking, this first part at least, I'm not asking a question, but just making the observation, firstly, that, there's this oddity that it is your son that Mr. Matlala does business with. Mr. Matlala is your friend, is your brother, and yet he's never met Tato. He meets him randomly on your account. It has nothing to do with you. He comes to you and asks you, do you know Tato Senona? When in fact you've described him as closely as you have. He's your brother. It's quite strange that he wouldn't know that you have a son called Tato, but I do no more than mention it. But more importantly, at page 7, that WhatsApp message, you're the one that starts. Mr. Matlala has not asked you anything about Tato up to that point. You're the one that says, did you meet with Tato? On its face of it, firstly, certainly on its face, you have had a discussion with Mr. Matlala about Tato. On the face of this WhatsApp message at page 7 on the 9th of January. And this is really, when you talk about a follow-up, where you're asking for information, this is the one. You knew they were supposed to meet. So we know you do discuss Tato with Mr. Matlala. So on the 9th at 1739, you say, did you meet with Tato? This is you initiating on the face of it. Well, if not initiating, you are confirming an earlier conversation about Tato. Now you want to know, have they met? And then he says, tomorrow. And then he says, I'm waiting for offer to purchase first. You don't ask, what are you talking about? And I hear you when you say, Tato is 33, he's got his own company, he runs his business. And I accept that part. But strangely, Mr. Matlala thinks you know about this purchase, even though Tato is a 33-year-old married man who's running his own business. Mr. Matlala says to you, I'm waiting for the offer to purchase first, so you know something about it. You don't say, what are you talking about, which I think one can infer. You know that they're buying an apartment and where things are at that point. And then when you then go to page 11, that WhatsApp message where he says, can you please, Tato, send me his FICA documents? I sent a message and called, he's not responding. Again, it's quite odd that Mr. Matlala would, through you, would make you a conduit about a business. His business between him and Tato, it has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with you. But Mr. Matlala says, sends you basically, effectively, says to you, get Tato to send me his FICA documents. That's another oddity. And on the face of it, it suggests that, in fact, the business transaction is between you and Mr. Matlala, and Tato is brought in the middle of it to assist in that he becomes your proxy in that transaction. And I think one has to be fair to you and put that impression to you so that you can comment. So just to make sure that you understand what I'm saying, that you first say, have you met with Tato? There's nothing before that between you and Mr. Matala that makes this message make sense. So we have to fill in the gaps. And the gap that I'm proposing is to be filled in is you've been talking to Mr. Matala about a transaction that he will be doing with Tato. You have been talking to him. So now you want to know, have they met? Mr. Matala says to you tomorrow, I'm waiting to get the OTP first. He doesn't give you a story about the transaction. This is what I'm doing with Tato. So you know what OTP is talking about, but it's not your business, you tell us. It's of a 33-year-old son. He has no business discussing it with you unless you're involved with it. So the impression it creates is that, well, you know about this transaction. And then at page 11, he says, tell him to send me his FICA documents. The impression it creates to me, and I may be wrong about it, the impression it creates to me is that you are, in fact, the one that Mr. Matala and Tato were buying an apartment for, or in relation to. You were the real beneficiary of it. And Tato would have been a proxy in this transaction. That's the impression I get, and I may be wrong. You may comment if you want to.
Thank you, Commissioners. The analogy is incorrect. I am not the proxy. They were doing business. I testified, Commissioner, that in the latter part of the year, it is unfortunate there are no WhatsApp or whatever communications there. The Commission is only having these ones that were extracted from the phone of Mr. Matlala. But Tatu, my son, is the one who approached him, Mr. Matlala. Mina, I was happy that my son will be able to make some means for him to support his family. I know what is happening in businesses. Sometimes the business bloom, sometimes goes down. So I was very happy. Once it goes down, as a son, he will say, Papa, I'm asking for money to buy millimil. But I was a happy father. And then there's nothing of such a nature that I was, Tato is a conduit to me to benefit from that property. If I was the one who's benefiting, I wanted that property, it would have maybe been, you would see in the messages here that maybe I talk about it and pressurize him to buy the property and so forth. I knew they were buying property because when he asked me about my son, he said my son approached him, he wanted to have a business venture into properties.
Thank you, General.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Commissioners.
Thanks. Chair, I'm going to leave the WhatsApp chats entirely now. There's one more topic that we need to cover that emerges from the statement of the witness, and that's the Port Shepstone drug bust issue.
Commissioners.
Yes, General.
I have a request, Commissioners.
Yes, General.
My humble request is that before we go there, it's totally a new topic if we're closing here. My humble request, Commissioners, is that can we deal with the video, because the video talks to the charts. Then when we close, we know we're no more going there. We're going to deal with the thing.
That's logical. That's logical. Yes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. If my request, if I may address the commissioners, is that I want the video to be played again, because I was asked questions. Mm-hmm. I was told that you take a document with a police emblem. A document with a police emblem is sent to you by a private person where it was in a meeting. Therefore, I received that clip. I went through it over and over and over again. Mm-hmm. Therefore, it's my humble request that it be played again.
Yes, General. Can it be found and played, please? Sorry. And General, will you be asking that it be paused, or do you want it to be played from beginning to the end without any stops?
I will be asking that it be paused, Commissioners.
All right, all right. You'll say when then. Thank you.
Correct, Commissioners.
Sorry, struggling. Should we? I see it's 8 minutes. I thought you were mouthing 5 minutes. Did I get that correctly? Then, if it's 5 minutes, that will bring us something like what? A couple of minutes before 1. Perhaps let's just adjourn for lunch then. Is that fine? And when we come back at 2, then you should be ready. Is that fine? General?
Commissioners?
It seems they're struggling to, I don't know whether to find or to play it. So I'm suggesting that perhaps we just adjourn for lunch and start playing it at 2 o'clock.
I'm at your mercy, Commissioners. I'm
Yes.
fine with it. Thank you.
Let us adjourn until 2 o'clock.
Thanks, Chair.
Ready to start. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Thanks, Commissioner. I think we're ready to play the video.
Are ready to take the keys to the college on the 4th. So by Monday, if we haven't received anything, we close. We'll have sent members that are short, and that process of the non-performance by the service provider, that process are already directed that it must start. So
Yes, General.
Thank you, Commissioners. My files have just developed some legs. Maybe they're still coming. My files. Yeah, but I've taken note of the clip. I also listened to it, but I will request that it be played, and then where there is that blocks of numbers and everything, then we just pause it there and zoom a little bit.
Who took General Senona's files? Oh, I'm told somebody is fetching them, General.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, Commissioners, if they can zoom this one. I'm not sure if the Commissioners are able to see.
Yes, we do have it in front of us, General.
May I proceed, Commissioners?
Sorry, General? Oh, yes, please, yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. When you look at this document and you zoom deeper onto it, it does not depict a date on it, on the very same clip that has been played here. One would realize that this is a recording of a laptop screen. You can see on the what you call. What is significant to note, Commissioners, is that this is a virtual meeting. When you look there on the top, what is it called, toolbar or what? And also, it is unknown whose meeting is this. For example, whether is it the SAPS meeting that is convened by SAPS, or whether this meeting is convened by service provider. And it does not speak about termination, Commissioners. It speaks about non-performance. It is difficult to confirm what is this meeting really about from the beginning until to the end, because this clip is very short. Commissioners, attendees of these meetings are indicated there on top. If you see on the far left on top, there is initials LN. We don't know who is that. But number 2, I'm going to jump it now. I'll come back to it. It's TE, MG, GS, and so on. But number 2, Commissioners, if you zoom it correctly, you'll see that that number 2 from the LN, it is a logo of Medicare 24. Commissioner, I went and zoomed it properly and checked. I can display it like this on my phone. After I received this, I couldn't be able to play it.
May we have that, please?
Yes, I can. Yeah. Let me screenshot. Okay.
Is it only the 24 showing on there, or is it, I don't think it's the whole thing, not what's above, but what's within the circle?
There is the circle and everything, Commissioner, if you zoom it. If he can bring the phone, I'll open something to show the Commissioner.
Okay. I think I've seen everything. You may explain. Yeah, I think I will follow when you explain. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, thank you.
Now,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Have you seen it, Ms. Mafisa, or would you also want to see it?
Chairperson, I've seen it.
Oh, you've seen it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
thank you, Commissioners.
Yes, General.
Actually, attendees of the meeting, it is the others are shown by initials. We don't know exactly who is who, and as well as the convener. When you look at the number 2, that where there is 24, you look at those lines, that circle like this, it depicts exactly the logo of what I've just presented before the commissioners. Commissioners, when you look at it, there is no SAPS logo on it. Now, what I want to say, Commissioners, is that I was lambasted that I have received this document that was an internal police meeting that I knew and then I should have done something about it. I think one of the commissioners, as well as the evidence leader, emphasized vigorously that there was a police logo on this, on I think it's Tuesday, if my memory serves me well. And for me, without analyzing properly, this is extremely misleading because there is no indication that this is an internal SAPS meeting. Commissioner, to conclude this, you can see that Medicare 24 was a participant here. What we can't determine is who was the convener of this meeting. And a picture was painted in that General Senona received a sensitive police information from Mr. Matala and decided to do nothing about it. And this information is about the termination of the Medicare contract, as well as that it has a Polish logo on it. And when we went after we've received it, by the way, it's one of the things that we were able to open through the assistance of the commissioner. And then we went and looked into this. It leaves much to be desired for in relations of the evidence. Sometimes when it is presented before the commission against people, it has a serious negative impact. So I'm very much thankful to be given this opportunity to go and look at this document so that whatever I'm seeing there, I must come and advise the commissioners. This is what I'm seeing, this is what it is there. And we don't even know who is talking on that platform because there's a voice of a human being that is talking on these recordings. I submit.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the observations, General. But one thing I wish to comment on is that unless you point to something specific, there is no basis for then saying the evidence that's being laid before this commission leaves too much to be desired. So, yes, you've made your point with regard to the video, but there is no basis for you to be general about your observations. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Commissioner. I apologize for that.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Hassim, do you wish to say anything? Ms. Mafisa, do you wish to say anything? I'm sorry.
No, I'm
I think
okay.
he has made, the General has made the point.
Yes, I'm okay. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Mafisa.
Yes. General, I just want to check with you. Did you get witness X's statement? Was it given to you?
I believe so.
Yes, because the point you are raising, it's paragraph 33 of witness X's statement. And all that he said there, I'm going to read it for you. On 6 February 2025, Mr. Madlanga sends Senona a video clip which appears to be a secret recording of an internal audit meeting within SAPS, in which the speaker is heard to say that the non-performance process has started. It sounds to me that the voice belongs to General Mkhwanazi. The contract in question appears to be that of Mr. Madlanga's company, Medicare 24 Tshwane. Mr. Madlanga is the shareholder of this company. So that is the evidence that was laid before this commission. And you've heard that statement, so you should have had no difficulty responding to that allegation.
The clip, Commissioner, the difficulty is that the clip couldn't open. You can't only rely on the statement, whereas they're talking about the clip. That's my submission, Commissioners.
Yes, Ms. Hassim?
Chair, I asked my questions yesterday on this, and I'm satisfied. I don't need to go any further.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes. I'm inviting you to proceed with.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, General. Can we, I think now what we'll do is use file 2 of 3. That's the file we'll make reference to. General, I just have a few questions for you. And they relate to your evidence in your statement regarding the Port Shepstone drug bust. So this next series of questions relates to that issue. You spoke on your first day that you were here, about other. In fact, you listed a number of successful drug busts in KZN. Did I get that right?
In my opening statement, Commissioners, I did highlight the value and the kilograms of the seizures of drugs that were seized in KwaZulu-Natal.
You list your successes. I think you called it successes.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes. Okay, so you've have experience in conducting those kind of operations of seizure of large amounts of illicit drugs. Is that correct?
Correct, Commissioners.
And you would be familiar then with the protocols and instructions that govern that procedure?
I know, if not all, of the protocol and the procedures. If there is a problem of maybe sometimes doubt, we will go consult those documents if there is a need.
Sure. I'm just saying that you're experienced in conducting those kind of operations. And
yes.
So and in conducting it, you implement the protocols and the instructions, correct?
Implement
Yes.
We comply. We do our best to comply with the protocols and directives.
So the two of the documents that were provided to you over the weekend before you came here are in this file, 2 of 3. The first document is the protocol. It's at page 436. You see that?
I am on page 436, Commissioners.
That's a protocol on the search, seizure, handling, processing, and disposition of illicit drugs. Are you familiar with this document?
I've read this document after I've received it from the Commission, and over and above that, some of the portions of it, I recall them, that this is one of the procedures that needs to be followed. But I see it was signed in 2016. I might not be aware when have I seen it, other than seeing it again now recently with the Commission. So, but in terms of us seizing the drugs and everything, we know basically what needs to happen, Commissioners.
Are you saying that this was the first time you've seen it when the Commission provided it to you?
I've never said that. I'm saying I might have seen it, but I don't remember. I see it was signed in 2016. And I saw it to read it when it was provided by me, by the Commission. Not that I've never seen it before. I may have seen it.
You may have seen it before.
Yes.
You just don't recall. Okay.
Yes, Commissioners.
All right. So you read it when it was provided to you by the Commission.
Correct, Commissioners.
Okay. And then the second document is at 446, and that, if you go there.
You say page?
446.
I see it, Commissioners.
And it reads National Instruction 1 of 2015, Crime Scene Management. Have you seen this document before?
Correct.
Before the Commission provided?
Correct, Commissioners.
Okay. Thanks. So let's turn to the content of your statement. It relates to a seizure of cocaine, if I understand correctly, about half a ton of cocaine. Is that right?
Correct, Commissioners.
Where exactly was it seized?
Isipingo, Commissioners. There is a depot. There at the harbour, there are depots there around the harbour where containers are stored. So in one of the depots there, the members received information and they went to the depot. Actually, I'm just looking for the name of exactly of the storage depot facility. It's a warehouse, not warehouse security staff. I want the actual name, but it is there at Isipingo depot.
It's a warehouse for containers, for shipping containers.
It's something like that.
Okay. And when drugs, particularly of that amount, that size, are seized, where would they normally be stored?
As I've indicated in my evidence on Tuesday, Commissioners, when we seize these drugs, normally they are supposed to be stored either at the police station, but from there they must be taken to the forensic science laboratory.
I'm glad you reminded me of that. If we could just turn back to that protocol I showed you, just to refresh your memory. On page 442,
442.
yes.
I am there, Commissioners.
I think what you're referring to is paragraph 5.8, submission of illicit drugs for forensic analysis. Is that right?
Correct.
And according to that provision, it says that all illicit drugs must be submitted to the chemistry section of the Forensic Science Laboratory, otherwise known as FSL, within 7 days after it is handed in at the police station.
Correct, Commissioners. I see that the paragraph 5.8.
Thank you.
Can I respond, or you wanted me to respond, or are you just ready?
No, I will come back to it. I'm just making you referred to the fact that it needs to go for forensic analysis, and you just reminded me that it is part of the protocol that it should go within 7 days to the Forensic Science Laboratory. And I just want to point out two other aspects of the protocol. Paragraph 5.6 sub A requires that all illicit drugs must be packaged and then sealed separately in evidence sealing bags as per individual case. Do you see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
And then just one more, and that's in paragraph 5.7. 5.7b reads, illicit drugs are kept separate. I'm just reading the relevant part. Illicit drugs are kept separate from other general exhibits in steel cabinets, police trunks, safes, and strong rooms that can be locked by only one key handler. Do you see that?
Yes, Commissioners.
Okay. So when the drugs were seized at the warehouse, what would have been the closest appropriate storage space for the drugs?
Commissioners, as I have testified that where the drugs were seized, there is a police station called Isipingo. And then the members went to Isipingo to book those exhibits at SAPS Isipingo. And I was informed by the members that Isipingo said they don't have storage facilities, but the seizure can be written into the SAP 13. The Forensic Science Laboratory was called to come to the scene. I think it's Colonel Kuzwayo. And eventually, Colonel Kuzwayo informed them that they cannot come to the scene. They only attend the scene where it is a clandestine laboratory. If maybe I have answered your question.
So you say that there's no storage space for drugs at the Isipingo police station. That's what
Yes, that is what my members were informed, and then they further called the Forensic Science Laboratory in KwaZulu-Natal, and then Colonel Kuzwayo, who is the chemistry section commander, told them that they also don't have a facility to store because there was a problem with the flooding.
And is it correct that there's no storage space at Isipingo police station?
That is what I was informed, and it is correct, maybe because of the volume of these drugs.
Have you subsequently established that, in fact, there was no storage space at Isipingo police station?
I never went to the police station.
Okay.
When the seizures are happening, Commissioners, I normally don't visit the crime scenes because the members that are there, they are capable of handling the crime scene in terms of this other directive that is on page 446. So it is an expectation that the members will do the due diligence there. And I don't think they will come and tell me that there was space, but we decided to take them there. They did engage immediately, and the counting and weighing and everything happened there at Isipingo SAPS.
I'm just asking you whether you were able to establish for yourself then or any time afterwards whether there is storage space at Isipingo police station.
Commissioners, no. I didn't go and establish.
Okay, that's fine. Is there any...
Maybe, Ms. Hassim, just to be clear, I think you speak of whether there is storage space, and the General is speaking about for that quantity. You understand the distinction? So I think let's be clear what is the point of disagreement, because there may well be storage space in Isipingo, but not for that amount. So I think
I mean for that amount. I mean for these particular drugs.
Okay.
So appropriate storage space.
My members were informed there is no space.
Okay, so I think the answer remains the same. Thank you. Is there any other... So here you have a very large haul of cocaine. Is there any other space close to the site where the drugs were seized where it would be appropriate to store them?
While these challenges were experienced of the storage facility by my members, I have indicated that a brigadier who is responsible for serious organized crime called me and reported this challenge. And he made suggestions that we do have a safe facility where we previously stored large quantities of drugs, and then as a result of us not getting assistance at the Isipingo as well as the local forensic science laboratory, I recommend or suggest that we store it there. Then I said, if we store it there, you say previously there was this type of storage. Then I agreed to that suggestion that there in Port Shepstone, these drugs can be stored. And there, when they were stored, I did went and have a look at the storage facility the strong safe. And then I saw it is appropriate to store that volume. And then before they were handed in, other exhibits that were in that store were removed so that we can store these drugs. They were stored, I think, alone. They were placed there alone, these drugs. And I was comfortable and happy that this is a safe place to store these drugs.
Okay, so you approved the storage of the drugs at the Port Shepstone Hawks office?
I did agree based on the fact that the forensic laboratory at Amanzimtoti said they don't have storage facility. And then the police station said they don't have storage facility for these drugs. And again, it has been a practice before my time that drugs were stored in that storage facility.
And you say there was no storage facility closer to where the drugs were. That's why Port Shepstone. I mean, how far away from Isipingo is Port Shepstone?
Can be 100 kilos plus. I must just get my calculation, but 100 kilos plus, unless the commissioner wants to assist me.
No, I wanted to. It's just over 100, I think.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So I just wanted to understand if there wasn't any other storage space closer.
No, there wasn't, according to me, where they could have got help. But I don't know if they ask other police stations, because with me, I know that the Pretoria Forensic Laboratory said they don't have space because they requested me before even this a bust that I need to give a disposal order for certain drugs that were taken to them on a previous occasion. But Commissioners, I must mention that, if I'm allowed, that after this theft, the storage facilities were available. Other drugs we were able to bring them to Pretoria. A police station will keep them for 5 or not more than 5 days. We were put under pressure. I will use my budget to transport those drugs to Pretoria, requesting the combat teams from the office of the provincial commissioner to deliver these other drugs after the theft. And at one instance, I know I didn't say it in my evidence in chief, but now that I'm also questioned, at one instance, the provincial commissioner assisted me to transport the drugs to Cape Town Forensic Science Laboratory. So in KwaZulu-Natal, it is a problem.
Okay, so you're saying there wasn't anything closer? There was no other police station closer? That's what you're saying? That's why Port Shepstone was where...
There are other police stations closer, but...
I mean, with appropriate storage space, obviously.
Commissioners, what I was advised of, and then I went and have a look, I was comfortable, and then indeed, previously, the safes, that facility was utilized as a storage facility for drugs. It is an unfortunate situation, Commissioners. This time, under my watch, these ones were stolen.
So I'm interested in why you say it was safe, because were there other break-ins before this at the Port Shepstone office?
Commissioners, after this theft of the trucks, it came to my attention that there was breakings there in relation to people, these street people, hobos, I'm sorry to say so, but it's for lack of a better word.
Homeless.
Come again, sir?
Homeless people.
Homeless.
Yeah, thank you very much. Homeless persons. It's like the disability, persons with disability, they put it somewhere. So, but thank you for assistance. Those homeless persons, they will come and break after the effect, and then I realized that they were stealing in the offices laptops of members. And then they were arrested, and those laptops were recovered. The suspects were arrested. And other breakings, it's also the homeless people. You'll see when I read the reports, it was after the effect when it came to my attention. Then they break the kitchen window in order to come in there using a stone. You'll find a stone that was utilized to break the kitchen window. And these break-ins were discovered by members upon them when they do the visit after hours, sometimes in the morning when they report for duty. Those are there are several incidents that were brought under my attention after the theft. But should I knew this before, maybe my decision to agree would have been otherwise.
When did the theft take place?
Which one?
The theft of these drugs that we are under discussion.
November 2021.
November 2021.
Yeah.
So you be very clear that it was, if you had known, then you wouldn't have done this. Can you please go to page 536?
Yes. Thank you.
So do you recognize this document?
Yes, Commissioners, I do recognize this document.
Can you go to the second page of the document, the last page?
537.
537, yes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And what is the date of the document?
2020-01-22.
January 2020.
Correct, Commissioners.
Okay, so almost 2 years well, a year and 8 to 9 months before the theft took place, right?
Okay, Commissioners.
And who prepared this document?
Commissioners, I see at the bottom there's initial R.S.R. Singh.
Is that the section commander for counterintelligence, KZN?
According to what is written here, correct, Commissioners?
And it was sent to you?
When?
On the same date?
Commissioners, this document, I want us to go to 536 so that I can respond. Page 536. If you look at address B, it says the Provincial Head, Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations, KwaZulu-Natal. Then you go on page 537, the date there, it says 2020-01-2022. It is not possible that this document was sent to me on this date. On this date, I was working at Division Detective Service, the Division Detective and Forensic Services at head office. I was not within the DPCI on this date. I was not a member of the DPCI. So this document, I've never received it.
So it was sent to the provincial head of the DPCI?
At KZN.
At KZN.
Correct, Commissioner.
And you became the provincial head?
Correct, Commissioners.
And this was never brought to your attention? You didn't know about these thefts?
I didn't know about this document as well as the other theft, except that there are only 2 housebreakings that happened while I was there.
So I'm going to take you back because let's just actually, before we leave this document, go to paragraph 4 of the document. Because this is what it says about the office itself, the building,
I see,
right? Which you then came to be in charge of, right?
Yes.
So paragraph 4 says a general inspection conducted by this office previously of the premises revealed the following in terms of MISS security measures. 1, no CCTV cameras are installed in and around the premises. 2, there's no early warning alarm systems in place within the office space, more especially in offices located on the ground floor. 3, no beam sensors located exterior to the office accommodation. And then if you go to the comments, it's the recommendations of how to address those shortcomings. Correct?
Correct.
Were those shortcomings ever fixed?
Commissioners, I was not privy to this document. I agree that address B is the provincial head before my time. And I've already indicated a few minutes ago that this document, I have not seen it before until such time that the commission has provided me with this document.
Okay. So let's go.
Sorry, Advocate. It's going to be difficult for me to talk about this document. Hence, it was never brought under my attention. I saw it when I was presented. It was presented by the commission.
We don't need to talk about the document. You've confirmed that this was the findings in 2020. I asked you whether those had been addressed, because this is now about the office, the building. So what I was asking you is whether there are now CCTV cameras, early warning system, beam sensors, etc.
All I know, the alarm system was there when the theft took place. But this is the recommendations, but all I know, the alarm system was in place. And further to that, I did apply for security personnel to be appointed in order to be deployed there to guard the building. Now recently, they advertised the post now recently. Even the process of shortlisting and appointing, it has not yet started. Now. I think, yeah, January, this month.
Oh, so after the theft.
Correct.
Okay. And if you look at, so this report that we were just looking at is attached to a report by General Mkhwanazi, which is at page 428. 528, apologies.
528.
528.
I see that.
And if you see paragraph 1 says the purpose of this information note is to appraise the national head on the feedback regarding the housebreaking and theft of 541 kg cocaine from serious organized crime unit officers at number 2 Princess Elizabeth Drive in Port Shepstone. That's the Port Shepstone Hawks office, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And General Mkhwanazi says about the thefts, if I can just find the right paragraph. Yes, about the security aspect. It's page 533.
533.
Yes. Before I go here, can you please remind me, General, when did you take over the position of provincial head in KZN?
I was appointed on the 1st of August 2020. Then I reported on the 1st of, on September. 1st or 2nd of September. I don't know if it is a Monday, the 1st, then I started on the 1st. If it
Page
is
7 of your CV.
CV.
Your CV. It says 1 August 2020. That's when you assumed the position.
Is the appointment, which means that is the date of appointment, Commissioner. And then what happens is, if I may just clarify that one, when you are appointed, you don't, it is difficult for you to go immediately. What happens where you are, you must have the process of handing over. And clearing up the office, you go and do the visit, you must look for accommodation before you go there. Because when you go there, you must already have accommodation. Because I was from Gauteng here at head office, in Pretoria, head office, commissioners. So physically, I took up the post, I think it was the 1st or 2nd of September.
Of 2020?
Of 2020.
Okay. All right, so now if we look at page 533, under paragraph 4, General Mkhwanazi deals with what she calls the security aspect. And she notes that the Port Shepstone office was broken into 8 times since 2011. But if you look at the last 3 instances, they were 15 January 2021, 11 October 2021, and then, of course, the 8th November 2021. So those 3 were while you were the provincial head, correct?
No, incorrect. Commissioners, I'm saying it is incorrect. It is correct with the last 2, not the last 3.
Sorry, I thought you said 20
pardon?
September 2020.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I think I missed this year. Yeah, January. Yeah. Yes, commissioners. Yeah, correct.
Correct. It's the last 3, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. So that's what I'm saying. These last 3 took place when you were the provincial head.
Yes.
And in fact, the second last one, 11 October, was the month before the theft of this 541 kgs of cocaine. It was just the month before.
Just a month before,
yes.
Commissioners. Can I say this? The last one is the actual theft of the cocaine. the last one.
Yes.
So before the actual theft of a cocaine, that's why I was confused earlier. It was 2.
I think we've agreed that the last 3, while you were provincial head, and that's right, the last 3 instances here.
That is not in dispute.
Okay, all right. I'm
However,
not sure why
was
you're
just
revisiting it. So I'm pointing out...
The revisiting advocate commissioners, sorry. Okay.
Start from the beginning what you were saying, General?
When I say the revisiting.
Yes.
The revisiting, it was to say this was the last one is the actual theft. The 2, they happened before the actual theft. That is the revisiting. I wanted to clarify that, commissioners.
Yes, we're clear on that. All 3 happened while you were provincial head.
Correct?
Yes. And I'm saying that the second last one happened just the month prior to the theft of the 541 kg.
Correct.
And if you turn over the page, 534, at paragraph 4.4, General Mkhwanazi says, based on this glaring security breaches, it is not clear what motivated the provincial management to consider the Port Shepstone as a safe place to store drugs of such high value. What is your comment on that?
Although I've seen this document when I was presented with the files by the commission, I'm saying, commissioners, these breakings, from the actual theft, the last 2, they happened under my watch. And these top ones, all of them, they didn't happen under my watch. And I was not aware about them. The only ones that I'm aware of is these 2. Already, when this one of October happened, we gave directives that they must speedily finalize the investigation of these drugs because we needed the Section 212 report in order for us to make a decision to dispose this. And these 2 are those breakings where I said the homeless people, where we saw the stone, they utilized a stone to break the kitchen window, of which we believe those people were looking for food. It was not something that was very, very serious that it can cause a concern. But I do see the paragraph 4.4 of General Mkhwanazi, and based on what was presented before her, when she wrote this report, these things were presented before her.
Earlier, continue, General.
Hence, earlier I said, if I knew about this series before, I wouldn't have maybe agreed. It would have changed my decision to agree to store there.
General, just for clarity, I want to deal with the 2 break-ins just before the theft of the drugs. CAS 165, January 2021. Where exactly was the break-in in respect of that, and what was stolen?
It was on the side of the kitchen door, Commissioner. On the side of the kitchen, a kitchen window pane was broken by a stone. Yes, Commissioner.
And what was stolen on that occasion?
There was nothing. There was no entry. They couldn't gain entry.
And then CAS 116 of October 2021, the break-in, where exactly was that and what was stolen?
I'm going there, Commissioners. 116.
Yes.
Commissioners, they couldn't gain entry. It was also the same modus operandi. The window pane was broken by a stone.
And then when was the break-in that resulted in the theft of, did you say laptops? Please just remind me, you did say when that was.
Yes.
I thought perhaps that was one of these two.
It's not one of these two,
Okay.
Commissioners.
When was that one?
It's the ones before me. I can't exactly, I'm unable to tell the Commissioner now, this is this, until if I can be given opportunity to request a report.
I have the clarity I need. Thank you very much, General. Yes, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you. So you were aware of the thefts from before your time?
Which ones now? I know about these two. I became aware.
Sorry, the laptop theft, when did that happen?
Commissioners, I indicated I knew about this after the fact. These others.
Oh, I see. The laptop theft you discovered after the fact.
I was informed about them after the fact.
So,
Sorry, Ms. Hassim. And the thefts were from offices, you said?
Well, if I remember very well, I think they broke windows. They were breaking windows, and then the battlers, then they will break those things, go into the office, steal a laptop, go. According to what was...
When I refer to the office, I'm trying to make a distinction between the safe or strong room and offices. So were the thefts from offices or from the strong room?
From offices, Commissioner, not the storeroom.
Yes, Ms. Hassim.
thank you, Chair. So I just want to ask the following, based on what had been recommended by the earlier report we were looking at. And you'll see it's, General Mkhwanazi refers to it, she says, in 4.3, but it's really over the page.
4.3.
The bullet points. What I'd like to ask you is whether there are perimeter beam sensors around the ground floor of the office.
There are no perimeter beams. I indicated that the only thing that I know that is there is the alarm system that was there. And then I further indicated that I participated in ensuring that we need security guards. Currently, they've just advertised post. The process of appointing security guards for those buildings is underway.
And there are no infrared sensors in the interior offices? There are no infrared sensors?
No, there are no infrared sensors.
And the alarm system that you had at the time, the drugs were stored there, was the alarm connected to an armed response company?
The alarm was connected to the owner. I can't recall if there was an armed response as well as the acting unit commander's phone. If anything happens, there are no people. You'll get some sense of, you'll get either a call or some sense of notices that there is something that is not right. And I know this because in my old office, it was connected to me, to my cell phone.
Okay, and then the last one was what was required was upgrading and repairs of the perimeter lighting. Can you comment on the perimeter lighting at the building?
Which one? Page?
Sorry, where I was, 534.
534. Paragraph?
It's the same bullet points that I was dealing with.
Which bullet? Oh, the last one.
Yes.
The last bullet. Commissioners, I've never visited these offices during the night. I'm unable to talk to this one. Late at night, I'm unable to talk to this one.
Okay. If it's one of the storage facilities that you use, wouldn't you check and have an interest at least in the security of the place? How secure is it? And I think the question consider the question against that kind of background, that you are the head, and then you would have an interest in where exhibits are stored, and so that interest would include how secure the place is.
Commissioner, thank you for that question. The fact that there were previous storage there at that facilities, I took comfort of that, and the offices, there is a street here, and I don't want to assume that there are lights, but I've never visited it after hours. Maybe one would have maybe asked that, but I took comfort because previously there were storage and nothing happened to those storages.
When were
General,
those?
just a moment. What worries me is that your evidence yesterday, you showed us a photograph from June 2018, July 2018, and you said they've stored drugs here before in 2018, and based on that, I took comfort that this facility is safe. But now we are seeing that in 2011, 2018, 2020, twice, 2021, twice, there were these incidents. Did you not inquire about the facility before you took the decision that the drugs should be stored there?
It never crossed my mind. I didn't, Commissioner.
So your reliance on the 2018 incident, that was after the fact. It's not like you had investigated and determined that this is a safe facility because in the past few years things were stored here and nothing happened.
I took comfort into that, Commissioner. That's why I agreed for the exhibit to be stored there.
But when did you learn that in 2018 drugs were stored at the same facility? When did you become aware of that?
While they were still there at the Isipingo, before we made even storage, there were phone calls that were made, Commissioners. That is when I've learned about that. On the day of the seizure, there at Isipingo.
How long were that 2018 that gave you comfort, how long were those drugs stored at the Port Shepstone office?
I can't give an exact time, but until the case was finalized, one will have to go and check the records so that I can be able to give the exact, because the records must be there. We will just check the case number and everything and check the record. Then I'll be able to provide the exact time frame.
Okay, so your response to the Commission on the issue of safety of the office is that you took comfort in the fact that in 2018 there were drugs that were stored there, but you didn't otherwise do any checks yourself on the security and safety features of the office.
The security and safety features, I didn't check, but I said I went on the day when these exhibits were placed there. I inspected the safe myself. I was there.
No, I'm just distinguishing for now between the safe and the building itself, because it seems it wasn't that difficult to get into the building.
You say it seems, but according to me, I took comfort because I also went and have a look at the safe about that. I do not have any other explanation of that, but I've never went and checked the lights as it was indicated here, these beaming perimeters, and then I didn't have knowledge of these previous breakings by then. And for me, when I look at that place, it was not going to be easy for a person to go in and go in that, as well as when you look at the safe itself. I don't think we have a capacity here to open that safe without a key. The way it was opened, I don't know if the commissioners, the photos that you're having are black and white, but I have something that I can share with you just to have a glance of it on a smallanyana color to see that these people, they know what they were doing. As there are people who have a special skills in order to deal with these things. So when I went there, I was 100% convinced, because when I arrived, there were firearms in that safe. Then I caused that to be removed, because you can't store the drugs with any other exhibits. You have to remove and put those drugs there. That is what we did, commissioners.
That's fine. I just wanted to check with whether you had done any other checks on the safety and security of the premises itself. But we've got your answer on that. And part of your answer is, well, there's the strong room. We looked
General,
at...
sorry, Advocate. Sorry, Ms. Hassim. General, you did a bit of sign language there, which I couldn't follow. Were you making a point?
No,
which appeared to be directed at me.
I wanted to show the commissioners this thing in color.
Yes.
Yeah, if somebody can come and help, you'll see that this thing is heartbroken. Now that thing comes back now. But why? Why me?
Or just...
You must just page up like this and show them. That pain comes back, commissioners. Even the day I leave the police, the pain will never go away.
Sorry, General, are we only looking at this one page or two pages?
No, you can...
Oh.
Please show both, Council, or have you've seen it? Thank you. In the meantime, General, if you could just explain this to me. The very first picture, I was expecting to see right through, but there's something that seems to be at the back, and I can't see through. What's happening there?
Commissioner, what happens, they cut the external part, and then inside the door, inside there is a sort of a panel, and then where they cut like this, what can read, they put an hand, because these people knows. What can read, they put an hand, because these people knows inside that hole, and there are this mechanism inside
also,
there.
once you've cut the outer part, and then there's what appears to be hollow in the middle.
Yes.
Between what I say is at the back.
Yes.
And the front that has been cut.
Correct.
So in there, there's something that you can manipulate and then open the door.
when you cut like this, what I can read or by observation, after cutting, you put a hand and then there's a mechanism here. Then once you I think they turn it and the door opened.
Thank you, General.
Thanks, Commissioners.
Thanks for showing us those pictures. I think we have some of those pictures, but they're in black and white, so it helped to see it in color.
Correct.
Now, what is obvious from those pictures is that it would have taken a very serious instrument to grind into the door and cut into that metal in order to open it the way it eventually was opened. Is that right?
Correct, Commissioners. I've indicated that it needed special skill and special tool, because a normal grinder will never cut that safe.
And there are two strong rooms.
There are two, yes.
And the people who did this knew which strong room to go to.
They only broke this one.
The one with the drugs.
Yeah.
And how long would it have taken to complete that exercise of cutting through the metal?
I don't know, but it would have taken them some time because it was over a weekend. Because the theft was reported to me, I think it was Monday. It was over a weekend. So I can't tell you the exact time frame, how long will it take for people to do that, take the drugs out and do that. So hence I said on Tuesday that I believe from my observations that there were a number of people, there were not very few.
And it would have been very loud.
I don't know because of the instrument. If they use the normal grinders that we know, it will make noise, of course.
If you just know if your neighbor is building something and they use a grinder, it creates a noise, and this would require something even more than usual.
It's possible. It's possible.
Okay. So they did go straight to the strong room where the drugs were kept.
According to my observation, after they went in, as I explained it on Tuesday, they cut this one and they found the drugs. But that was also a worrying factor. Why they never cut the other one? We don't know what was in their mind, however, but I believe somebody might have sold us from within. Might have given them the layout, because if you don't know that place, you'll never know there are walking safe. So,
okay, I think that's fine. I just want to ask you a couple of other things about this. I read a part of the protocol that there should be one key handler. And as I understand, you took possession of the key to the safe.
Correct, Commissioners.
And in General Mkhwanazi's report, at page 530, just lost it. Page 530, at paragraph 2.2.8.
Yes.
She says the following day, this is the day after the seizure and the day after the storage of the drugs, so it's
Correct.
23 June 2021. Captain Sibia, KG, Captain Freeze, Captain Ntanzi, together with Warrant Officer Mpangase, proceeded to the Port Shepstone office to retrieve samples from the exhibits and forward to FSL for analysis. The keys to the strong room are kept at provincial head offices, and prior arrangements were made for the keys to be made available for the members. Is that consistent with protocol?
This is consistent because, for me, now it also answers that question of the safetiness. There was a warrant officer who was appointed to manage those safes. But after this cocaine was stored there, I took the keys. There are 2 keys, not one. I took the keys in my possession. On that day, I locked them in a safe in my office, at the provincial office. The warrant officer Mkhwanazi was the investigator of the seizure of the cocaine. He came to my office, asked for the keys. I let him sign for one key. I kept one. He signed, he went and did his job. In the afternoon, he brought it back. So that, why did I take the 2 keys, commissioners? So that I didn't want to be with 1 key. The drugs are stolen. I'm having a key. Another person is having a spare key. Automatically, if a key was used, automatically I become a person of interest. So I took both keys for safety. Whoever wants to come, he will come, he will go with other people, then do whatever he needed to do, because the only thing that they needed to do by then, it was to get the samples and show the forensic illness and everything to send to forensic science laboratory for analysis.
So General Mkhwanazi refers to several people, not just the warrant officer Mkhwanazi. And I'm asking you, is it not a risk? Is this not a breach of the protocol? Because it puts a key in the hands of several other people who could have made a copy or anything.
You know what the risk is? These members were involved in the seizure. The risk is you give one person the key, he goes there on his own, and those things that are no more 541 is a short. That is the risk. But if you put 2, if these people went together there, there's no way that another one will start to steal or another one will tell another one to steal. So that is something.
So you saw this as a security to have more people?
Yeah, because they knew these ones again. They were part and parcel of the seizure. They are a drug squad in Devon.
Okay. I just want to, because it's such a large seizure, it's at 1/2 ton of cocaine, did you not think you should have oversight? And if you took the key and you said you're going to keep it, should you not have retained control of the key throughout the process? Meaning if something had to be done at the strong room, that you would accompany?
I'm the provincial head. I can give directives to people to go do the job. It does not necessarily mean I must do the job. Like, let me put it in this perspective. The DPP of a province does not necessarily read the dockets and make decisions. He's got people who are doing the job for her. She reads, she brings the panel of advocates, then that. It's like me. So, and I asked them to go there, and they did their job and brought the keys back. But over and above that, during my office visit, when I took up my post, I gave all the offices, not the Port Shepstone one, because I was visiting them one by one, that offices must be visited between 1800 and 12 midnight and between 2 and 6 o'clock in the morning. And on that day, I think there was a warrant officer, Kuchelenberg, and a Captain Leroux, and the unit commander. I further informed them, in the presence of my brigadier, that the offices must be visited. I gave them the very same times again.
You informed them at the time of this, because you informed them because the drugs were there, and so it was to protect that drug haul. Is that right?
I'm not sure if you heard me well.
You can just say yes or no. Maybe I didn't, and that's why I'm clarifying.
I want you to understand me properly. I did it before even we stored the drugs. This directive. Yes. When you took up office, I'm not sure. That's what I did. When you took up office, you will go and visit all your members, and so that you can also be able to know where are the offices that are resorting under you. In that period, it was in 2020. During that process, I gave this directive.
I understand that. I'm asking...
Can I finish?
Yes, please do.
Please, commissioners. Then, on the day of the storage, I repeated it again. I told them, I think if you look at there is a statement there of Colonel Prinsloo, he will say so. That is, I'm trying to respond to the issues of this paragraph 2.2.8. that further than this, I informed the people to do their visits.
So there are affidavits here, and there are several affidavits that contradict that. Can I take you to page 557? Okay, in paragraph 2.
Yes.
At no stage before and or after the housebreaking that occurred between 5 November 21, 8 November 21 at the Port Shepstone DPCI offices was I ever given any written or verbal instruction by any officer to visit our offices after hours or on weekends to make sure that everything was in order at the office. And it goes on. And then it says the times that I did visit the office was on my own initiative because of the previous breakings we had at our offices. However, I do recall that our previous acting commander, Lieutenant Colonel J.J.P. Prinsloo, did ask the office personnel to visit the office when they are in the area without giving any specific reason. This is from a detective warrant officer. What's your response to that?
You said it's contradictory, but the answer is there, you read it. On the same paragraph, there is an answer there. So my response is, the members knew, because when you look at this statement, it was taken now to, I think, September 2025, but they knew these members.
No, it doesn't say that. It says, at no stage, before or after the housebreaking that occurred between 5 November 2021 and 8 November 21 at the Port Shepstone DPCI offices was I ever given any written or verbal instruction by any officer to visit our offices after hours or on weekends to make sure that everything was in order at the office. And this is important because you said that at the time you gave this instruction, and I'm saying this officer says something different.
I don't know why he said something different, commissioners, but I did give this directive. You look at, we provided a statement to the evidence leader of Colonel Prinsloo. I don't know if it was shared with the commissioners. If it was shared, I want to invite the commissioners. We go, it's a page that we gave, pages. I'm not sure if it was annexed chart here. But
Ms. Mafisa, was it shared with us?
Chair. Yes, Chair.
Thank you. We have it now, General. Where do you want to take us?
let's look at paragraph 8, commissioners.
And this is a statement by
Lieutenant Colonel
Jeremiah Pietrus Prinsloo.
Yes, paragraph 8. From the bottom of that paragraph, we'll read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You'll see it starts with General Senona. There at the end, towards the end of the 5th line from the bottom.
Oh, yes.
Paragraph 8.
Line 1, 2, 3, 4.
And this affidavit, commissioners, it was signed on the 25th of 11, 2021. This affidavit by Colonel Prinsloo. Can I read where I wanted to take the commissioners? It says, General Senona requested us to have regular visit to the office after hours. The members then left and Warrant Officer van der Berg secured back the security door by the kitchen with a chain and padlock. This one I forgot I forgot about it because it's not me. You can see that an additional security feature was done, that a chain and a padlock were also procured so that they can lock at the door at the kitchen at the back because that is why these homeless people, they were breaking that window. They couldn't come in there because the lock, it was locked from inside with a chain. So you will never be able to open it from the outside. So this issue of contrary, I think we need to also, if there was ample time, commissioners, to go and have a look at the statements of these members by then, the initial statement, because these are additional statements that the advocate is talking about. Maybe they will give us a clear perspective, but this is the boss of the office that I gave this directive to. And the expectation was that in the parades, police, when they report on duty, they come to a room, they parade the detectives, and then they talk, they discuss the daily issues and so forth. There and there, I think there was a statement that I read that says, during parades, Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo informed us to visit the office after hours. It's just that I'm looking for that one. I'm unable to trace it here on the bundle of documents. Thank you, Commissioners.
Was it a request or was it an instruction?
You know, in the police, when he wrote like this, it is an instruction. In the police, we don't normally, the language of the police language is not a request, it's an instruction.
And so would there be a log, an occurrence book, or some sort of entry to show that between these hours, which officer patrolled the area, did a site inspection and a site visit every single day between what hours?
There should be, because the instruction was that OB entry must be done to that effect, to the effect of the visit.
So have you seen such entries?
Look, the criminal investigators, they took a lot of stuff. The only thing that I was having after the break-in is only these copies that I did for me. But further than that, I don't know.
Okay, so did you check at the time, did you check that these inspections were taking place?
I didn't have opportunity to go and check, Commissioners. My heart was bleeding that who did this. My wish was that we need to arrest these people and recover this cocaine. That I didn't check. But my focus, the priority by then, was to try and identify and arrest these perpetrators.
I accept that, but would it not be important for you to do that check? Because you had such... what's the street value of the cocaine that was stored?
541. 541. 200 million.
It was over 200 million?
No, 200.
It was exactly 200 million.
That's what we were informed, Commissioners.
So you had 200 million rand worth of cocaine stored in the offices. I'm asking whether it would... Do you not think it was appropriate for you to ensure that there was greater security around the offices, including by checking that visits were being made by officers?
Commissioners, I believe the actions that I've taken, they were sufficient enough to ensure that those exhibits were secured. The issue of the padlock, the issue of giving instructions of the visits, the issue of the walk-in safe, the strong room, the issue of taking the keys that not two people must be able to have the keys. I believe I did what was necessary. I know the advocate is asking me, was it not necessary for you to go and check? But I believe it was necessary. Because, and I believe the members were doing the due diligence.
So let me understand this. This theft happened over a weekend, either on a Saturday or a Sunday,
Correct.
The 6th or the 7th of November. And I see from your statement that some police officers would go to that office from time to time. But there was nobody stationed there permanently.
Correct.
Yeah.
There was nobody stationed there permanently, Commissioners. You will realize that on that weekend, members went to the offices.
Yeah, but he only went there to pick up something and he smelled something. He thought it was load shedding.
And also the unit commander went to visit the office, commissioners. Even previously, when I asked in terms of the guards, there were no guards that were posted there permanently. And I think in the statement of Colonel Prinsloo, you'll see, let me check that paragraph, where he said he also requested the K9 to patrol the area of the surrounding, the K9 of that area. Commissioners.
I mean, I'm no expert on policing and how you store your exhibits, but it seems reckless to me that half a ton of cocaine is stored in a remote location. There's just a safe there and a padlock, but there's nobody guarding it. Which means if anybody wants to break in at night, they can do so because there's no appropriate security. And they have enough time to even use a grinder to break the safe and go in and steal this cocaine, which is in fact what happened. I'm assuming that's what happened. Let me not say in fact.
Commissioners, I believe I did everything in my power to secure the cocaine. And over and above that, mandrakes were stored to the value of 254 million, the value above this one, on a previous occasion, as well as hashish compressed dagga. It's a very expensive dagga, that hashish. It's a pity I don't remember how much was the street value of that. So I believe I did the right thing. I did all that I could do to safeguard those exhibits there. But I said after the theft, there is space to store cocaine. There is space to store cocaine. And I don't know before why we were informed there's no space, we can't do this. Now even police stations, but they want you to only leave those things for a week. It can't go over the weekend. Then I indicated I had to pay from my budget the combat people to transport these exhibits because they are a subject of a case that is investigated in my office. Pretoria has been receiving them. And currently, that is the practice that is being done if we seize drugs, commissioners.
General, it seems though that Colonel Prinsloo himself was not happy with the security of that place. I mean, it's his office. He says in this statement that you have given us, at paragraph 10, he says, I was not comfortable with it being stored in my office as the security of my office is not up to standard. So you've got a person who's in the place, who knows the place better than you do, and he tells somebody in this statement that I was actually uncomfortable because the security there was not good. And you from outside head, you say it was a very safe place.
Commissioner, the previous unit commander before Prinsloo is a Brigadier Nyuso. I think the 2018 storage, he was the unit commander there. Now, this paragraph, I saw it, but this was never brought under my attention. When I look at it, it seems he told a brigadier here who was there at the office. But even this brigadier never came and advised me, General, there is this 1, 2, 3. We need to do something. If it was brought under my attention, maybe one would have taken additional and necessary steps to deal with the situation.
Well, I guess my point really is, yes, you may have taken the steps that you have described, but from Colonel Prinsloo, it seems that that place in the first place was not good enough, secure enough, and so maybe your reliance on history and what you were told by a person who suggested Port Shepstone, as we now know, was shot, because here's Mr. Colonel Prinsloo, who knows that place, says, I wasn't happy that these things are here.
I agree with you, Commissioner. The only challenge is it was never brought under my attention I would have taken action. If he says so, I would have asked and say, you say you are not happy, what is your suggestion, what do you think? And then so that we can do any other thing that we can do to ensure that that place is safe. Because after the seizure, I did report this to my supervisor by then. I think I said it on Tuesday. But I see this paragraph. I agree with you, Commissioner. It is an unfortunate situation. It was never brought under my attention.
Thank you, Commissioner Beloy. On that point, General, can you look at page 550? This is an affidavit by the very same Prinsloo, right? If you look at the name at the top.
Yes.
And he, in this affidavit, explains, it's a different affidavit to the one that you've provided us with, but it's by the same person. And he explains, we'll see in paragraph 3, the office was previously fitted with an alarm that was monitored by National Security and Fire. During April, we did an application to the provincial office to be on a month-to-month contract with National Security as we were waiting the procurement process. Paragraph 4, during May, an application was done to upgrade the alarm system. This office was told to get 3 new security companies to tender for the upgrading and monitoring of the alarm system, which was done and submitted via our provincial office for approval. To date, this was never approved. During December, the office received notification from National Security that due to non-payment, they've removed us from their system, and so on. And he ends in paragraph 7, the provincial office was well aware of the security problems that we faced at this office. This affidavit was written on 26 July 2022. He says the provincial office was well aware of the security problems that we faced at this office. That goes to the point that you just made.
Yes. You know, if he says he reported this to the provincial office, as I've unpacked how the DPCI offices are, I am of the view that when he say he reported this to the provincial office, it never came to my attention. I believe he might have sent it to the supply chain management because the procurement and everything of these things is dealt with by our supply chain management. And I'm also emphasizing, I'm again emphasizing, if it came to my attention, commissioners, I would have devised some means to assist and take and protect these exhibits there.
General, there's a basic question that it seems you should have asked, given the value, well, not just the value, but the substance itself, such as, do we have an alarm system? And in this, which Ms. Hassim has just read now, Colonel Prinsloo says they were taken off the alarm system in
December 2020.
And this incident is in 2021.
The incident is 2021, commissioners.
So you're already in office. They are removed from the alarm system, notification system in December 2020. There is this, you go there, you approve that it's okay, it's a safe place, but you don't ask what I thought would have been, your first question: do we have an alarm system? So that it is triggered if anyone tries to get in, but you don't even check that. But in fact, we do have a record that says there is no system. The provincial office knows we don't have an alarm system.
According to me, commissioners, the alarm system was there. I think when I understand this affidavit that I'm seeing here of Colonel Prinsloo, the second one, is that when the advocate was reading it, my understanding was that there was this security who fitted the alarm system. And that was monitored by them, but it was never removed, according to my understanding of this. Because once you have this type of a security system.
No, General, read paragraph 5. It says
Paragraph 5.
5. It says, during December 2020, this office received notification from National Security that due to non-payment, they have removed us from their system and will not be rendering any services at our unit. Am I wrong?
No, I see that, Commissioner.
You see that now?
Correct.
Okay.
You're correct.
All right.
You know, the challenging part is this was never brought under my attention. I think they were dealing with the supply chain issues of the buildings in our province. Supply chain, they have these facility managers with supply chain in the supply chain offices who are dealing with that. And then at our head office, we have a colonel who also deals with them. Normally, if there are challenges, the supply chain at the province will talk with the supply chain at national, but this was never brought under my attention, commissioners. I fully agree about what he wrote here,
Yes.
and I can't dispute it because it was not brought under my attention, but he might have reported to the supply chain at the province, which means my members there failed to come and inform me about this type of a thing.
Yes. I mean, I'm prepared to accept it was never brought to your attention for purpose of a discussion, but it's really back to the point that Commissioner Kumalo discussed with you earlier, that you arrive on the day when this consignment or this drug haul is being put there, and then you say you satisfied yourself that there was, so even on the day itself, you say you satisfied yourself, but then what I'm raising with you, that I would have expected that one of the things you would have satisfied yourself about is there's no alarm system.
I've
That would
taken
be
note,
true.
Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I must also bring to your attention, General, that in addition to the affidavit I referred you to on page 557, if you can just go to page 559. You'll see a detective warrant officer, an affidavit.
Warrant Officer Pinar.
Yes.
559, correct.
Yes. He says that in paragraph 2, I cannot remember the dates and or time when Lieutenant Colonel J.J.P. Prinsloo, our previous acting commander, asked us on office lectures to visit the office after working hours and or weekends if we are in the office area. I presumed that the reason for Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo asked all the office personnel to visit the office was because we had previous office break-ins. And then he explains more about the risks, and he ends, I must clearly state that I did not know and was never told by anyone until the break-in at the walk-in safe of any drugs being kept at our office. So he says that what he knew was that the previous acting commander asked them during office lectures to visit when they were in the area, which is not the same as patrolling much more purposefully in order to secure the office because there were expensive contents. Do you want to say anything about that? Because there are a couple of others.
This is one of the statements that I said. He said during parades, so it's a lecture. A lecture and a parade is more or less the same thing.
Okay.
All your personnel will come there. You deal with correspondences and other management issues there, which means all the members knew that they are supposed to visit the offices after hours. But the mere fact that Colonel Prinsloo put it the way he put it, I don't know why he put it, because as for me, in his statement, he said, I requested them to visit the office after hours and so forth, of which, when you say request, you ask me whether is it a request or an instruction, and in the police we give instructions, we don't request. It's just that people are modernizing things, but we give instructions. Even if I say, I requested that you must visit the complainant so, there is this type of a complaint or this type of information. The way we talk to people, we say, I request, but actually it is an instruction. So I don't know why these members are saying Colonel Prinsloo told them to visit after hours or weekends when they are in the area, because the instruction was that the offices must be visited.
Okay, at 561.
Before you do 561, can I just, in fairness to you, General, what I discussed with you about the alarm being, the service not being offered anymore for non-payment, Colonel Prinsloo, though, says elsewhere in his statement that on the day that the drugs were brought in and after locking up, they switched on the alarm system. So it seems that in 2021, there was an alarm that was working. You may not have been aware of it because you didn't ask the question, but he seems to say that. So I just thought, let me correct what may have been a misstatement.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Really appreciate it.
I think that the issue, Commissioner Beloy, is that the alarm is insufficient without being linked to a security company that will monitor the area. There'd be an armed response if there's something to alert, an alarm that will alert someone to do. Otherwise, you can just switch off an alarm and continue. And I think that's what Prinsloo was concerned about, and that's why he said that he was not comfortable with the drugs being stored in his office, as the security of my office is not up to standard.
No. I had put to the General that there was no alarm system at all. Yes, so that's all I'm correcting.
So I just need to complete these statements just for the sake of completeness. I did two affidavits. There's another at page 561, and this is a Van den Berg, and paragraph 2. And the question he's answering in paragraph 2 is, was instruction given to visit the office after hours and make an OB entry, and by who? And he says, I cannot remember being given such a direct instruction. So again, it comes back to this, what I was asking you, an instruction versus a request.
Commissioner.
So he says, let me just finish and then you can respond. I cannot remember being given such a direct instruction. I do remember Colonel Prinsloo repeatedly requesting the office members on morning parade to visit the office after hours when they can, or when they are in the vicinity of the office, due to the repeated problems we had with break-ins and attempted break-ins. Now, again, it's what the others were saying. It's like a nice to have. If you're in the area, pop in.
But, Ms. Hassim, I find it odd. These read the same, and I think this is the third one now. And they all read the same. I'm just making.
They are quite similar, and I think. I'm not going to speculate. There were obviously questions were being posed in a post-theft investigation, and I think that's why these affidavits were prepared. So questions were being posed, and the officers were answering. And other than that, I can't say more.
Did the same person draft the statements for them and basically note exactly the same thing? It's quite similar. I'm just making an observation.
I think it is important for me to put to the witness that there are a series of affidavits.
I'm not stopping you, Ms. Hassan.
And I don't know more than that. I do see that there are similarities,
yes.
And sometimes similarities are a good thing, and sometimes they're
There may be a bad
may raise
thing,
questions.
Commissioner?
Yes, General.
And then
I want to bring under the attention of the Commissioner that these statements were taken on the same month, and then I want to check same date, 2nd of September 2025. Hence, earlier I said the initial statements that the members have deposited are not here. So if one was having that, one would be able to do a comparison. But you 100%, because I was going to ask the commissioners that this it is a copy, sort of a copy and paste type of a statement. But thank you very much, commissioners.
Thank you, General. Yes, please continue, Mr.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Prince Lou's affidavit from 2022 says that he's had serious concerns about this. So I'm not going to go back to that. The next affidavit is at 567. And it's paragraph 3, and this is 567. 567. And as I say, I do think these were all taken in the course of a subsequent investigation. 567, it's a Captain Jeza. And in paragraph 3, he says, I do not remember being informed to visit office after hours during the night and weekends and make occurrence book entry prior or after the drugs were kept in the strong room. However, it was a common practice for members to visit office and write occurrence book if it happened that they had something to do in the office during weekends.
Commissioners?
Yes, General.
It is strange because in a lecture, all the members will be there when they are given this tasking. What he's saying, when you are in a lecture, all the personnel of your office are there when they are given this tasking by the Lieutenant Colonel. But he says this one doesn't even say we were asked to visit when we were there. Thank you, Commissioners.
Yes,
Mr. Sim, isn't really the point that Colonel Prinsloo does say that General Senona requested that the Shepson people do regular visits to the office after hours. When you started, I thought the point you were seeking to address is the specifics of it, because the general says, I gave them time frames, right? Within this period and that period, there must be people walk about. And then at 2 in the morning, between 2 and something. I thought that's the point you were exploring with him, whether he gave that specific instruction. But we have here Prinsloo that, as I understand, is in charge or something. It's his office. He does confirm that the general gave that instruction. That his members, he may not have conveyed that to his members, is a different conversation that the general, I don't know that there's value discussing that with the general, unless you're saying the general evidence is that he addressed everyone in that station and told them, this is what when this drug haul was brought in, and told everybody in the station that you are going to do it this way.
Well,
what is the point?
Well, there's 2 points. There's first of all, it's a question of there's conflicting versions here. And I'm trying to establish, because the general said at the time, that is at the time of the seizure of the drugs and storage, a specific instruction was given by him. And it was specific. It was to parole between certain hours and to make OB entries on those patrols. And we have General Prinsloo saying that General Senona requested us to have regular visit to the office after hours. And then we have other affidavits that say that Prinsloo did ask us, but he asked us to do it in this way. Now, why he did that, I don't know. But what I want to know from the general is if he insists that he made specific requests for specific hours to secure 200 million rand worth of cocaine at this office, whether he monitored and checked that those, because they are saying they didn't have that instruction. One way to know whether this happened was to see whether there were any OB entries. And I think what I'm also further saying is that as a head of the Hawks in KZN, where this value of cocaine is kept, that the provincial head has a particular and keen interest in ensuring the safety, and not to just say, well, my officers are there and I've given an instruction and I don't need to do any more. So that's really the thrust of what I'm trying to explore with the General. So, I mean, General, that really is the question, is whether, in the light of these sort of conflicting versions, and particularly, you know, Prince Lou himself saying that he made it known to the provincial office. I heard your response that as the head of the provincial office, it wasn't brought to your attention. But what did you do proactively to ensure that there was round-the-clock monitoring of this high value of cocaine stash at the Port Shepstone office?
I've answered this question earlier that I didn't go and check the OB entries if they were there. I didn't go, I answered. And after the theft, a lot of, I think also the OB was taken and everything. So I didn't go and visit. Look, if you are a head of the Hawks, I understand, or a head of an office or institutions, you have people who are doing certain responsibilities on your behalf. And I strongly believe that the actions that I've taken, from my perspective, they were sufficient enough. But today, before the commission, the commissioners have raised certain issues that I should have also considered. And I'm taking note of that. But asking one question over and over, that my answer will never change. It is still the same. I've never went and checked. Thank you, Commissioners.
Are you saying, with the benefit of hindsight, more could have been done to secure that cocaine, and you accept that? But at the time, you thought the steps you took were sufficient?
At the time, the steps I took were sufficient, but now I'm learning of new avenues that in the near future I must apply.
Because remember, my earlier criticism was I thought it was reckless that there's nobody guarding those drugs 24 hours a day. People just go there when they have time to simply walk past and check that everything is fine. And that was my criticism. I think, to be fair to you, you said you can see how I can look at it that way.
Correct, Commissioner. What is happening is that when you deal with a situation.
And sorry, I don't want you to repeat. I was simply making the point because Advocate Hassim, there are time constraints. So there's no need to repeat.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. I think the point is made. I just want to be clear that my questions were in two respects. One is whether you did it, and secondly, whether you considered it an obligation on you to do it. But I think you've answered both of those questions. So we're going to move on from there.
Regis, one last point. Have any arrests been made? Were these drugs ever found? Because we are 4.5 months, 4.5 years,
4 years
down the line.
Commissioners, I don't know. Ever since...
No. General, have arrests been made, yes or no? Have the drugs been recovered, yes or no? You can't say you don't know.
Remember what I said on Tuesday. The case docket and inquiries were taken away. And in that call-up instruction, they are reporting specifically to certain offices at head office, not to me. But I didn't hear any report that suggested that the drugs were recovered or there is any arrest. So I can't say with certainty because I'm not having inside information of what exactly is happening with the investigation. I am also surprised with statements that are taken after 4 years of this nature. What are these going to help us with the investigation?
Well, General, you are the head, and this happens under your watch. And so this is your loss, right?
Correct.
And you are one of the people that had access, that knew about this, where it is, you know the setup of the room, and where things are stored. I would have thought that as the owner of this, even though investigations are now happening elsewhere, you would ask. You are sufficiently interested. You need to know who of your people, if at all, have anything to do with this. I would have thought you would try to find out. We had witnesses from Ekurhuleni municipality where their matters are being dealt with by IPID. They didn't sit back. They came to testify and told us the countless times that they have chased up with IPID to find out, where are you with this? I've laid a criminal complaint and you're dealing with it. Where are you? So I'm quite surprised that something so major, that, as you said on day one, it's a blight on your record as well, and potentially you remain a person of interest as with the other people, because you knew about this hall, you knew where it was stored, and I would have thought that it's a matter that you would want to know, and you would chase up to see that head office gets to the bottom of how this happened. And it's difficult to understand that you have done nothing about it.
Commissioners, before the team was established and the case dockets and the inquiry file were taken, we were working on this. After they limited us there and they wrote that letter, I must tell you that it is difficult. It is difficult for me to check that in progress, because even when the team from head office visited KwaZulu-Natal, they never informed me they are there. Up until this day, when they come there, they don't say, General, we are here. We are. Even if they don't tell me what they're going to do with investigation of the theft, it's okay. You don't have to give me detail. They don't, commissioners. So it manifested this thing of me. I said, oh, if this is the situation, let me. Because I remember at one stage, I requested my supervisor that when members are moving from another province to another province, it is important to just let the provincial head know that we are in your area, not necessarily to say, because if the problems arises like with vehicles or any other problems, God forbid, if they are involved in a shooting incident with perpetrators, we need to know, oh, remember, we had our own people. But if you don't know, it is a problem. But the very same team that has been established, ever since they were established, they visited the province to come and do the investigations. I was not even informed about that.
Is there anything that precludes you from asking your supervisor what's happening with my drugs that were here? Those investigations. I know I would do that if I were in charge of people and my supervisor took over a matter from me, then I have an interest in the outcome because I want to get to the bottom of it. I would ask my supervisor, even in a letter, one line, what's happening with this matter? As Commissioner Khumalo says, it's 4.5 years later. The head of the DPCI, under whose watch this was taken, says, I don't know what's happening.
Commissioners, I understand what you are saying. I wanted to know the progress. I wanted to form part of the investigation. But once they decide they make a directive that these people will be the investigators, they will report to this one and monitor, and the deputy will monitor the progress on a weekly basis. That on its own, for me, it was an instruction that you don't interfere here. staying in your lane. That is how I took it when I read that letter, because it was sent to me as well. The call-up is the establishment of this task team to deal with this. That's what recorded in me. Maybe that's why I'm saying I don't know what is the current status of the case. But there was no reports of some sorts that suggested that there are arrests or there is a recovery. Commissioners.
Thank you. Ms. Asa?
Thank you. Commissioners, I'm going to move off the Port Shepstone, so if there are any other questions from your side, I'm covered. I only have
one last point before you move off it. From Colonel Prinslow's statement that you gave us, and this is still about, the measures that would have been in place to secure this. It seems that it was known, it was out there some way that Port Shepstone is keeping this valuable haul of drugs. And I say that because in that paragraph 10 of Colonel Prinsloo, he speaks about a Brigadier Naika who had come to his office to inspect certain SANEP dockets, privately said to talk to him about the cocaine that was stored in the safe. So it seems like not enough measures were taken to make sure this is secure. Not just anybody knows. Here's Naika from outside of all of this who knows about it.
Brigadier Naika, Commissioner, is a section head of SANEP, South African National Narcotics Enforcement Bureau. He oversees this type of drugs and some of the seizures. Now, you can see clearly here that when we store these drugs there, we never made a media statement about the storage or whatever and show. The only thing that happened, it was the bust at Isipingo. Now, you can see that within ourselves, somebody decided to inform Brigadier about the storage. So some of the things...
There was no reason for the Brigadier to know this.
Absolutely. So some of the things, commissioners, are difficult to manage. And some of the things like, I will give an example of, you can't police rape because it happens within and elsewhere. So it is it supports also my statement when I say somebody within the PCI KZN or even outside who knows the outlet of that office sold us.
And it could have been any one of you who knew about this.
It could have been,
yes.
But definitely it's not me.
Yeah, no, you say that, General.
If it was me, the investigation would have come and arrested me long time ago. I wouldn't have been sitting here, Commissioners.
Well, General, we don't know what's happening. But
come again?
Will you offer yourself to be submitted for the polygraph? You asked your subordinates to do it, but you didn't.
If my supervisor asked me to do that, I will gladly do it because he's got the powers to subject us to that. It's me who made the application. But the issue of saying I must volunteer, I didn't because the Act says he must commission it for me. I commission it for my members.
Yes, you can go to him and say, commission it. You can do that.
It never happened. I thought if there was at that stage he regarded me as a person of interest, he should have done that. So I can't answer on his behalf, Commissioners.
No, but General, that's not a satisfactory answer, though. You say that this theft, according to the way you saw it, this theft is an inside job, effectively, that someone who knew we have this and knows that place very well has something to do with this. And when I say that could also, that includes you, I don't say it flippantly. You are one of the people that knew exactly what's in there, and you know that place, as well as your juniors that you said should go to a polygraphy test. And to say you could have offered, you are a person of interest, even if your supervisor doesn't say. You become a person of interest because you're also in the same position as your subordinates that you said should go for this. And so the surprise, for lack of a better word, that you did not offer, you didn't say to your supervisor, I also want to take a polygraphy test, because you know in your heart and head, you say that you are not implicated. But you know appearances also matter. Who knew about this? It's an inside job. You don't offer, you don't say to your supervisor, I want to, and have your supervisor say to you, no, I don't think it's necessary. I'm not going to request you to do it. I think it is fair if it's a question, it's a matter of wonder but why did you not offer him? And have him requisition it or reject you and say, no, I don't think it's necessary. Because you're really situated exactly the same way as the juniors that you requested a polygraph for. You're not nothing other than your position as head of unit excludes you on these facts as a potential, and please hear me, I'm saying potentially. Nothing excludes you by virtue of your office from being one of the people that may have, been behind this. And I would have thought that concern would have made you say to your superior, I want you to subject me to a polygraph test.
Commissioner, I think the chairperson asked me the very same question, and I responded the very same way I am responding. It is an unfortunate situation that it never crossed my mind that I must offer myself, and I hear your points, and then as I indicated earlier, some of the things is a learning curve in the near future. Should you be faced with the same type of a situation, even if we won't store again there.
General, my question had moved on from the chairs. I was saying now, as we sit now, would you do that? So that's what I was saying. And you said, well, if your supervisor asks, then you would.
Are you insinuating that I must go tell my supervisor, put me under polygraph?
Yes.
For this thing?
Precisely.
It's too late.
Okay.
It's too late.
That's a different answer.
It's too late, Commissioners.
Chair, I'd like to move off this. It's just one last thing.
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you. It's one last thing, and it is, have we... Chair, what will be handed up,
Yes, Ms. Hassan.
what I'm handing up is a circular issued from by the National Commissioner on 30 December 2024.
We got two. Yes, Mrs.
The date is on the last page. It's 30 December 2024. It's a circular by the National Commissioner, General Mkhwanazi, and it relates to the processing of personal information. And I just wanted to ask you, General, whether you're aware of this circular. Have you seen the circular before?
I'm not quite 100% sure, but I'm aware of the POPIA Act.
Okay, we don't need to go through it in detail. I just want to draw your attention to just a couple of things. The first is the first paragraph. The management of the South African Police Service has noted with concern that personal information of persons is leaked to various social media platforms or recipients who are not entitled to have access to the information. This constitutes the unlawful processing of personal information. Do you see that?
Yes, Commissioners.
And then if you just turn over to paragraph 4, the circular says in the second sentence of paragraph 4, in terms of section 70 of the South African Police Services Act, it is prohibited to share official information with persons who are not employed by the SAPS or who are employed by the SAPS but are not entitled to access or view such information. So this, for me, is relevant to the questions that I was asking you regarding the Nangi documents that you sent to Kat Matlala. Would you agree that that would be in violation of this circular, submitting those documents to Mr. Matlala?
It is not, because I said this thing was in the public domain. I didn't take information from the police and give it to him. If I took information maybe from an office of the police that was not in the public domain and shared it with him, yes, I would be in violation. But in this instance of what you were asking me earlier, it is not in violation.
I think you need to read the circular quite closely then, so that you can apprise yourself of what the requirements are. It's quite specific, and paragraph 6 goes on to say employees may not indiscriminately forward message to groups, even SAPS groups, without first determining whether the recipients should have access to the information. So what the thrust of the circular is saying is that sensitive information, personal information, official documents of the SAPS should not be transmitted to any recipient not entitled to have access. It doesn't say that if it's already out in the public domain, then you may continue to do so.
Can you see that there is a gap that the employer must deal with it? Because it talks about here SAPS groups that are being created to deal with SAPS issues. But coming to the issue of Mr. Nangi, this was in a public domain but not in the SAPS groups.
No.
Even if you disagree with me, you say no, but commissioners, I never took information from SAPS groups and sent it to Mr. Matlala. Specifically that one of Mr. Nangi that the advocate is referring to. So, and this document, I must inform the commissioners, I got it during lunch. I didn't even happen to read and consult my legals with. I was busy eating and resting my mind to come back and respond to questions. So now I'm responding, I'm told no. If we don't agree, we don't agree, it's still okay.
We certainly don't agree. I did speak to your legal representatives and requested and confirmed with them that they would be fine with me bringing this to the attention of the Commission, and the purpose of which I wanted to do it. And I want to suggest that you are playing with words again by saying now you see this, it's talking about SAPS groups and this is not, and it's public domain, because the first paragraph I read to you could not be more plain. It says that the management is concerned, has noticed with concern that personal information of persons is leaked to various social media platforms or recipients who are not entitled to have access to the information. This constitutes the unlawful processing of personal information. It doesn't matter that somebody else has already transmitted this information. The duty is incumbent on each individual within the SAPS to comply with this. That's what I'm putting to you.
Commissioners, my understanding is the information in possession of the state. The information in possession of the state. That is my understanding of this paragraph.
Commissioners, sorry to interject. when we did have the conversation about this particular document, our legal team was okay with, of course, giving the document to Major-General Senona. However, I did state to the evidence leader that if Major-General Senona needs additional time to familiarize himself with the document, I think that it would only be fair that he take that time upon request to familiarize himself with the document. So if Major-General Senona is saying that perhaps maybe he needs additional time, then perhaps maybe the Commissioner should allow him additional time to sit with it a little bit longer, further consider it, and then perhaps maybe the evidence leader can continue.
I've not heard him say so, though. I'm understanding the General to be engaging with Ms. Hassim on the interpretation of the document. I did not once hear him say that he needs more time, unless I misheard.
And it was not conveyed to me, Chair, that he needs more time.
Sorry.
It was not conveyed to me that he needs more time. If it were conveyed to me, then I wouldn't have gone here.
I've not heard him say so, Ms. Or are you saying?
No.
You are, or are you asking that the General should be given more time?
Chairperson, I was merely informing the commissioners of the discussion that I had with the evidence leader. That's the only thing that I was stating. It just seemed as if Major-General Senona is, as he had stated that it was during lunchtime, he did not have enough time to actually go through the document. So as much as he did not say, I need more time, he indirectly communicated to the commissioners that it was during lunchtime. He did not have sufficient time to actually look through the document.
It's a 4-page document. It's 16 minutes past 4. Let's take a 5. Would 5 minutes be enough, General, for you to just go through the document? But as I said, I did not once hear you complain about needing time to go through the document. But let's just take a 5-minute adjournment. That will also help us with a body break.
Again,
will 4 minutes be enough for you to just go through the document?
10. I
10.
asked for 10.
That's in order.
It must be placed on record. I get this thing at lunch today.
Yes.
A new document again. It must be noted by the commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. At least you've indicated you want 10 minutes. Then 16:27. Let's adjourn. Ms. Hassim, do you still remember what your question was?
Yes, Chair. My question was whether, General, having seen the circular which was sent to you in December 2024, whether you agree that the sharing, well, not if you agree, I'm just saying to you that what the circular says is that there are particular requirements, obligations on all members of the service, okay? And the obligation is stated quite clearly in the first paragraph that members are not to share personal information with recipients who are not entitled to have access to the information, and that this constitutes the unlawful processing of personal information. And in paragraph 4, it states that in terms of section 70 of the SAPS Act, it's prohibited to share official information with persons who are not employed by the SAPS or not employed, who are employed by the SAPS but are not entitled to access or view such information. And in the light of the provisions that this circular reminds members of, your sharing of the Nangi documents violated these prescripts.
Thank you, Commissioners. I've read the document. This document is solely to regulate the leakage of information and personal information of personnel to various social media platforms or recipients who are not entitled to have access to the information. That is when you look at the very first paragraph. And for me, that affidavit of Mr. Nangi, when we go and read it, when you read it, it is actually some sort of a bail application, the majority of it, application affidavits. And further to that, this document says leakage of personal information to various social media or platforms as even recipient. Now, when a document, Commissioners, is already in the public domain, it is not covered by this circular. This circular talks about operational issues of the police and WhatsApp group that are being opened in this paragraph 8 of this document. And then when we look at the paragraph 4 that the advocate is referring to, is sharing official information with persons who are not employed by the SAPS. But the issue of sharing something that is already in the public domain does not conform to the requirements of this document, this circular. This circular talks about you take information within the SAPS systems and everything, you send it to another person that is not supposed to have it. It doesn't address those issues that are already in the public domain. There's no sentence that says even information that is already in the public domain, you are not supposed to share it. And I've already indicated, Commissioners, earlier, yesterday when I was vigorously questions about this thing that of Mr. Nangi, that information was in the public domain. And according to my interpretation of this document, I think I've addressed the Commissioners. Thank you.
General, are you saying that if there's information that's clearly the sort of personal information that should not be shared in contravention of the POPI Act, once it happens to be out there, you as a police officer will then distribute it as much as you like throughout the country Is that what you are saying?
Not that, Commissioner. Yesterday when I responded, I said I only read the affidavit of Mr. Nangi. I never realized the magnitude of the documents and everything that were there, Commissioners. If I said, I want to say, you know, if I happen to see those ID numbers and everything, Commissioners, I don't know how, I think I would have done something, but I only saw the affidavit, I read those paragraphs, I send it. That is what I say. But what the Commissioner is asking me, I understand in relation to the POPI Act, but this is a circular by the police, not the Act itself. It is giving certain directives that this is how information must be protected of the members, but they gave this directive in line with the POPIA Act, according to my understanding and the little time that I got here.
Exactly.
So I really understand that, yes, Commissioners. Yes. But I've already, sorry?
I was just listening to the emphasis you lay on the information already being out there. It just sounded as though you were saying, once it's out there, that's it, then whoever is affected by the information is fair game. I'm distributing it as much as I like. I, as General Senona, am distributing it as much as I like.
This emphasis is as a result of that document was already there, and then this other important information that was there that Commissioner Kumalo was engaging me on yesterday. By the time I sent it, I didn't see it. As I indicated, I only read the affidavit of Mr. Nangi. Thank you, Commissioner.
So you only read the body of the affidavit. You did not read what was at the top.
The entire document.
So are you suggesting that you did not even see the names of the people listed there? So yes, please respond. You did not even see the names at the top before the body of the affidavit. Is that what you are suggesting?
Where I found those documents, when I opened it, the first thing it was the affidavit.
Please answer the question directly. So you are saying all you saw and read was the body of the affidavit, and these names, ID numbers, and so on, and sometimes even phone numbers, I think, that appear above the body of the affidavit. You did not see, you did not read any of that. Is that what you are suggesting?
Correct, Commissioner.
Odd, but I'll leave it there.
General, let me tell you why your evidence is not droppable. The affidavit starts on page 7 of the dossier that you shared. The dossier itself is 200 pages long. And it starts on page 65.
220, Commissioner Mkhwanazi.
65 for file 1 of 3. The question the chair is asking you, the very first thing you should have seen is the details of the individuals, the case number, the sub-stamp, the ID numbers, and the 6 police officers who are respondents in the complaint. Because the affidavit is page 7. But pages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, those are the details of the individual police officers. Starts on page 65.
I'm there, Commissioner.
And it's Annexure SEN2.
I'm there, Commissioner.
The first page, there's a police stamp. It's a sub-stamp, so it tells you that this is a SEPS document. Then you have the 2 complainants, Nangi and Brides. Then you have the Metro Police Respondent 1, Mr. Mohammed. Then you have Respondent 2, Mr. Yassin. Then you have Respondent 3, Mr. Yakub. Then you have Respondent 4, Captain. 5, Constable. 6, Colonel. 7, KZN Police Commissioner General Mkhwanazi. 8, Colonel Governor. And their details are there, their personal details. The affidavit starts on page 7, which would be 71 of that bundle. And much later, even Mr. Nangi's ID number, you have no business sharing Mr. Nangi's ID number. You have no business sharing his cell phone number. You are breaking the law, everything that you are doing. You've got dockets in that dossier. These are SAPS documents. You were not just sharing an affidavit, you were sharing the entire dossier relating to the Nangi case. Over 200 pages worth of it. And there's no way those documents could have been in the public domain. Unless you can show this commission which newspaper article annexed to all these 220 odd pages, such that they would have been in the public domain. Unless you can show us that, I'm not prepared to accept that this were in the public domain.
I have commented yesterday. I'm not going to comment now, Commissioners.
I'll just say in conclusion then, Chair, that it's unfortunate that we had to traverse this ground again. I thought it would have been obvious that, and particularly since I heard the General accept yesterday that had he seen it, he would not have done it if he had seen the information. I just want to get an answer from you, a final on this, that whether you still, as you sit here, say that you did not breach this circular.
Yes.
Given everything that's been put to you again today.
Correct, I didn't breach it.
I think you are wrong, and that it probably should take some further advice on how to handle official information and personal information in your position, General.
Sorry about that, Ms. Hassan. Sorry to you too, General.
Chair, I have no further questions for the witness. I'm concluding my session.
And Ms. Hassan, where do these go? What do we call them?
Thank you for reminding me, Chair. They will be marked.
Sorry. It's
the circular.
The statement by Officer Prinsloo. I've forgotten his rank, and then the circular that from the National Commissioner dated 30 December 2024.
Chair, could we mark the affidavit from Prinsloo, Exhibit 62A?
62A. That's our question. Yes.
And the circular from the National Commissioner should be marked Exhibit 62B.
62B. Thank you, Ms. Hassan. Ms. Mafisa, is this the point where I thank the General and announce that he's excused?
Indeed, Commissioners, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Mafisa. General, thank you very much for a long 3 days of testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Am I excused?
No. 3 days, probably 4 days. Oh, yes, yes, General.
I'm checking, Commissioner. Am I excused?
Yes, General.
Da.
You are excused, and thank you very much. Thank you, General.
Okay, Samani. Da.
Really, thank you.
Thank you, General.
Are we continuing at 9:30 tomorrow?
I believe so, Chair.
Let's adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.
Chief, hey, tell me, why are you taking pictures of my phone, of my car? Why are you taking pictures of my car? No, what are you doing? Let's see. No. Why are you taking pictures of my car? Huh? You're taking, no. Let me show you. You're taking pictures of my car. Why are you taking pictures of my car?
Mr. What's his name?
Why are you taking pictures of my car?
The one guy asked me to do it.
Who's that? Who asked you to take pictures of my car? No.
It's Mr. Eugene Petter.
It's Eugene Petter.
Yeah, he asked me to do it. So I just followed instructions. He said to me, there's a car CH. This is the registration number. I must take picture, must send it to him. I don't know.
Send it to him?
Yeah.
Pit out?
Yeah. But I didn't send it to him yet. But you can see it.
So why are you taking pictures of my car? This is my car.
I don't know. He asked me, so I don't know. I'm just following instructions.
You're working on instruction?
Yeah. He asked me and so I done it.
I'm deleting now.
Okay. Sorry, sir. I didn't know.
You're taking pictures of my car, my man.
I don't know, sir.
Go to your delete. Go to your delete there. Go to your permanent delete there. Go to your permanent delete. I want to see you delete the thingy. There's your bin. Why are you taking pictures of my car?
They've asked me to do it. So I don't know. So I'm just.
Without asking you to do it.
Yeah. He said to me, go, there's a car, the registration, there's the one. He said, Charlie, go and take a picture and send it to me. I don't know why, sir.
Is it?
I don't know who's.
Okay, no, go now. Go tell him I found you. Go.
Are you happy, Chief Whip?
Yeah, just one or two questions because there's something not clear about it. The first one is that I thought in your statement, maybe I'm wrong, the person who was taking photos was one of the police officers. Am I right?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Who did you say it was?
Captain Frank Potgieter. Yes.
And he was taking them for?
On behalf of Colonel Pitout, who was instructed by General Khumalo. Colonel Pitout, if I may say, just briefly, used to come to my home without, the way General Patlan is home, that is the way it was happening to me as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, okay, but I thought the recording we might hear where it is being said that I'm taking this for so and so, like you are saying in a statement.
Okay. So, Colonel Pitout was reporting under General Khumalo. And he was instructed by General Khumalo. Then, after that, he then tasked Captain Potgieter to take the pictures of my vehicle. It's something similar that happened when General Sibia, when General Khumalo was testifying at the at the Madlanga Commission, where they took a picture of the car that General Sibia was traveling in, and they, then did a check or whatever, and they presented it there. But the car was mine, and yeah.
Oh, I get that, Chair. I wanted to be. I thought the recording is going to give us the details as you presented on the affidavit. Yes, I thought the recording was going. That's why I had an interest that we were going to hear you or whoever involved saying, yes, I'm taking these pictures on the basis of a directive from General Sibia General Khumalo, because he wanted to do certain things. So I can't find that on the recording. That's why I'm saying,
I mean, it was of great value to me on the basis that I was assuming is going to cover that conversation. But otherwise, on my part, Chair, thanks. I don't know with you.
Thank you so much. We have come to the end. We are releasing you, Mr. Tlongwane, Diane. Thank you so much for spending the 2 days with us. We are now going to take a break until 20 minutes past 5. When we come back from break, Advocate, you are going to lead evidence until 6 o'clock. And then from there, members will start asking questions from 6 o'clock until 12 o'clock midnight. If we cannot finish tonight, we will start again at 7 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Thank you. May you stand up and leave the chambers for break. Are you good?
I'm okay, Chairperson, and how are you?
I'm going to, SC, can we confirm that Mr. Mlandu is the witness that we expected?
Honorable Chair, honorable members, yes, Honorable Chair, I can confirm this is
And then
Mr. Mlandu has been waiting patiently to give his testimony. Thank you.
are there any remarks you want to make before we administer oath on him?
The affidavit that he has submitted is also quite substantial. In discussion with Mr. Mlandu, we will try to reduce it as much as possible so that he can highlight only the key features he wishes to do so. And we hope to do all that in I think in the half an hour that you've allocated. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mlandu, you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee which investigate allegations that have been made by KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Police Commissioner Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. You have been invited here to provide information and help the committee in its oversight work as it investigates the following allegations: the alleged unlawful disbandment of the political killings task team, otherwise known as the PKTT or NPKTT. Number 2, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the SAPS, the South African Police Services. Number 3, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public. And lastly, political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending this invitation to you, Mr. Mlandu, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. Mr. Mlandu, please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. Mr. Mlandu, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before the House or a committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. Mr. Mlandu, you are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give shall be truthful. Which one do you elect?
Can take an oath, Chairperson.
You have elected to take an oath. May you please follow me as I dictate. May you please say aye and state your names in full.
I, Mr. Mlandu.
So that the evidence I shall give.
So that the evidence I shall give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
And so help me God.
Thank you so much, Advocate Arendse and Mr. Mlandu. Good luck in the presentation of evidence we shall meet again at 6 o'clock.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Mr. Landu, you are currently employed in the office of the city manager of the city of Johannesburg as a special projects advisor.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? You say that in relation to the matters mainly concerning General Sabia, that you're going to talk to us about. You became aware of this from whistleblowers, reading documents, analyzing information that you had gathered since you were employed as the executive director. Was that in the city of Nkululweni?
No, it was in the city of Johannesburg.
In the city of Johannesburg itself.
Yes, sir.
From the period of 2018 November to August 2022.
Yes, sir.
And then you rejoined the city on the 1st of July 2023.
Yes, sir.
And you then say in your affidavit that since 12 July 2019 to date, you have been dealing with alleged rogue, clandestine, and unlawful activities of the former group head of Group Forensics and Investigation Services, Mr. Sabia, before they became of national security concern. The Mr. Sabia you referred to in your affidavit, is that the same General Sabia?
Yes, it is General Sabia.
Who's now in suspension. And then you here because you say you are mentioned in a statement and the evidence of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, both before the Madlanga Commission and before the ad hoc committee. And therefore you're a witness in these proceedings.
Yes, sir. When Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi appeared before the Madlanga Commission in paragraph 259 up until to paragraph 266 of his statement, he addresses matters that pertains to me in relation to how I sought to prevent the re-employment of General Sabia by the South African Police Service. So he deals with that. He records reports that I would have submitted to the Minister of Police. But what he doesn't know, he only records one report, only to the Minister of Police. The same report was also sent to the Minister of Cocta, but there are two reports in all. There's another one of the 29th of July, which is a supplementary report. So, but he doesn't deal with that. So I will then, in my evidence, I'll be dealing with everything that I would have placed before the ministers, for the ministers to act.
Sorry, Honorable Chair. Do you want to address us and just give us some short background to the appointment or before the appointment of General Sabia, before he was employed in the current position from which he's been suspended, of course, as Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection on 1 July 2022?
Yes. So when I wrote to the ministers, in the main, I wanted to communicate a message that they are about to appoint someone who, in actual fact, should be charged criminally. And I say this because all the evidence that we have here, even long before I write to the ministers, on the 22nd of April, General Sabia himself had voluntarily placed this evidence in his High Court affidavit. So by the time I write to the ministers, I write to the ministers on evidence that he himself has placed out there publicly. So what does this evidence then say? And I capture this in paragraph 14 and 15 of my statement. As to the employment of General Sibia, the employment of General Sibia is a simple one. He applies to be a unit head in the city of Johannesburg. And the advert goes out in October 2016. Then the interviews run on the 7th of November, and General Sibia is appointed on the following day, and he becomes the unit head. That's basically the only appointment letter that General Sibia has. A unit head in the city of Johannesburg is a director.
Yeah.
All right. So that's happened in 2016 in November. In January 2017, General Sibia is masquerading as a head of department. In actual fact, there's a report that he signs. In this report, he signs this report as if he's a head of department. Even though he's appointed as a unit head, this report, he signs it through a title that nobody else knows, of a commissioner. So in that report, it says that General Sibia was appointed now as the head of chiefs. That's a report in January. So in the space of 2 months, you've got someone who comes in November as a unit head. In January, this person is a group head. There is no recruitment process for the second appointment. Nobody knows how General Sibia becomes a head of department. So when you go to that report, the one that says he is now a head of department.
And who is responsible for that?
For that report?
Really unlawful appointment.
You
say there was no process that was.
According to the affidavit of General Sibia, he was appointed through a report that was signed by Mr. Mashaba. So, and when you go to that report, indeed, it have got a signature of Mr. Mashaba. But there's a list of officials.
And Mr. Machapi.
Mr. Mashaba.
Mashlaba.
Mashaba, the former mayor of Johannesburg, Mr. Mashaba.
Oh, Mashlaba.
Yes, Mashaba. So he says that in his own state affidavit before court that he was appointed through a report signed by Mr. Mashaba. If you've been in local government, there's no report of a mayor that can appoint anybody. The mayors don't have appointing powers.
Even executive mayors?
No, can't appoint an official. There are two institutions that appoint, authorities that appoint officials. It's the council, it appoints heads of departments. Then the next one is the city manager. So even if you had wanted to dream that there was an appointment done by Mr. Mashaba, that would have been a bogus appointment because in any event, he doesn't have any power to appoint. Two, there would not have been an appointment simply because there ought to have been a recruitment process before that. So that's January and November. The nice thing about it, SC, is that this plan to make Shadrack Sibia a head of department is hashed on the 4th of November, 3 days before he's appointed. A legal opinion is sought to check as to whether, even though he's applying to be a unit head, he's going to be interviewed for a unit position. A legal opinion is being sought as to whether he cannot be made a head of department. And the legal opinion says, no, you can't do that. And that legal opinion is dated the 8th of November 2016, a day after General Sibia had attended an interview. So it starts there, it gets hashed there. The legal opinion, the nice thing about it, again, it have got the same signatures. The same signatures of the very people who are going to say General Sibia is an HOD.
Then you take a breath. Take a breath. we are on a donkey cart and you are on a motorbike.
Okay. Sorry, sir.
The chronology that you give us here is very important. Don't be agitated. Just relax so that we were able to follow what you are saying. When was, you say the date of the 4th is the date on which the legal opinion was sought?
Is the 8th, apologies, Chairperson. Is the 8th.
No, the 8th is the date on which the legal opinion is received.
That's the date that I want to refer to because I would not know when exactly it would have been sought, but it would have been after the 4th.
When did you have sight of, sorry, Chair. When did you have sight of the legal opinion? And was it when you were in the city manager's office?
Yes, during the moment when I was in the city manager's office. Remember, in my statement, I said to you, these things were brought to our attention by various whistleblowers in the city of Johannesburg. And that happens early in 2022, all of these documents and what had transpired here. So that happens early in 2022.
So when you take us back now to 2016 and his appointment then and the legal opinion, that's after you had now fact-checked
Yes.
the whistleblowers' allegations that were made in 2022.
Yes, in early in 2022. But remember, I said to you, there's already his affidavit placing these documents, 80% of them on an affidavit at the High Court. So that's what we were dealing with here. So what the chairperson was.
And what was that application, the High Court application?
Okay.
We
know
of the one between him and the National Commission of Police. It's not that one.
It's not that one.
Yeah.
So what happens is once this information was brought to our attention in the office of the city manager, we then ask a firm, a legal firm, to give us a preliminary view. What are they saying from these documents? And that report is called the Zebediela report, and you shall find is Annexure MM2. It's on page 2 to page 72.
All right.
It's on page 2 of my affidavit. It's on page.
No, the report itself.
It's on page 31. My apologies. Page 31 to page 72. It's called a document review report. So we took all of this information. We gave it.
For ease of reference, the page numbers that you're going to refer to, especially annexures.
It's annexures, yes. It's annexure MM.
The numbers in Koki on the bottom right.
Yes, these annexures that are in Koki pen. So those are numbers in Koki pen. So everything in Koki pen. So on page 31 to page 72, these lawyers give us this. They say, look, and if in this report they say we advise you to launch a full-blown investigation. So they review all of these documents and then they say, we advise you to launch a full-blown investigation because there seems to be prima facie evidence that General Sibia was fraudulently employed or unlawfully employed. So all that this thing says, do a full-blown investigation.
So was this, I'm looking now at page 72, the recommendations start at page 70.
Yes, Chair.
And for example, then on page 71, 10.1.1, that the purported conversion of Mr. Sabia's employment and conditions of service be rescinded in terms of the Systems Act, and that his contract of employment be treated as a 5-year fixed-term contract as is provided for in the legislation. Then it refers to his substantive position as unit head.
Yes,
Was made
Chairperson.
redundant in 2017. That an independent investigator be appointed to investigate Mr. Severe's appointment as unit head.
Yes,
And
Chairperson.
subsequent irregular and unlawful conversion
Yes.
of his appointment.
Yes.
And that the council in 10.2 must take the following actions.
Yes.
They must authorize 10.2.1 on page 72.
Yes,
City the
Chairperson.
manager to appoint an independent investigator and should place Mr. Sabia on immediate suspension pending
Yes.
the outcome of such investigation.
Yes.
And then to appoint a senior counsel with experience in the field of intelligence to conduct an investigation
Yes.
into matters, and again, should place Mr. Sabia.
Yes.
So these recommendations, the report goes to the speaker and to members of council, and also that the report be submitted to the public, the then public protector,
Yes.
and to the Inspector General at the time, Mr. Dintwe.
Yeah, reading on page 31.
So were those actions taken?
That's the point. Is that the moment the report, we hand it over to Mayor Palazzi and to Speaker Dagam. No, they blocked the report from entering council. This is when then it created an opportunity for General Sabia to launch this High Court application to set aside this report. I mean, how do you go to court and set aside what is clearly legal opinion? So he goes to court, he does that, but here's the benefit. When we were preparing to oppose him.
So it was all contrived.
Yes.
He knew that he goes to court, it's not going to be opposed.
Yes, so there was already a decision taken behind our backs. Remember, we are the ones who oppose the office of the city manager. Behind our backs that he's not going to be opposed. And that is why in his affidavit, he was honest enough to place all documents about his appointment, even though it's highly questionable and unlawful, because he knew he's going to get an unopposed order. And that's exactly what happened.
And then what do you at the time were you aware of this opinion and the recommendations?
Remember this report, this advisory report.
But then at the time you weren't aware, or when do you become aware of the?
You mean the advisory report?
Yeah.
From Zebediela Tennis.
Yeah.
We commissioned that report because what happened is that once we got all of this information from the whistleblowers, we commissioned to say, advise us how to treat all of these things. But because at that time he knows he's going to be protected, so it gets stopped. It never reached council. And suddenly a high court application comes, decisions are taken, it must not be opposed, to save General Sabia. The point that I'm raising, Chairperson, is that when he came here, the first thing that he told these members of parliament, he says I was cleared by a court. Doesn't tell you the story.
It was an unopposed application, court application.
He got it unopposed. The lawyers that we had appointed, there's an email that says, do not oppose. So that he comes into platforms like this and claim to have been cleared. The nice thing about it is that didn't save him. Because right somewhere in 2023, another report managed to enter council. Why? There was a shift of power early in January. Early in January, there's a shift of power.
In the city of Joburg.
In the city of Joburg.
How many shifts of power?
I don't know how many shifts, but I know about that one. So once the shift of power happens, then the administration moved away from the DA to the ANC, as you guys will know, it's public information, Chief Whip, to the ANC. So that is when the opportunity to go to council arises. And the speaker at that time is Speaker Colleen Makubele. So she opens up a space for these things to enter council. And that is why then, once it entered, that investigation that he thought he's going to avoid.
And where is Mr. or General Lesetja then?
Is gone. He's gone to the South African Police Service at that time because he leaves end of June 2022. He leaves. And then...
Was that shortly after he claims he was cleared by a court?
Exactly.
With his unopposed application?
Exactly. So he leaves. He goes and joins the South African Police because at that time he had won. I think he had won a case of reinstatement. So he was going to be reinstated as the component head for organized crime, if I still recall. So that's the 1st of July 2022. On this other side, all things are still blocked. Remember, he must be protected. All things are still blocked. But then there was a shift of power, as I say. But that shift of power becomes real in January 2023. And that's when then another report went to the council. And that's what you see on page 30, where council then says, on page 30 in an extra MM1.
30.
Page 30.
Yeah.
No, the bold, the cookie pen, let's see. An extra MM1. On the 21st of June 2023, the council then decided that everything that was ever said about General Lesetja must be investigated. And that is why then you see here, there was a committee that was established by council to look into these matters. And that information is also important for the committee, that what I'm saying here is evidence that I've already given before this committee that you see on page 30. Everything that I'm saying here has been given there as evidence. It's public information because this committee was running public hearings. So my affidavit in that committee is there. It have got exactly the same things that I'm saying here.
Now, just pause at page 30. This is the terms of reference of the Special and Independent Investigation Committee.
Yes, sir.
The Speaker notifies the public that on 13th ordinary meeting on Wednesday, 21 June 2023, Council resolved to appoint a Special and Independent Investigation Committee. The committee is appointed to investigate the lawfulness or otherwise of the establishment of the Group Forensic and Investigation Services, as well as allegations of improper and unlawful conduct on the part of GIFS. So no specific mention is made of General Lesetja in these terms of reference.
Yes.
Yeah. And then,
if you continue to read, it says the said complaints relate to allegations of fraud, corruption, maladministration, breach of law by GIFS and others, and in particular to the establishment of GIFS as a separate unit or department, its inherent powers without approval by the municipal council, and the appointment of the head of GIFS. So there it is.
Oh, is that the reference to Lesetja?
Yes, without compliance with the applicable recruitment process and even his own unlawful investigations that he was conducting. So it's quite a comprehensive scope.
But by now he's already out of the system.
But this is important because council take this decision, Chairperson, on the 21st of June 2023. A week later, General Lesetja is about to be promoted to be the Deputy National Commission. And that's very important for this commission. And he had come here saying, I was appointed and promoted because I was cleared. And I'm demonstrating to you that a week before, a comprehensive investigation is being launched by council. So had General Cele or General Masemul have done a proper vetting. They should have just called the city of Johannesburg and say, is there any things that are outstanding about this fellow? Because if you read the letter of appointment of General CB, he must give a certification that is a man of proper conduct. That's what is required of him. There's a certificate that he must file with Masemul. They did not do proper vetting. We would have told them that no, that fellow, as far as I and others are concerned, he's a fugitive from the law. He had not been cleared by the city of Johannesburg. And this is important for two reasons.
Well, it's not quite a fugitive from the law. Is if these allegations that were found to exist against him or to be believed, then he's not a man or a person of integrity to hold such a high position. And of course, his failure to disclose even the fact that there was such an investigation and that findings were made that his appointment there as group head was unlawful or irregular. He didn't make those disclosures.
No, he would not have, because he has told you here that as far as is concerned, he was cleared. Sorry?
He was cleared in court.
He said, when he appeared before you, said three things. He said, I was cleared by the court, I was cleared by the public protector, I was cleared by the SSA. And I've demonstrated to you in respect of one, or the fourth one was that he said he was cleared by the NPA. I've demonstrated in respect of the court one too, that it was an unopposed order. Favor was done. I will say to you, without even hearing it from me, there's a letter of the public protector, I think it was read here, by Honorable Shongo. The public protector says, no, I didn't know about the allegations of fraud around you. Did not investigate that. So the public protector can't clear you on something that she never investigated. She said, evidence was concealed from me. There's a letter in this record, and I will refer to it at some stage. So we know that the public protector did not clear him because evidence of his malfeasance in respect of his appointment and corruption was never placed for the public protector.
And you had brought this to the attention of the then Minister of Police, was that General Mkhwanazi. Go to MM9. MM9 on page 114.
114.
Yeah. This is I'm not sure whether it's Mr. or Mrs. or what the title, but Pokani, Phokane, and Pokani is writing back to you.
Council, where are you?
On page 114, annexure MM9.
114. So, if with your indulgence, Chairperson, we may want to start on page 88. That's where my report is to General Bekicele. What it does, it talks about the very things. Now, this report is dated 20 June 2022. Council at this stage still blocked because the...
Okay, letter or it's on a Joburg 20 June. It's on page 88.
Yes.
And
if you go on page 90, it's the same letter to the Minister of Cocta. So I'm writing to two ministers about this, the one of local government and the one where CBI is living.
MM6 is to the Cocta Minister, yes.
Yes,
yeah.
to the minister where he is going. And then on page 92, MM7.
And the annexure that I refer to, MM9 on 114, that is where your letter, it should be of June, not one, or it says 1 August.
Yeah, let me assist to council.
Acknowledged by the minister.
Let me assist to council. On page 92, it's MM7. So when I wrote to the ministers, I would have attached the entire report about the conduct of Sebia on page 92. right?
That is to the Speaker
Yes. So
and to the Public Protector.
It's a report that the Speaker was blocking from entering council. So it would have been my report that I would have, I started internally before I go external. So I attached that report to say, I've already satisfy the internal process. Then if you go on page 106, it's MM8. I then supplement my report, both to the Minister of Police and the Minister of COPTA. So I supplement, because at this time, we have become aware that not only this General Sibia is fraudulently employed, we've discovered that he has also bought a spyware. And there's a letter of the SSA that gives the name to this spyware at this time. And I will take you to that letter at some stage. So,
what page is that, the reference to the spyware of this annexure?
It's on page 106, where annexure MM8.
Yeah, I'm on page 106.
Yes, if you read the heading of the report, it says that a supplementary report to request action to be taken regarding the evidence of state security agents, which implicates the then fraudulently employed head of chiefs on crime intelligence-related offenses. So this is where we discovered that in 2019, he has been owning, since April 2019, he's been owning a spyware. And so I then supplement my report, right? And that report goes on up until to page 113. Now, I'm in the annexure where you were. So, page 114 is annexure MM9. Now you've got the minister's office. The only minister who responded to me is Minister Cel, and this is very material for this committee. He was here. What did he say? He said, I don't know who this Mesuli is. Who? Mesuli? Who? Mlandu? I don't know that person. 2, I've never received any report from Mlandu. And 3, who the hell he think he is that he can write to the minister? Those are the 3 things that he said here. Now, if you read...
You're quoting him.
No. Who does he think he is?
Strong, although we sometimes even stronger language.
Yes, who does he think he is? Can he write to the minister? And I just want to read the email to place him before you, that this is the email from the Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff is M. Pokane, and it is dated the 4th of August, 2022. So M. Pokane...
Where are you now? Which page?
On page 114.
Oh, sorry.
On page 114.
Oh, Pokane.
So if you look at the heading of the email, it talks about my supplementary report. He says, and you look at it, it's addressed to so many people, not just me, even there's a DPSI, I don't know who are those people there. He says, good day, Mr. Mlandu. Your below email dated 1 August with the above subject matter and attached report is hereby well acknowledged by the Office of the Minister of Police. The contents of the report has been brought, not will be brought, has been brought to the attention of the Minister, and the necessary feedback shall be submitted in due course. I trust the above is well in order. Here is a former national minister appearing on a platform that is as serious as this, ridiculing me, ridiculing my efforts to fight fraud and corruption, speaking as if I am nothing. He did not know that I've got an email sitting somewhere that I will introduce before this committee from his own office. And I will request that this committee pay attention to this. You can't afford to have such a senior figure in our public service coming here to tell lies. And if this committee is going to be a place where people can just come and speak and say things, ridicule executives. I mean, I was an executive in the city. I was not a junior official. In actual fact, I was an executive. He said here, he knew the chief of police and all of those people. A chief of police in the city of Johannesburg is junior to me. He knew my juniors, but he was busy here ridiculing me as if I'm junior. So All I'm saying to you is that here's the email. His office says my reports were brought to his attention. So I reported these things to both Minister Cele and Minister Ngadimik, and both of them never acted.
Yeah.
So by the time, because it's still August 2022, there's going to be a promotion of Sibiya in July, of General Sibiya in July 2023. So they knew about this. They knew about it. Thanks, Chair.
So, do you summarize the what you call the incriminating evidence against General Sibiya, where you reference 3.5 million rand of fraud, 7.9 million rand of crime intelligence, and 580 million of corruption relating to other offences?
Yes.
And you say that is substantiated.
Yes.
Or was that disclosed by him in his own affidavit in the High Court?
No. What General Sibiya tells us, places all records of his appointment. And I think it's only fair, Chairperson, that at least I point you to these records so that we've got the same understanding as me. So what I will do, I'm just going to point you quickly to the appointment letter of General Sibiya so that you can see where he's appointed as a unit head. Then I'm going to jump and go to a report of 4th November, the legal opinion. And this report, this bogus report, that makes him a head of department. Can I just do that quickly?
Yes.
All right. On annex in Annex MM18, it's on page 217. 217. So we are just going to note these documents so that I don't detain you longer than is usual. What you have in Annex MM18 on page 217,
yeah,
you've got an appointment letter of General Shedrack Sibiya.
But sorry,
page 217.
3.
217.
There's 3 bundles. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Nadu.
Yes, 217.
Yes.
Is the appointment letter of Mr. Sibiya. It's dated the 8th of November 2016. So all of us now, we know he's appointed as a unit head. So in the city of Johannesburg, that will be a director, and it's going to earn the amount that appears there. I don't want to expose the general. But this document, again, was placed by him. It's publicly available in his court papers. So it's dated the 8th. Then if you go on page 218, it's signed by the previous city manager of the city of Johannesburg, Comrade Fowler. Then on page 219, is signed by General Sibiya accepting the appointment.
Yeah.
So this is the only appointment letter that we have in the city of Johannesburg. It's in November. This is the only appointment letter that you are going to find in the court papers of Mr. Sibiya. So now we know. Then I want us to go. So in page 217, if you look at the department that is appointed as a unit head 4 is called the Group Risk and Assurance Services. So he's going to be the unit head for Group Security and Investigation in the Group Risk and Assurance Services.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the department. Whilst this was happening, before this appointment, before this appointment, so the advert had gone out in October. Before this appointment, a decision is taken that actually that section of the investigation in the Group Risk and Assurance Department will be taken out and a new department will be formed. That is being done on the 4th of November 2016. So I will take you to that report. It's on MM20 on page 227. On page 227, MM20. So they decide to restructure a new department called the Group Forensic and Investigation Services. We know that his appointment letter says he's appointed at GIRAS. But on the 4th, there's a new department that has been formed. Now, this report, if we go forward with me, so that we can see the signatures on this report, you shall find the signatures on page 232.
232.
232. So these are the signatures that includes the signature of Mr. Mashab. So they are restructuring on the 4th of November a new department. And that department is going to be called GFIS. If you can just indulge me a little bit on page 229 so that I can make this distinction, because this report is material to my evidence. On page 229 of that report, I'm reading on paragraph 3.5, and the subheading there, the heading says summary of the changes and material changes proposed. So that's paragraph 3.5. I'm only interested in C, paragraph 3.5C. It says, the good practice for this type of position. Now we know that's a position as a head of GFIS. Mr. Sibia is appointed as a unit head in GIRAS. It says, C, the good practice for this type of position is that the contract of the incumbent is not renewed on the expiry to ensure continued independence of the function. Hence, the incumbent to be appointed on a 5-year fixed-term contracts. So we know that whoever is going to be the head of this department shall be appointed on a fixed-term contract. I want you to go on paragraph 3.7, where a distinction is being made. And I'm reading the first bullet. It says, the recruitment of the unit head. This is where General Sibia is. It says, the recruitment of the unit head for group security and investigations and Deputy Director Fraud and Investigation is currently in progress. So you can have a sense that there's going to be a head of the department who's going to be on a 5-year fixed-term contract. But there's an acknowledgement that we have already advertised the unit head position. So this report is very important because this is where the confusion comes. You would think later that General Sibia is appointed to be the head of this department. No, that's what this report makes as a distinction. So that's the second document I want to place before you. And then the third document that I want to place before you is an MM21. So we know that his position is different from the position of the head. The head shall be on a 5-year contract. His position is advertised as a permanent position, and it's been recognized here that it shall be a unit head in this new department. If we then go to MM21.
But whose responsibility is this now legally? He's applied for a job. He gets appointed to the job, a job that appears to have also now been redesigned, refashioned, restructured. But is that any fault of his? Is he involved, or are you alleging some kind of a conspiracy between him and the decision makers?
Yeah, just indulge me.
Is this a purely legal technical point?
No, just indulge me a little bit. I'm going to the legal opinion because I need to establish for you on the document that are placed by him. So on the legal opinion. So what then happens when he's about to start as a unit head? That's MM21 on page 233. A legal opinion is sought. Page 233. A legal opinion is sought. And this legal opinion is provided by the legal department of the city of Johannesburg. And again, it runs from page 223 to page 237. I wanted to go to page 237. You must again see that the legal opinion is signed by the city manager, the head of legal, and again, Mr. Mashab. All right? Now, I want to draw your attention to this legal opinion on page 234. On page 234, and that will answer your question, Council. And under the application of Section 56 of the Systems Act, Section 56 of the Systems Act is a section that regulates the appointments of heads of departments. So now they are clarifying, they say the role in its current form, which is the unit head role in its current form, is not a senior manager. And thus, Section 56 and the regulations applicable to senior managers is not applicable, and they're correct. It's a unit head, and the other one is going to be the fixed term contract. And then they say, however, in the event that this role reports directly to the city manager, then Section 56 will apply if the candidate is appointed into this role at this time. It may mean that the city would have to retrench the incumbent. If you appoint him now, you may want to retrench the incumbent by virtue of the current position becoming redundant. He would have to reapply for the role in accordance with the requirements of Section 56 and the relevant regulations. There would be no guarantee of his suitability for the role as a Section 56. It must be borne in mind that the duty to consult the employee who could be affected by the restructure kicks in as soon as the employer contemplates the restructure, which could potentially lead to the incumbency suicide. So this is the legal opinion. So you begin to see here, the legal department advises everybody else that if you want, it's the 8th of November, if you want this fellow to be the head of department, then there certain things must happen. You will have to re-advertise. He will have to apply. But if you allow him to remain as a unit head, there's no problem. That's what this legal opinion says. And you can see that that legal opinion was signed for by Mr. Mashaba. So everybody else accepted the legal opinion. I want to draw your attention to the next document. Then I'm going to go to the last report. Then we are done on this subject.
We need to conclude, yeah.
Yes. So the next, on page 238, MM22. On page 238 is the competency assessment of Mr. Sibiya for the position that he would have applied for. I know that Honorable Songwe went into this document. I'm not going to bother you about it, and we know the answers. This is dated the 22nd of November. Remember, the appointment of letter of General Sibiya is dated what? The 8th. This fellow was appointed before a competency assessment was concluded, and he failed it. So what should have happened is that his appointment should have been reversed because he did not fulfill, he did not pass the competency requirements. In actual fact, there ought not to have been an appointment without knowing if he's competent or not. So that is one last, I'm going to just go to the last report, the one that now suddenly in January, he becomes the head of department. So you've got a fellow who failed a competency assessment for a junior position only in November. They've been told by a legal opinion, you can't make him an HOD, he must apply. And then there's a report of 4th of November that tells him, for this position, it's going to be a contractual position. It's not the same as his position. Now, let's go to the report of January 2017. It's on page 220, it's annexure MM19. Page 220, annexure MM19. So I'm answering your question, Council. Now, with that background in mind, with everybody else knowing, you cannot make this fellow an HOD. In actual fact, he ought not to have been a unit 8 in the very first place. So here's the report. This report now, it updates the report of the 4th. You remember there was a restructuring. So this report is an updated report of the report of the 4th of November. What I want to draw your attention about this report under introduction on page 220, under introduction. I'm reading the first paragraph under introduction, right? It says, I want to read the entire paragraph if you can. The structure of JIRAS was approved by the mayor in August 2013. Further changes were made to the structure to move the security investigation functions.
Maybe a bit too close to the microphone there.
Sorry?
Okay.
So I'm reading the first paragraph under introduction, because this is how CBI becomes the head of department. He becomes the head of department by declaration. Somebody just declares head of department, it becomes one. So he says, this report says, so it gives a history of this restructuring. It says further changes were made to the structure to move the security and investigation function to report to the group internal audit on the 5. A decision was made to establish this unit as a separate business unit, which was approved on the 4th of November. We've been to the report of the 4th of November. Read the next sentence. Since the approval of the report reflected in Annexure C, that's a report of the 4th of November. The official responsible for this function has been appointed by the city. That is false. That is false. So this is, and they say this official has his inputs and requirement now motivates the refinement and the amendment of the structure. I want us to go to the signatures of this report. Then I'm done, Chairperson. If you go to the signatures of this report, you find them on page 225. I want you to look at who signs this report on page 225. General Sibia signs this report under a bogus title of a commissioner. General Sibia was never appointed as a commissioner. I've just shown you his appointment letter. So what you begin to see a general who becomes part of a scheme to claim a position that is not his. He uses a bogus title to be the commissioner. And look at the signatures. The very people who knew what the legal opinion was saying, who signed the legal opinion on the 8th of November, are the same signatures, even more here. So it goes on to the next page and is signed by Mr. Mashaba on the 11th of January 2017. So you can't make this stuff up. You just can't. These documents were placed by... You haven't made it up. Sorry?
You haven't made it up.
No. The documents speak for themselves. So this is how General Sibia becomes the head of department. I know that when he appears here, Honorable Shong will ask, how did you then move? Remember his salary there was 1.2 to 1.8. I'm not going to go to those documents at this stage. So I just wanted to show you. This is how General Sibia becomes a head of department. The one thing that you will never do in local government, you can't escape compliance.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Landu, yeah. Okay.
So you were asking me, SC.
No, he's not.
Yeah. No, I think we. Is there anything you want to say in conclusion, Mr. Mlando? I think you've outlined.
You were running very fast. I tried to plead with you that don't be agitated. Tell us what you want to tell us.
So, I was being asked, Mesuli, did you form up this thing of a fraud of 3.5 million? And I'm saying, just check in the 5 years that he's there, he earns a salary of a head of department. Here's the problem. In our environment, an appointment of a head of department and the conditions of a head of department must be approved by the council. And that's section 30, subsection 5C of the Municipal Structures Act. There's no other way. It says must. For the 5 years that he was there, none of that ever saw the light of day in council. So you've got a bogus head of department operating in the city of Johannesburg for 5 years. That's the salary part of it. Now, if you're a bogus head of department, then you get financial responsibilities, financial management responsibilities. You can't manage public funds. That is why then in the 5 years that he was there, he was responsible to manage a budget of 580 million. That is already irregular expenditure by virtue of the fact that he had no authority or license to manage public funds. In actual fact, he had no license to exist in the city of Johannesburg.
But it seems to have been condoned all the time by the council, whoever was in charge or in control.
Well, I can't speak for who would have done what. All I was just reflecting on was the document. So when you hear me talking about this 3.5 million is what you would have earned. And this is important because we know that in Prasa, Daniel Mtimkul is in jail today because he said he had a PhD and he got more salary. He's in jail today, serving 15 years, but not Shadrach Sibiya. We can't have that. General Khumalo today is going to court. General Khumalo. All that he did was to sit in a recruitment process. If you agree with me, this is worse. This is worse. But none of these people have been charged. None. And the NPA can't come and tell me here that there's nothing wrong about this. So if General Sibiya, if the NPA says it could not prosecute, there was no evidence. I've just showed it to you. And I have not even attached to this where General Sibiya admits to these documents in his own affidavit. He says, I've killed a man, here's the weapon. The NPA says, can't prosecute. It's not possible.
And you say in the letter that you addressed to us originally, or to the chair, honorable chair of the committee, that these have been brought to the attention of the MPA and the National Commissioner, your affidavit.
So proactively, because I do not want to delay this committee. Anybody who have got a sense of justice, I took this thing, I gave it to Shamila Batoy, it's there. And we even made further representations to say, look at this. This is indefensible. And we gave a copy of my affidavit to General Masemula. We gave a copy of my affidavit to the MEC of local government in Gauteng, the Speaker of the city of Johannesburg. None of them have made a move. And if you look at the signatures that you see on these documents, you should know why. It have got serious political implications. There's no doubt about it. So I've just dealt with the 580. Just one last thing, if I may, if your indulgence, Chair. The spyware, just the spyware. If I can just take you on 3 documents about the spyware, then I'm done. So the spyware, we know that the spyware, if you go on MM32, on page 329 to 336.
229.
329.
329.
329 to 329 to 336.
Yep.
Thanks, Chairperson. 329 to 336. Just the spyware. This is the report to procure this spyware. It's a report to procure this spyware. So this spyware was procured as part of the tools that Shadrach Sibiya was procuring in the city of Johannesburg. He told you when he says, you know what? I want to see what is happening in the city. He said, I want to see, I want to stay in my office and just see. That was his reason. So this is the report. It's called the War Room that he was referring to. And I want just quickly to take to the signatures. So on page 334, this is the report that bought the spyware. And and you shall see there it says it is recommended that the acting commissioner for Group Forensics and Investigation Services approves the implementation and procurement of the War Room project tools, office, War Room furniture, and technical surveillance countermeasures. Total estimated 18 million. So these were the officials that were involved here. And if I may, if you go on page 337, that's the invoice that would have been served in respect of that spyware. And then on page 339, that's the proof of payment. On page 125, that's a letter of the state security agents.
125.
125. It's Annexure MM14. So having done all of these things, having bought what he bought, he then says 125. He then says, no, I bought these things because I was authorized by the state security agents. Here is the letter of the state security agency dated the 22nd of July, right? And this letter is addressed to Dr. Palatse. So the state security agency was invited to conduct an inspection of these tools. So then on paragraph 3.1, it tells us that there is a technical surveillance tools. It says that it's used for identification of eavesdropping devices and cannot be repurposed to perform any other offensive or collection functions. So we know that there's one equipment that they found. They say this one, no, is not threatening. If you go to paragraph 4.
But which is also you now the state security agency.
Yes.
They obviously are responding to
a request.
A letter of 16 April. This letter of complaint.
Yes.
In paragraph 5 on page 126, the ambassador, the DG of SSA says, in light of the above, the SSA would like to conclude that there was no contravention of its governing legislation as alleged.
Indulge me a little bit. Go to paragraph 4. These are two equipments that are found. The spyware is on paragraph 4. So he says the other equipment of interest that was found in COJ during the inspection is the digital forensic equipment. And then they tell you what a digital forensic is: the science of acquiring, preserving, retrieving, and presenting data that has been processed electronically. So the only thing that they say here, they say it's governed by the ECTA and it does not fall within the domain of intelligence services laws. It's normally utilized during criminal investigations. So we know that the SSA says it doesn't belong to their intelligence, what you call to their family of laws, of intelligence laws. So for you to know that there is a problem here about this spyware, you then have to go to the government gazette that was issued by the Minister of Justice in 2005. In that government gazette, any equipment that is capable of doing this, you can only procure it on authorization by the Minister of Justice. That's section 44 of RICA. If you do not have that authorization, then, and you procure this, then in terms of section 45, subsection 1, you have committed a crime of unlawful procurement and an unlawful possession. And if you're found with this type of equipment, then in terms of section 51, that's a criminal offense that carries a fine of 2 million rands or 10 years in jail. So this is an equipment that the SSA says we found But the only problem is that we can't, it doesn't belong to our family. It's not the type of equipment that belongs to our family. So it's only, and then it tells you which legislation that is governed by. When you follow that legislation, then you shall land into RIC. This is where you need authorization from the Minister of Justice. And I know that the previous witness who was here before me did not deal with the law that is applicable to these things when you're dealing with the grabbers. Even if you're going to buy the grabber, that's why you need an authorization from the Minister of Justice. He didn't have this. So what does this then mean? We have spent 7.9 million on something that we can't use. So when you hear me then talking about, and this thing we don't know because it was procured in 2019, we don't know who else was sneaked with this thing, whose cell phones, laptops, or servers were entered into, because we only discovered this thing in 2022. So when you hear me accusing this fellow of engaging into some crime intelligence offenses, is because of this equipment that he had in possession, because the Act, Section 45, subsection 1, prohibits the procurement, the deployment, and the possession. Here's our problem, is that if then it's prohibited to possess, it means this is a continuing crime, because that means those things are still in the city of Johannesburg. Somebody's possessing them. It's a continuing crime up until this fellow is taken to court, is tried, and the judge pronounces what must happen to this equipment. So that's basically, those are the three things that we were bringing to the attention of General Bhekicele. We brought it to the attention of the Minister of Kokta. We brought to the attention of the NPA. You can't deny these documents. You just can't. So if the NPA was able to charge Ivan Pillay at SARS for unlawful interception in terms of Section 49, why are we having General Sibia walking in the streets when there's a clear violation of Section 45? So that's basically it. So I'm here before you to say both the NPA and the ministers were alerted to this. They did not act. What was the consequence? The consequence is that on the 1st of July 2023, we had someone being promoted to be the second in charge of our police service. It can be when they're confronted by this.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members.
Honorable Noval.
Yeah, no, I think I'll ask.
Can I let you know that there is none of you who is going to have more than 20 minutes?
Yeah, no, that's okay for me. I'll be very short because I'm rushing to the airport. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Yeah. So were all these allegations brought to the attention of the council?
Remember, the council then only in June 2023, where it decides to investigate. So we were participating in that investigation.
Yes.
The only thing that I lacked, because nobody was confronting me, nobody's appearing to challenge me on this thing. Mr. Mashaba has not, Mr. Sibia has not, nobody. So it's still in the investigation by council. That's why then once I was sure that I'm not being challenged, nobody challenging me, that's when I took this affidavit. I gave it to the speaker in November to say, here is undisputable evidence. Take it to the council. It has not gone through.
Yeah, because what I want to establish here is whether the council ventilated these matters or not. And if it did, then what was the resolution in respect of all of these allegations? Because if I can list them, it's a 580 million allegation, the 7.9 million allegation, and the 3.5 million allegation.
Yes.
Yeah. So all of them, were they brought to the attention of the council?
I'm saying...
Because, yeah, the reason why I'm asking, because the buck stopped with the council as well.
Yes, I'm saying...
Yeah, so we need to establish where the responsibility was overlooked.
Yes, there's two points though. The first point is, I told you what was happening. They were blocking things up until this council, this ANC-led council, decided to investigate. So, my affidavit, the affidavit that I filed here, when I realized that I'm sure nobody's opposing me, that's when I gave the copy to the Minister of Kokta and to the Speaker to act. And I gave it to Samela Batoi as well as to Masemula to act. Now that I am sure I'm not being opposed in those environments. So I'm waiting. We wrote to the Speaker with my attorney, Mr. Baza. We wrote to her to say, why are you not taking what is clearly an undisputable piece of evidence to the council?
You know why I'm asking? I'm asking because in some instances, when allegations of this nature are brought to the council maybe will take a resolution that let's subject them to a 106 investigation, or maybe let's write to the MEC rather to consider subjecting them to a 106 investigation. Because I'm trying to ask myself here, why were they not? Why did the council not take a firm stand? Because these allegations are serious. They involve serious monies.
Yes, I'm answering you. I'm saying the investigation was launched. So we
what kind of investigation?
The one is on page 30, the investigation committee. So the investigation.
Yeah, but I'm asking what kind? Was it internal or external? Was it a forensic or internal?
An internal investigation conducted by external lawyers.
By external lawyers?
Yes.
Who appointed them? Is it the council,
it's the
or,
council.
Or the MEC?
It's the council.
Okay.
Yes.
So the MEC never acted.
So I gave the MEC and the Speaker now that my evidence before that committee of these lawyers that are investigating has not been opposed, nobody has applied to cross-examine me, then I prepared this affidavit for this committee, for the Madlanga Commission, and then I gave the copy to the Speaker to say, here is undisputable evidence. Go of fraud and corruption. Go and report it to the council. But that's the first thing. The second thing, Honorable Nomvale, which is important here, which that's what brings me here. General Mkhwanazi says, if what Mesuli is saying is correct, then General Sibia should not have been appointed to the DNC. And I'm here to say, General Mkhwanazi, here is evidence. All I need an authority that have got the gut to deal with this thing once and for all. And have this fellow and his associate charged once and for all, like everybody else, like Abo Kumalu are being charged. Like Abo Mtim Kulu are being charged. That's all that I'm requiring for at this stage. The evidence is here. So,
yeah,
if I can conclude.
I understand, I really understand your frustration. But here, I really want to get to issues one by one.
So
maybe we'll get to the point that you are raising now. So these were reported to the council, reported to the NPA, reported to IDEC, reported to the MEC for Kokta, but there was no action.
Yeah, not IDEC, NPA, and General Masemula, the MEC for Kokta, and the Speaker.
They were reported.
I gave them this affidavit, yes.
You gave them this affidavit,
yes.
And you've attached the letters that you wrote to them. Yeah, nah?
Everything. Like the one that you have is exactly what they have.
So they never acted. They failed to act. It means they failed to act if they did not help you with anything.
Yeah, no, look, I think they are still considering acting. I'll just, but I gave them in November. So it was December, the last month is January now. So I just have to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Okay. And then I want you to summarize the role that Mr. Sibia, General Sibia played directly in all these allegations. Just make a summary, please. The allegation of 7.9, the allegation of 3.5, and the allegation of 580.
The person who...
The individual role.
Yes, the person who signed the report to procure the spyware is General Zibi. Me and you, we can be confused about what the law says about spywares. He can't. He was the Major-General of the Hawks. So the other report is signed by him. And he was here. And I don't if you remember, he lied here. He said that Mrs. Brink, my sister Chantel, signed this thing. He lied here. And yet the report was signed by him. It was addressed to him. Yep. So if you want to then to locate this wastage of public funds on spyware, it must go to General Sibia. If you want to know who must be charged for this unlawful possession without the authorization of the minister, it is him. You come to the other allegations, the one of 3.5 million rands where they were just defrauding the city. So again there, in that report of January, who signs using a title, a bogus title of a commission? It is him. So the people who appear in these documents must answer. Honorable Nomval, I don't know who will be much more guilty than the other, but they are signed by people who exist. So the last one that I was just saying to you is that if your appointment and the conditions of services or delegations never saw the light of day in council, somebody then, that is what is called corruption in terms of Section 10 of PREG. That's corruption in terms of Section 10. Somebody must answer for that. So all of these people that appear here, they must answer because it's their signatures.
So your conclusion is that had these allegations been acted upon, Sibia would not have qualified. General Sibia would not have qualified to be the National Deputy Commissioner. That is your conclusion.
Exactly. In actual fact, you can't afford to have, and this is the language that I've used when I was speaking to the SC. In my view, this is a prima facie fugitive from the law. Somebody must just go and grab him by the jacket and present him before a judge and say, and whoever did this within a space of 3 months.
Hey, Vladu, we are a constitutional state. You know this thing of you just grabbing a person by the jacket and
yeah. Wow. Are you done answering?
Presenting him before, no, you will have your time. Presenting him before a judge.
No, Chair, I'm running out of time. Man.
Yes.
So, oh, by the way, you are chasing a plane.
My apologies, Chair. So all I'm saying is that if these guys had taken the time, they were served with my affidavit by the Special Investigation Committee. Everybody was served when I was appearing before the Special Investigation Committee. They were invited to oppose me, to dispute this. But they cannot dispute it. Why? There's already an affidavit of CBI at High Court that confirms all of these documents.
Okay. Now, with regards to the NPA, you wrote directly to the NDPP, right? To the former NDPP.
So what happened to the NPA was there was a case that was opened by Councillor Gwamanda on the spyware. And then there was a case that was opened by Dr. Brink on the appointment. So I supported both of them with a supporting statement. Okay. At that time, because I was trying to make sense as well. Look what the hell is going on here, you know? So when the NPA says it is not going to prosecute, by the time then I managed to get this thing into a picture that is understandable, that's when then me and my attorney here, we then approached the NPA.
So the NPA said they are not going to prosecute?
We heard that from General Sibia when he appeared here, that's what the NPA said.
Well, that was for the first time you're hearing about it.
I think there was also an article, an article of sorts.
So since you were one of the complainants, there was no response given to you on whether prosecution will be done or not?
No.
Was that before the public protector's report?
Which one? The
public protector's report in relation to the appointment of General Sibia. Was it before or after?
You mean the letter where the public protector says, I did not investigate?
I mean, the decision not to prosecute, when was it taken?
It would have been after the letter of the public protector and the letter of the SSA.
Okay, so didn't you try to pursue it again after the public protector's report?
Look, you only wait, because this thing is, if I had not researched this thing properly for myself, I'm not going to be able to explain this because it's just too graphic. So I say these things and they're just so unbelievable. So I took my time when this opportunity came of this committee to say, let me just, particularly when General Mkhwanazi engaged me publicly, I then said, let me then place this thing. So the NPA said to us, we must make submissions with my lawyer. We then made a full file again. After they've received this file, they requested further submissions. We have made further submissions that these people who are appearing in these documents must have their day in court.
Okay. So the evidence you are tendering before this committee is that General Sibiya is not a credible person to be considered or to be called the Deputy National Commissioner?
I'm saying more than that. I'm saying it was a breach of national security.
Okay.
When someone is being investigated, a decision to investigate him last week is taken, you make him a DNC. That's a serious breach of national security. Secondly, it's a breach of national security, especially when two ministers are sitting.
No, I think you have made that point.
Yes.
Yeah. On page 3, you are listing the terms of reference, and I think you are trying to put to context your affidavit and the complaints thereof that you have forwarded to this committee. So
yes.
You are trying to explain how your complaints are relevant to our terms of reference.
Yes, Chairman.
Now, my last question is, are your complaints only in the context of Sibiya being an employee of the city of Joburg? So you don't have any other issues that you raise or allegations post that when Sibiya is now in the police?
No, they are.
So they are only related to him being an employee of the city of Joburg?
No, they are. Once he realized that I've reported them to the ministers.
Yes.
There are WhatsApp screens here where I'm being threatened. The police is threatening a member of the public. Where is threatening me? Once he realized that I've reported him to the ministers, these WhatsApps are here where he issues threats against me.
Did you attach them here?
No, they are here.
Okay.
And then when he realized that I'm not flinching, I don't know why he thinks that I will flinch because it's at SAPS. I did not flinch. Then he sent a lawyer's letter to threaten me, to gag me. Me and my lawyers said, no, bring it on. Then when he realized that I am not flinching again, he sent to me the Hawks. Suddenly, the Hawks were knocking at my door, right? The Hawks were knocking at my door. And the reason why I know that it is him who sent these Hawks is because the case, if you look into this document, is somewhere here. There's a letter from the Hawks where the Hawks are making inquiries about me being part of a tender. I met the investigating officer, said, what tender? He says, no, there was a tender of cell phones. When was it awarded? He says in January 2019. I said, well, you are looking for a wrong person. Go and find people who deal with tenders. I knew that it was an intimidation because he had already threatened me with WhatsApps, threatened me with legal action. Then the next thing, there comes the Hawks knocking to my house. So this is the second part I'm raising, Honorable Nomvalo, and we just don't have the time. You've got what I refer to a prima facie fugitive from the law. Then you've got a prima facie serial lawbreaker, someone, when you are asking him to account for his conduct, is prepared to threaten you and abuse state position to get you to silence you. Okay. That's what we're dealing with here. So what am I saying? He ought not to have been appointed. And the second thing is this, is that if the former Premier of Free State is charged for not acting on corruption, I'm asking a question from this committee. Why is Minister Cele and Mr. Ngadibeng not being charged? Because they were presented with evidence of fraud and corruption.
Okay. No, thank you very much. No further questions, Chair.
And have a nice weekend. Honorable Shongwe, 20 minutes.
Oh, bese, oh yeah, so no value.
Honorable Shongwe, 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Sawubona Bamlando. Bamlando sacela amanzi. Uyaphila?
Siyaphila
baba. I hope now awufuna amanzi. Wonke umuntu uphuza amanzi makhuluma mina. Anto why?
Yeah, look, I think it's the stress of the moment.
No, I think for me, you've stated out a lot. Ngokuya ngami nje ngabe ngithi asuseni le Roman dash law njengamanje. Iyona esivimbayo ukuthi bopha abantu. Because clearly we are delaying time and ziningi izinto ezikhona la. Question is, how do we find ourselves here according to you? Who should have stopped Loba to Sibiya in the first place? Njengoba eqhubeke kangaka.
The nature of corruption and fraud happens in corners, happens in dark corners. It's the people who are doing it. The signatures that you see here, there's only one, and I must give him credit. There's a guy called, in the report of January 27, Mr. Kachwa. Mr. Kachwa refused. He signed there. He says, no, I don't agree. At least there's one official who stood up and he paid the price for it. He lost his job in the city of Johannesburg. So everybody who's a signature here, Honorable Shong, must answer. That's the first thing. But secondly, if me and you, to be employed, you must pass a competency assessment. Who are these people who appointed General CBI without a competency assessment? And assuming that then you've appointed him, now you discover that he has failed. Why don't terminate?
Let's talk about this because in page 226, the people who signed, the first person who signs there is Christo Marias, who was the Organizational Development Director. Page 226.
Yes.
He signed, he agreed with this must happen.
Yes.
Uba General Shetlak Sibia, Commissioner of Forensic Investigation, Sibia, signs.
Using a bogus title.
Yes. Commissioner.
Yes.
Ruda Mbulelo, Group Head, Legal and Contracts. Way lawyer and Bella.
Yes.
Law Sanela.
Yes.
Okay. Now there is Reggie, can't see this Reggie Roko or who? What is that?
Yes. So he says he approves the structure subject to final. So he is clear what he approves.
What's the name first there?
It's Reggie Hawks.
Reggie Hawks.
Yes, he says.
So,
yeah.
So he approves, but subjected to approval of budget.
Yeah, he approves the structure. And let's give him benefit for that. It's very specific what he approves.
So you understand the mal. If you approve a
we approve the organogram, subject to the budget. So
I want to understand that, yeah.
Yes. It's important when people say, I only approve this. We know that that's what he approves. But this report is saying something else. So he's distancing himself deliberately from all other things that are happening in this report. He says, I only approve the structure subject to the budget.
Was the budget approved?
Of course, the structure was approved.
Therefore, Reggie Hawks approved this. Agreed with them as well.
Approved the structure, yes.
All right. Now, there's no signature Kuzodwa Manase, Chairperson Group Audit Committee. And there's a statement I Balayo with her pen there. What is it? Can you read it for me?
No, this is not him who's writing. So that person did not sign anything. Chances are he may not have been available. So the person who signed is the Mr. Kuchwa. He says he doesn't agree.
Okay, before you continue, so are you saying the empty space there, Saga Zodwa Manase, may have not been available?
You know, chances are I was not there. Chances are this person was not available. That's why she would not have signed.
So this handwriting is for Umulwadi Khotsane. Mulwadi Khotsane.
Yes. Mulwadi Khotsane. He says he doesn't agree with what is being said. This thing of changing.
Can you read it as it is? Because somehow I can't see. It says, I do not agree with the underwriting.
I don't know of the post name of head of forensic, but he's just not. He's
distancing himself. Okay.
He's distancing himself to what is happening.
So he was sober. This one.
Yes, he was sober. Yes.
Okay. Dr. Ndivoni Swani Lukhuwareni.
So,
secretary.
So this is a city manager. So he was only employed on the 1st of January 2017. Honorable Shongo, just to assist you. So when you think about who to hold responsible in the report of January 2017, you must go back to those who would have signed the report of 4 November and the legal opinion. So Dr. Lukwarini was not an employee of the city of Johannesburg. He doesn't know what preceded this.
But why did he sign? He's responsible.
Yes, I get that. I'm just saying to you that at this time he comes in as a city manager 1st of January. He only signs, and this is very important. He only signs on the 8th of February. The report has already been signed by the mayor on an earlier date. So even if you were if I were to come today in the city of Johannesburg, a report has been signed by everybody, including the mayor before me, why would I doubt its veracity? And I spoke to him about this. I did call him to say, bro, were you aware what was going on? He says, look, the report came to me signed. I had no reason. The head of legal signed, everybody else signed, and it just comes to me in February. I've only started in January. Then I pen my signature. So that's what that is him.
So the last signature there was then Councillor Herman Mashaba, executive mayor.
Ordinarily, he should not have signed when the signature is not signed. But if you look at it, he signed on the 11th of January, 2017. The signature signed only in February, 2017. So when you think about this, you must always link it back to the events of November, because without those events, this picture, it doesn't show. Why are we having a commissioner in January? Somebody was just appointed about a month ago as a unit head.
Mr. Mlandu, are you telling me that South Africa today is in this mess because DA and Herman Mashaba stood firm for General Sbiya on competence?
My answer to you is, how do I sign behind you calling yourself something that you are not? How do I even allow you? How do I join a document, Honorable Chief Whip, where you are calling yourself a president? Because you are trying to occupy something that is not yours. You are a unit head, and that's what you are employed. That's what you have applied for. That's what your appointment letter says. So,
okay,
that's my answer to you. So this baffles the mind.
So you're saying to me, DA and the mayor, or Herman Mashab, they also got this legal advice from the legal department, but they still ignored it.
They accepted it with their own signatures. And I don't want to give you my theory about this. Maybe let me...
I would also like your theory.
Yes, my theory is simple. Is that when the legal advice came, there was no problem. Everybody has accepted it is the true fact.
And what does it say?
The one that says, if you can't make this guy automatically the head of department,
re-advertise.
You will have to re-advertise, make him redundant, retrench him, and he will have to apply like everybody else. That was accepted. Remember the report of the 4th of November says, the person to be appointed shall be on a contract, the head will be on a contract, but the unit head will. So that's a report of November. The legal opinion says, you can't move him from the unit head to be the head of department, advertise and all of that. Everybody else is comfortable. My sense, and this is my theory, and I could be wrong, Honorable Skosan, is that I think this scheme was only tied up when they realized that their fellow is not appointable. When they realized that he failed the competency assessment, even if now you wanted to make him a head of department, even if you wanted to follow the legal opinion, it was already clear that it's a lost cause. He's not going to make it. That's the only theory that I have about this. So what then do we do? Let's go and update our report of the 4th. Say things that are not true. Let this fellow sign it.
The report of the 4th.
The report of the 4th of November.
So it was updated to.
It was updated in January. Updated in January 2017 to cover up this thing. That's why this fellow signs in January 2017 as a commission. What I like about it, he attached this report and placed it publicly in High Court. So the documents that we have here, Mr. Sibia says, I was appointed through a report of January 2017, I attached it.
So Babu Spia is giving because Astalela, Ukale Wati report, Yaga public protector Mkhwanazi, Busim Mkhwanazi. Iam clean. It says clean. And he came here and used that report. I recall asking him, where's the second letter from the public protector? He was looking for that document till today. He's still paging his pages. So what was the first, in your knowledge, the first report from public protector saying, and the second one that came, and where they challenged Bano Herman Mashaba, the report of the public protector?
So in the first report of the public protector, the allegations were there was an irregular appointment.
Mm-hmm.
The way it was done, they said, no, we regraded the position of the unit head.
Okay.
And it became, after we regraded it, it became a head of. So in other words, this was your position. We subjected to the grading chief whip. Then it became, they lied to the public protector. That's not what happened. I've just showed what happened.
Now they're lying to the public
So
protector now.
when we and Mr. Brink, Dr. Brink, decided to ask the lawyers to give us an opinion here, that's why we then took that advisory report to the public protector. That's when the public protector said, yeah, we did not know about these things. She even says, I did not even know that he failed the competence assessment. I did not even know that his job description was only decided months after he purported to be an HOD. Already. And that is written by Advocate Mkhwanazi on a piece of paper. That's the first one. Okay. The second one is a letter of the SSA. The one that says, hey, this fellow has got some equipment of interest. Right
That's
there and
what
there.
to say. So that's the question I'm asking. Guti, yabona leli gundwane lisicalelele kude la kupa la dlishize mase libuya seliyasiqeda ngapha. So are you trying to tell me, actually my mind is thinking ukuthi, had it been not uHerman Mashaba and DA appointing Usbiya ngama document afihliwe, we wouldn't be here. Because when you look at this thing of PKTT today, it dominates Sbiya. La ku wrong khona konke kunoSbiya. La ku wrong khona konke kunoSbiya. So are you telling me ukuthi our leaders then that led Joburg failed in South Africa?
Yes.
According to what you are giving us here.
Yes. So when I began to ask questions about this appointment, that was me in 2019, because I say that in my statement that I've started to deal with this thing in July 2019. Then when this fellow realized that I'm behind his heels and I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on, the next thing that he did, he sent people to the Eastern Cape to do an undercover operation to find a debt on me. There's a report, it's here.
How did he send you?
He sent people to the Eastern Cape to conduct an undercover operation to find debt on Mesul, because he wanted to destroy me before I come closer to this truth.
And who are these people? State resources were used?
You know, he sent 2 of his officials.
State resources were used?
Yes, they were booked hotels, hired cars. What you must understand, and this is not what people don't talk, this is what people do not talk about. When General CBI came in this department, he brought these guys that he was working with from the Hawks to work as investigators he brought former policemen to work with him. So these guys are used to follow orders. When they were told, go to the Eastern Cape, spend 3 days, find whatever debt that you can find on Mesul, bring it here, let's destroy him. They went. But fortunately, somebody told me about them. Then I immediately informed Herman Mashaba to say, look, Mr. Mashaba, this is what is happening. Go and open up a case against these people, because in our country, in terms of our National Strategic Intelligence Act, only crime intelligence officials, only SAPS officials could go and do an undercover operation. Here is a civil, because this is a civil right now. He's conducting undercover operations, trying to destroy.
What did Mashaba say to you?
Look, a meeting was called, and and it became a management meeting. But my letters, where I'm writing to him, signed by his office, are here, where I'm saying to him, get this guy arrested.
I don't think that was going to happen, because Herman Mashaba says, he praises Usbiya and says this is a competent person. That's from Babu Herman Mashaba. I don't think that was going to happen. I want to find out what abobana bavimba lenkinga ngoba lenkinga iyasihlupha manje. Yabona. Page 92, you speak of his speaker blocking the report. Which speaker was that?
Our preliminary report was blocked by Councillor Dagama and Mayor Mpopalat.
The speaker, you spoke of a speaker there as well. Who was the speaker?
Speaker Councillor Dagama.
Or Dagama?
Yes.
So now uyivalile lento. Oh, I thought it was Makhubela as well.
No. Remember what we only managed to get this thing, a decision to investigate, once Colin came in.
So Colin Makhubela allowed this corruption to be probed.
That's when then we were able to take reports to council.
So politically it was blocked.
Seriously blocked. That's why CBI is given an opportunity to go and challenge us in court and still be given an opportunity to whip, not to be opposed. Because we must be silenced. Shut up. Shut up. And immediately after that, that's when me and Brink becomes targets. I mean, I had to resign on the spot, running away from this. Because once CBI went to the police, I realized that I can't be in the environment. Otherwise, it's going to destroy me. Yeah. Because the entire network, his network from the Hawks, was still in the city of Johannesburg. So I resigned in August and I stayed outside.
Before ngikhohlwa ubaba ucele ukuphikile ndoda uthi akakwazi. Yabona nami sengikhuluma fast njengawe manje. No, wrong. Ngihlehle. Ubaba ucele ukuphikile. Wathi akakwazi wena. Ayikho nento futhi ombhalele yona. Did you get any response from them, from him or his office?
Yeah, but I read the email from the chief of staff, page 114, where the chief of staff says, we've brought these things. Look, I do think that he was denying me, and I mean, I remember it was Honorable Sokanyile. The guy was even panting the way he was denying me. And why? Is because right now nobody wants to be associated with Shadrack's V. That's why he had to deny me in the manner so aggressively, the way he was doing it on TV towards Honorable Sokanyile. If you wish you could run the video and see it for yourself, because he knows what he didn't understand was I've got an email from his chief of staff. That's the first thing. But the second thing is that the law allows me to write to the ministers. So he came here, he says, where do I get the title? I've got an answer for him. He must go and read Section 7 and Section 8 of the Protected Disclosures Act. He will find there that I've got a title to approach him. You can't have ministers ridicule executives, man, simply because they failed to do their job. And that's why I'm saying to you, Honorable Song, if the former Premier of Free State, one of his charges is Section 34 of PRECA, he failed to act on evidence and allegations of fraud. Ace Makhashule called this thing an oversight charge when he ridicules it.
Yeah.
Why are we having these ministers coming here to mislead this house?
I think iphutha lethu on record I want to put this. Umele ubaba Herman Mashaba semvulele icala. Because now somewhere you state ukuthi uSibiya uacte kwiposition engase yakhe anganikezwa ngayona. Now there's a salary adjustment there. And you once said he also upgraded. I also found information somewhere as well. Ukuthi uzikhuphulile wangena from 1.2 to 1.8 salary adjustment. Were you there when that happened? Were you still working there?
No, I came in on the 1st of November 2018. So it was hardly 6 months when this guy began to launch undercover operations against me. Because I was starting to ask look, when I came in, General Sibe was a feared person.
Whether why bobuza le mbuzo na bongeno yini?
Sorry?
Why umgijimisa kangaka bekwenzakale?
Look, if you grew up in Mdanzane, you will know that there were certain police guys.
Yes.
Who were notorious.
Yes. One
of them was Mamo. When Mamo comes, we'll drive on a 60 zone by 180, and all of us will run. I hated them since then.
Yeah.
So I come in the city of Johannesburg, I find a Major General, everybody else is tiptoeing around him.
Bamsaba.
Yes. When I began to ask questions, he launched an undercover operation. He went to manufacture allegations against me through an anonymous Google mail. And he accused me of all sorts of things. But the nice thing about it, and this is in the report, all his allegations were investigated by independent law firms. They are found to be baseless, have been intended only to harm and to hurt. And that's the Deputy National Commissioner that you have, is someone who thinks that when he's confronted by the truth, he must react clandestinely, in a rogue fashion, so as to harm and to destroy. We can't have him there.
But he's allowed by people. I just feel bad that my Honorable James has been out for
Thank you so
time.
much. Thank you, Honorable Shong.
Thank you.
Honorable Sokanyile. Your 20 minutes start now. Next is Honorable Matthys at past.
Less than that. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mandibuli Setatumland.
Goes, ma'am.
Looking at the procurement of this spyware equipment, what was it purchased for?
He was here, he says, I want to see. I want to get into my office and see. You see, he came with a mentality that he is free to do what he wants to do. So he wanted to conduct unlawful investigations because only the South African Police Service are allowed by law to be in possession of that equipment.
So he bought that in 2017?
2019, April.
2019, okay. Then looking at the price that was requested for the spyware in page, I think it's 334. It's 18 million.
That's a budget.
Because the estimated cost that was requested.
Yeah, for the entire war room. So you must know there was an entire war room, but then there was this spy equipment, the one of 7.9 million.
Oh, meaning that the 7.9 million was the correct price. It was not inflated.
We don't know. Remember, these things are not things that me and you can buy. I mean, we were hearing here, there was going to be a grab of 10 million. I don't know how these things, what's the price of these things. But what we do know is that 7.9 million was paid.
Who assisted in facilitation that this spyware? You must get it, Mr. Spear.
Honorable Sokanye, Amanda oath here. So what I can tell you is I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know where this equipment are being bought from, but what I do know is that they are not necessarily brought inside the country. That I do know.
Otherwise, Mr. Mashaba assisted in the post that Mr. Spear is promoted in January when he was appointed to the correct post of being a unit manager.
Yes.
In November. Then in January, he's
the group head.
Yeah, a group head. He assisted on that one.
The signatures speak for themselves.
Then he didn't assist in that war room. It must have the equipment now that they've put a person.
Look, Honorable Sokanye, I would think that, I don't know. I mean, General Sibe was here. He says, I want to see what the hell is going on in the city. So I want to see, stay in my office, check things out. All I'm placing before you is that in terms of the SAPS Act, Section 64, municipalities do not have powers to investigate crime. We only have got powers to prevent crime. And those powers are the powers of the metropolis, not even his powers. So you had somebody here who was clothing himself with policing, with crime investigation powers. Unlawfully. So if General Masemula is watching, right now they should be bringing General Sibe to come and answer, why did you impersonate us as police when you are still on the other side? Because municipalities do not have powers to investigate crime. And that is why the SSA says this type of equipment is used for criminal investigation. And me and you, we can afford not to know that. A major general should know what equipment he ought to procure, to possess, and to deploy. I may not know. He can't afford not to know. He was a former head of the Hawks in Gauteng.
When Sibia was here in that chair where you are sitting at, when we asked him about you, that you were challenging his appointment in the city of Johannesburg, now that he was with SAPS, he gave a report that says in fact, he knows you.
Yes.
He knows that you are a person who has been dismissed from one area to another.
Yes.
You were dismissed in Eastern Cape in 2008, is that so?
No. You see, it is this thing that whenever this fellow is asked to account, He must gaslight. I've attached here a report of the public protector in Buffalo City. It says, the former mayor of Buffalo City, Comrade Kolapagat, went to submit a report to the council. In his report, he says, there's no allegation, sorry, there's no evidence, none whatsoever that implicates the GM in the office of the city manager. There is no evidence that implicates the city manager. It is here in the band, just that I'm tired, so I can't really pick it up. So already there's a report of the public protector reflecting on the report of a mayor of Buffalo City. That's one report. Here in this band, there is a report of the city manager of Ekurhuleni, written to me and to Honorable Waters, who was the deputy chief whip of the DA at the time, where the city manager says, we have found evidence that what you and Mesulu were saying about Ekurhuleni is true. My settlement agreement, that report is here. So this is a fellow. That fellow loses it when he thinks about me. He really loses it. Because I'm the only person in the city of Johannesburg who just stood up to him and started to ask questions. So that's why he must gaslight. The last thing that he said here, which I expect this committee to go and charge him for lying. He said, hey, that Mesul employed somebody at HR who had a health qualification. Do you know what degree is that? He says, I've employed somebody at HR who have got a health qualification. This person that I've employed have got a degree in organizational and industrial psychology. Is that a health qualification? No. But because he must come here when he's being asked to account, he must tell lies. It has been his modus operandi. I've survived this fellow for 5 years, doing all sorts of things, lying about me. But the nice thing about it, all his allegations were investigated and the investigation reports are here. That's Chief Whip, the Deputy National Commissioner, somebody who manufactures things as he goes. I am not shocked of the allegations that are being made about General Sibi. I am not shocked. I expected them because it is his modus operandi.
So are you talking about, is this Andile Kwababa?
Yes. Yes, if I may be assisted as to where her qualification is. He came here and he said, I employed somebody who have got a health qualification. And I've requested her graciously to say, look, can I have the copy of your degree? Because the committee would want to see this health qualification. Can I be assisted so that at least you can see where it is? You know? But it is here.
No, really, when former Minister Cele was here, he said, you didn't write any letter. In fact, how can you write a letter to him being a junior official? It doesn't take letters to junior officials. Then meaning that himself and the PA or the chief of staff in the office, they're not talking about the correspondence that are there.
No. I think that the chief of staff was honest enough to say to me, Minister Cele has been given the reports. The only problem right now, nobody wants to associate themselves with General CB. So even if I was Mr. Cele, chances are I was going to come here and lie. I was not going to say...
He's afraid of Mr. Smear.
No, because he's afraid of the consequences of having failed to act when he was given evidence of improper and unlawful conduct of General CB in the city of Johannesburg, because he was supposed to have acted. He didn't act. Instead, he allowed him to be promoted to be a deputy national commission. So even if I was him, given the climate and the negative attention that comes to be associated with General CB, perhaps I was going to lie myself and be like General Cele. Here is the problem. Maybe I can afford to lie, but I doubt if somebody was occupying such a serious position in our state can come here and gaslight this committee. I doubt. Because then if it's allowed at the level of former ministers, then you can't complain when people like us come here and give you lies. So the qualifications on page 456, that's the qualification of Ms. Kwababa. As you can see, it's a degree in organizational psychology and industrial psychology. He calls this a health qualification in HR.
Yeah. Okay. Then when Spear went from the city of Johannesburg, leaving that war room that he has set up, do you think he left some of his people there who were giving him information about what was happening? Because if it's a spyware, it is used to spy on other people. I'm taking from the name being a spyware.
Yeah, it's an electronic spyware. So what it does, it reads computers, it reads servers without you knowing.
It will take information from
It will.
computers
And your cell
people.
phones.
Then don't you think it's taking that information if it was installed by him leaving the people who were operating there? Because maybe some of Amatola work are still there within the office. Don't you think so?
What I do know is that when he came in the city of Johannesburg, he brought his former police guys. So I don't know how strong his network is. I don't know. But by the time he was living in Dunedin, we had already exposed this thing. So we doubt if somebody else was still operating it. That's one answer to it. But even if you are not operating it, the law says you can't possess it. That's section 45, subsection 1 of RECA. You can't even possess it. So whoever is keeping this thing there is incriminating himself. And the reason why now we are forced to keep this thing is because the NPA is not charging. Now we are sitting with an equipment that just possessing it is a crime, but there's nothing we can do about it because the authority that is supposed to charge him is running rings around evidence.
I can see that you're very much frustrated for reporting corruption and fraud done by a person who's being the deputy national commissioner, put at the head or at the helm of the SAPS. Then we became very much frustrated and being given the opportunity of presenting yourself to the ad hoc committee when we called public and civil society. At least you saw that as a relief, not so.
Yes, I think I'm thankful to General Mkhwanazi because he called my name. He called my name because I had already given up on this thing to say maybe nothing will come from this thing. So I'm thankful to General Mkhwanazi. But behind me is young people who acted as whistleblowers to give us this information. I came in the city in 2018. It's people who's whistleblowers who trusted me and Dr. Brink enough to give us this information. Behind me, there's other people. Behind me is a journalist who was working for Daily Maverick, who exposed this story, is Queenine Muswabi. Behind me is other people who exposed this thing. I might be the mouthpiece of it. I might be the one who was confrontational enough about it, but I'm not alone here. I'm representing voices of men and women who are sick and tired of this thing, of being bullied, being chased like rabbits by somebody who have failed the competence assessment, who's not supposed even to be there in the very first place. So that's what I'm carrying behind me. I'm carrying hopes of many people.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I finished.
Your 20 minutes start now, Honorable Matthys. It's ending at 19. It's ending at 19:45.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to go as quick as possible. I like yes and no answers, and I can see you have lots of explanations, but let's just try and go. I think you've given us a lot of explanations. Let's start off with you're the one who took the steps to report Mr. Sabia, Lieutenant General Sabia. Why not the actual city manager? Why did you lodge the report?
Which city manager, MP?
The acting city manager, was it Brink? When you wrote the letter to make a complaint
No.
to the ministers,
No.
you were,
Yeah.
what, okay, explain that. Were you not the
Remember-
executive director in the city manager's office?
Remember, me and Mr. Brink, we commissioned a preliminary in the advisory report. Brink signed off on that advisory report.
No, that's not what I'm asking. The letter that you sent, right, to the ministers, right? Especially, particularly Minister Tele, it was from you.
Yes.
Right. I'm asking, why wasn't it from the city manager or acting city manager in particular?
Oh, you are asking why I became the source?
Yeah.
No, there are no rules.
I beg your pardon?
There are no rules.
There's no?
There are no rules.
No rules.
Yes.
No, I'm not asking about the rules. I'm just saying, was he not in support of you lodging the complaint?
No. At that time, Mr. Brink is pushed out. He's on suspension, Dr. Brink.
So who was acting in the position at the time?
It was a guy, if I still remember, called T.N. Alice.
And he was not in support of lodging?
He's the one who was told.
Just yes or no. Like, let's try to.
You are asking me about T.N. Alice, and I'm saying to you that it is the same guy who was told not to oppose CBI in court.
Okay.
So he was asking him to go and report CBI.
Support it. That's all you have to say.
So he was under clear political instructions by Mpopa Latsa, period.
Okay, and I need us to have a nice engagement because I don't want you to be on the defensive. I'm asking.
No, I'm not on the defensive,
No,
Mr. Matthews.
a little bit. Let's go. Okay, so that's all I wanted to make sense of. Okay, so let's go to, he was appointed under the city manager of Trevor Fola. Am I
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, were you in the city, the COJ at that time?
No.
No, you weren't. Okay, no problem. When did Fola leave?
I would think that because Dr. Mkhwanazi started on the 1st of January 2017, he must have left in December 2016.
Okay.
I would think so.
Was it, was it around the time of the new government? Because we had elections in 2016.
Yes,
You know, when
remember,
it was-
yes, it would have been at that time because Councillor Mashaba takes over, I think at that time,
Yeah.
in November 2016.
Okay. So it was because of the DA coming in that Trevor Fola left. They wanted a new city manager.
Remember, we work on 5-year contracts, so I would think that
His contract was over.
I would think so because I was not there.
Oh, okay. No, if it's fine that you don't know. Okay. And but they had an option of extending his contract if they liked.
I'm not sure about that.
That's fine. Let's go to the report. You submitted the KZN attorneys
Yes.
report. How did it come about that they were appointed to do an investigation? How did it come about?
We got this dossier from whistleblowers, me and Dr. Brink. My advice to him was, there's just too much information. Let's give it over to lawyers to review these documents and give us an advisory report.
Okay. So was this supported by the mayor and the speaker?
No, it was us in the office of the city manager.
Okay, it had nothing. But did they know that you were doing an investigation or you appointed TZ attorneys?
We're not doing an investigation, we're seeking an advisory report.
Okay, all right, right. Okay, did they know about it?
No, they were not, if you protect whistleblowers, you don't, up until you clear what the investigation, what the documents are saying, to protect the whistleblowers, so we don't disclose certain things prematurely like that. That's why we only, once we hear the advisory report, then we produce it to them.
Okay, and then how?
We submitted it to them, sorry. So I was just saying we submitted the report to them once it was there, the advisory report.
Let's breathe a little bit. Okay, and then when you got the report, because the report is very detailed and I think it pretty much covers your entire testimony. How was the report processed internally?
As I indicated in my evidence, the report was blocked. Nothing happened. We saved the copy to the Speaker Dagama and the copy to Councillor Palazzi. They sat on it.
Councillor who?
Palazzi. So they both sat on the report.
But it was submitted.
Instead, we gave it to Councillor Palazzi. What Councillor Palazzi then did, instead of submitting a report to the council, he went to get a legal opinion from Weber Wenzel.
In that report, I want you to go to it, and it's on page 42, because it explains what happened with the public protector. Because Sabia was here and he said the public protector found no wrongdoing in his appointment, and I think my colleagues have touched on it. But I think it's important for you to read paragraphs 3.12 and 3.13.
Page?
It's on page 42, pagination 42.
Okay.
But it starts on 43, I think what I would like you to read, MM2.
On page 43?
Yeah.
Yes.
You see paragraphs 3.12 and 3.13. Can you read that?
Yes, it is noted that some of the allegations regarding Mr. Sibia's employment were in 2018 to the Office of the Public Protector. It found no wrongdoing with the appointment of Mr. Sibia and with the establishment of JFIS. What we have noted is that the Public Protector did not take into consideration that the position of the unit head and the group head were two separate positions and were regulated by different employment laws and policy requirements.
And then 3.13?
Needless to say that the above allegations of conversion of Mr. Sibia's appointment and alleged unlawful operation of his department were not part of the complaint considered by the Public Protector. We also noted that the evidence supplied to us by the whistleblower was not provided to the city by the city to the Public Protector. This is evident from the attached response from the city to the Public Protector and the extract from the report of the Public Protector, which are attached here too, as Annexure COJ 8 and COJ 9.
Okay, so he wasn't necessarily cleared, as he said, of wrongdoing. It was based on a different report. Let's go to his appointment letter.
If I may add, MP, there's also a letter of the Public Protector herself saying that. So it's not just only the TZRTNs.
Yeah, because you mentioned that with one of the other.
Yes.
I just wanted to show that it was connecting.
Yes.
Yeah, no problem.
So he was never cleared.
That's where I was going. Thank you. The appointment letter also says that it was subject to him obtaining top secret security clearance. Did he get it while he was in the appointment?
We only saw a copy. He was supposed to have gotten it in 2016, 2017. We only saw a copy when we asked for it in 2022.
And it had which date on it? Is it part of your bundle? I didn't see.
No, it's not part of my bundle. It was only, in actual fact, it was dated 2022. So he only got it somewhere March, April 2022.
So he served almost 5 years. Was it 5?
He served 5 years without one.
Page 226, and my colleague also went through that on the
226.
Who didn't sign the structure. There was the revised structure. 226, page 226.
Yes.
So there was the chairperson of the group audit committee didn't sign. Do you know why?
No. I don't know. MP Mateus. I don't know because I was not in the. It's 226.
226, yeah.
Yes, I was not in the city at the time.
All right.
And we just focused on the ones that signed, literally.
Okay. Sibia told us that he did not procure any tools or instruments that were classified as counterintelligence. Let's go to, there's a list, and it's also on page 44 of the TZ report.
Page 44.
There's a list of, page 44. So there's a list of 10 tools. I want you to also go to page 51 in particular, and state the laws that prohibit the purchase of these tools. Page 51.
Yeah, on page 51. So our reading of these laws, even in the report, they're just being mentioned.
Yeah, that's
So if I were to advise in this regard, they get settled by the letter of the SSA. So the attorneys that we're writing here are not necessarily people who are trained in this. Yes.
just to mention them. You don't have to read them in detail.
The laws
Yeah.
is the Cyber Crimes Act, is the local government regulations on appointment and conditions of employment of senior managers, the Cyber Crimes Act number 19 of 2020. Then there's RICA, the Regulation on Interception of Communications and Provisions of Communications Related Information Act number 70 of 2002. And then the next page is the National Strategic Intelligence Act number 39 of 994, followed by the Municipal Structures Act number 17 of 1998.
Okay, so there's quite a few.
There's quite a few, yes.
Yeah.
And I dealt with them briefly when I was presenting earlier to say your appointment, your conditions of service, your delegations must make it to the council for you to be an HOD.
But I wanted you to deal specifically with the purchase of the spyware, but I get that. State Security Agency, when they did their inspection, who initiated it?
So once we got the advisory report, we served it to Councillor Palazzi and Councillor Dagama, and then we served one to the State Security Agency, to the Public Protector, I think to the IOG, Inspector General of Intelligence. So once that was done, then Councillor Palazzi wrote to the State Security Agency to say they must come and do inspection.
So was that something that would be a normal procedure, or was it because there was an alert that, okay, this equipment might not be what the COJ should be procuring?
Look, I don't know what would have motivated Councillor Palazzi, but what was clear to us was that she was hoping to have something that is going to clear this allegation that the city of Johannesburg have got a spyware. I'm saying this because once the letter of the SSA came, Councillor Palazzi organized a press briefing next to the Hillbrow police station. He read the letter. He did not read the paragraph that says there's a digital forensic equipment in the city of Johannesburg, and then he told the media that it were cleared.
So when you went through that process, we missed a lot of it, right? When you explained about the inspection of the State Security Agency, right? And the evidence leader read you through and you explained, but you went very quick and we missed a lot.
Yes.
So I want you to explain their report. Or the State Security Agency, what did they say? Like, and just take your time in explaining it because you went very fast and you were very passionate about it. I don't know if my colleagues got it, but I missed. I didn't quite understand which part you were saying that the State Security didn't deal with.
All right.
Whether the State Security agreed that the equipment was fine or what's the story. So take us through just...
It's on page 126.
Yeah.
It's a letter written by the Director General of the State Security Agency. And then the heading is there, referral to the State Security Agency of possible offenses. It says your letter dated 16 April requesting the State Security Agency to investigate the procurement of alleged intelligence gathering equipment by GFIS, and any possible violation of the SSA mandate serves as a reference. Please be informed that the SSA did conduct an inspection, analysis, and test of the equipment that was procured by GFIS in order to determine whether it is defensive or offensive. 3, in light of the above inspection analysis of the instruments, and equipment which the GFIS is in possession, as per the invoices and receipts from suppliers, the SSA can confirm the following. The instruments in questions are technical surveillance countermeasures equipment. TSCM equipment is utilized for identification of eavesdropping devices and cannot be repurposed to perform any other offensive function or collective function. It is not intelligence gathering equipment as alleged. So that's the TSCM. And then I turn the page. Then they say a private company conducted the training of the COJ functionaries in the utilization of the equipment independently without any sanctioning or involvement of the SSA. And this is important because General Lesetja says he was authorized by the SSA. Then the last one, it says the SSA did not provide the manual referred to in the letter. The manuals are documents that are freely available on the internet and can be accessed by any individual at the following website. So they deny authorizing him, they deny even training him. Here's the second equipment on paragraph 4. The other equipment of interest that was found in the COJ war room during the inspection is a digital forensic equipment. It's a DFE, which is the science of acquiring, preserving, retrieving, and presenting data that has been processed electronically and stored on a computer media and is governed by Electronic and Communications Transactions Act 25 of 2002 and does not fall within the domain of intelligence laws. It is normally utilized during crime investigations. So that's the second equipment. So these are the two equipments. But they say this one doesn't fall within the domain of intelligence laws. It falls under the communications laws, basically. And then it says, in light of the above, the SSA would like to conclude there was no contravention of its governing legislation, which is intelligence laws, and as alleged in the letter. So in other words, the SSA says, it is not true that our laws that are governing us, that are governing our environment, were contravened. This particular equipment belongs to another regime of legislation. So it tells you that it's the ECTA. The ECTA, you read it together with RICA, because the one was passed just the ECTA was passed first and then the RICA was passed after. It is in section 44 where it says, this type of equipment, for you to procure it, you have to get authorization from the Minister of Justice, and it's only allowed to be in possession of the South African Police, our Vodacom, our Telecom, and I can't remember the third one. And that is in the government gazette notice. It's not something that I say. And I think it's attached here, that government gazette notice.
Yeah, you have. All right.
Sorry that I did not, I was not fair enough in that regard. If I may.
Quite fast and passionately, and it went over our heads.
Yeah, it's on, the government gazette is on MM15, paragraph 127 to 129. That's what the government gazette tells you. So if it's not there, if you want to procure this thing, you need authorization from the Minister of Justice.
So who saw that letter? And there was no action, you're saying again, from the city, even the State Security Agency DG who wrote the letter did not act on it. They just wrote the letter and just left it.
That's the point. Exactly the point.
So we must note that in
exactly the point.
Our legal team, so we can at least write, I mean, we don't have necessarily to have them as witnesses, but to explain after they wrote that letter, what action did they take after that? Because where is this equipment now?
Thank you. Bangazita.
It can't be 20 minutes.
No, you can count from 25 minutes past to
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
It's up until 5 minutes past 8.
I don't think that I will take that much, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening, Honorable Nando.
Yeah, good evening, MP.
Well, I was actually looking at the covering letter written by your lawyer there on paragraph 3.
I don't have it.
And I ask myself whether it was just by coincidence or by design that your statement that you requested the MK party to actually ensure the delivery of this statement to Parliament. Was it actually by coincidence or design?
No, it was intentional. We wanted to make sure that it is delivered. It is hand delivered because we were concerned, given what it says, that the intelligence community might.
You not have asked any other party?
Sorry?
Would you have asked any other party if it was available?
No, I wouldn't. You would have heard me in my evidence in chief that chief whip was a speaker, as a speaker in the city of Johannesburg. So I know her personally.
Okay, thank you. Well, the findings of the SIIC, which was a structure created by the speaker to investigate in terms, I mean, that's your 9.23 paragraph 9.23. I mean, what happened to the findings of the SICs? What is it? SIIC.
SIIC.
Its findings. What happened to the findings of the investigation?
Paragraph 9.2.
It's 9.2, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I said, MP, was that that committee is experiencing challenges. One, there's a question of budget. Two, there's just mainly it's a question of budget. So the city is unable to continue funding this investigation so that it gets to finality because of financial challenges that the city is having. So they have not yet released their report, but I was informed that they might release an interim report, but that has not yet happened.
At the point of Mr. Sbia's reappointment by SARS, was this information actually available to the National Commissioner, or was the National Commissioner aware of all these things that are actually being alleged in your statement?
No, I served my reports to the Office of the Minister of Police as the executive authority. So I don't know, because he was here, he even denied receiving my report, so I don't know what he did about them.
It is possible that at the point when Sbia was reappointed, the hierarchy of the police were already unaware of this.
I wouldn't speak for them, MP, for a simple reason, is that the minister was here. He even denied knowing about them. So if the very person that I wrote to began to ridicule me and ridicule my reports, so I won't even know what else he would have done in his campaign to ridicule everything.
There's a TLR report on your paragraph 11. You served that report was served also to Honorable Tele, Minister Tele, and Minister Nkadime. Okay. But I'm not too sure what actually happened.
No. The Zebedela report was not served on them to Minister Nkadime because it was an advisory report. Because at this time, that advisory report, remember, General CBI at this time have got an order setting it aside. So we were not going to serve it. So we had to, I had on my side to formulate a summary report of what the issues are and place it before the ministers. Because had I attached that report, the first thing what was he going to say to the minister? No, I've been cleared by the court. It has been set aside. And he was not going to tell the minister. That was not an investigation report. That was an advisory report, legal advice.
Were you already in COJ employ when all of these things actually happened?
No,
Some of them actually predates your employment.
Yes, I joined in November 2018. So you could say that it's a spy equipment that was bought in 2019. And as I was saying to you, there are whistleblowers that comes to the office of the city manager who brought these things to our attention.
On paragraph 12.3, my colleague actually has also alluded to that, where the public protector of South Africa found that Mr. Spear was lawfully appointed on the basis of the information that was provided to the public protector. However, in her letter to Mr. Ellis, on paragraph 3, she concedes that she actually had not been given all the information by COJ. And she made an undertaking that she would actually, that is paragraph 9 of that letter, that she would actually take the matter to subs. Has that happened?
Yes. So in paragraph 9, she says two things. She says, we are at liberty to confirm that the information revealed by Mr. Bring above, in particular the competency assessment report and the non-approval by council of the conditions of service, were not disclosed to the investigation team. So she then says she's going to lay a criminal case with the South African police. There was a criminal case registered, NP Mwangu, but we've got this problem with the NPA. The NPA doesn't see the things that me and you and it sees. Again, here we're told, regardless of what the public protector says here, we're told that the NPA decided not to prosecute. And we don't have anything in writing. So how can a head of a chapter 9 institution telling the NPA that I was misled, then the NPA says, well, if you were misled, is your problem, we're not going to prosecute. And yet misleading the public protector is a crime. That's what we're dealing with here.
Information of some irregularities that were actually involved in the appointment of Mr. Speed. Now, what is her finding?
I'm glad
the
that
status of her finding now.
I'm glad that you asked this question, because there's a perversion of the jurisprudence of the Constitutional Court on this subject. Because when General Sibia was here, he said the public protector have got no power to review her finding. That's nonsense. The public protector have got no power to review findings on matters she has investigated. If the public protector investigate oranges, and then it discovers that you also stole apples, you can't say because she investigated and found you clean on oranges, she can't investigate for apples. That is nonsense. So what should have happened here is that another investigation should have been initiated. And I think she trusted, in my view, the fact that she reported to the NPA for this conduct to be dealt with. So that's the only theory that I can bring in this regard.
Understood. The mayor, Mr. Mashaba, or the former mayor, the mayor at the time, takes the matter on review. That is the public protector's report, if I'm not mistaken.
In respect of findings made against him, not in respect of findings made against any other person.
So where is that review now? Has it been decided upon or not?
Yeah, it has been decided. So it was not on this. It was not on the case of General Sibia. It was on something else. I just can't remember what were those findings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. Can we take a break, honorable members, and come back at 8:30? We take the last lap. Honorable Skosana, are you ready? No, I'm just checking if you, I'm not saying it's your time to speak. I'm just checking if you are ready. Honorable Sols, are you ready?
Yes, Chair, I am.
Yeah. There is no way. The witness has displayed a lot of energy. I don't think he will run away. Wanani, where is our witness? Okay. No, the witness will join us shortly. Are you ready, Honorable James? Chief Whip? Okay. So, the four of you are the difference between us and tomorrow. The difference between us and tomorrow is the four of you. Honorable Sols, Honorable James, Honorable Skosana, Chief Whip.
Chair, can we confirm my time, please?
Yeah, it's 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes,
You see, today, because I'm very happy, and the Chief Whip knows why, I'm giving you 20 minutes, all of you. Today, there is no alternate, there is no full member. You are members of my committee, all of you. Yeah, you are all my people. Yeah. Mr. Mlandu, welcome. Honorable Sols, your time will end at 20:54.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Blando, good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Member.
Chair, I think it's very important for the record. I wish to proactively disclose that I served as the member of the mayoral committee during the tenure of former executive mayor, Dr. Mkhwanazi. And whilst the witness statement provided by Mr. Mlandu does not specifically name me, it makes serious allegations of concealment and administrative irregularity against the administration under Mayor Mkhwanazi and the mayoral committee as a collective body during that period. He does so by citing a resolution that uses the terms together with the mayoral committee. Because I believe that public trust is non-negotiable, I want to clarify my position. And I'm not here to hide behind collective anonymity. If this committee or the witness requires further clarity on the executive decisions made during my tenure, I am fully prepared to take the witness stand and testify under oath. I hold myself to the same standard of accountability that I demand of any other public official implicated in such a testimony. In terms of our terms of reference and scripture that says, do unto others what you would want to have them do unto you. It is vital for the public to note that the most severe financial allegations including the 3.5 million fraud and the alleged 580 million irregular expenditures stem from administrative actions and reports dated January 2017. These events occurred years before I or my party joined the mayoral committee. The record shows that when matters concerning Mr. Sibiya were brought to the mayoral committee, they were accompanied by reports from the city's human capital and legal departments. These official documents certified that all processes were in compliance with all city policies and legislation. As political heads, we are required to rely on the professional advice of the accounting officer and technical experts. I'm committed to uncovering the truth. I will not allow my presence here to be used as a shield for anyone, nor will I leave room for potential deceptive narratives about my astute party and myself as a person. I look forward to the witness's testimony, and if this House so requires for me to testify, I'll do so, and I will continue to perform my oversight duties with the neutrality and the rigor that the public deserves. So, Honorable Chair, you will provide guidance.
No, you can proceed. You can proceed to have conversation with the witness, Honorable. I don't think there is anything that impedes you, unless if the witness has reservations.
Not at all, Chairperson. I'll be glad to engage with Honorable Source. He was my MMC.
Which party were you representing at the time, Honorable Source?
The fastest growing party in this country, led by the most astute leader, His Excellency Gayton Mackenzie, the Patriotic Alliance on Baizani. And by the way, we are the 6th largest party in this country.
Yeah, no, congratulations.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Mr. Blanda, your evidence in paragraph 8.2 and the accompanying documents point to the foundation of what you call the bogus structure being laid in reports dated January 2017, signed by the former mayor and the group head of legal. Can you confirm for the record that the individuals and parties serving on the mayoral committee in 2022, such as myself, had absolutely no hand in the creation, the signing, or the initial approval of these 2017 documents?
Chairperson, thank you, and thanks to the members of the committee. Indeed, by 2022, this illegality was done and dusted, especially around making General Sibiya a bogus head of department in the city of Johannesburg. And I must also confirm that when me and Dr. Brink facilitated the production of the advisory report, the advisory report was given to Councillor Takama and Councillor Mkhwanazi. We are aware that that report was suppressed through a legal opinion that was sought by Councillor Palazzi. So that I can confirm that Honorable Souls, there's nothing that comes close to him in this regard.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mlando. You know, as a leader that champions whistleblowers, that's what it seems like in your report. Do you consider yourself a whistleblower?
No. I'm a voice of many women and many men who are behind me, who trusted me and Dr. Brink enough to tell us what the hell was going on. So I'm just their voice. I'm the voice of the journalists who exposed this, and I must repeat, Queen Maswabi from Daily Maverick then. She took a risk to expose this thing, and she paid the price for it. But we're here nonetheless.
You're a very brave man. I'm going to ask you a direct question that I have asked many before you. Because your submission to us is centered around General Sibiya, Mr. Mlando, is General Sibiya corrupt? The documents that are before us, Honorable Souls, indicates that he employed a bogus title, survived through a bogus title, benefited through a bogus title, and 3.5 million through a bogus title, and the status of an HOD through a bogus title. So everything about him is bogus. He was a bogus HOD. And if somebody who's a bogus HOD ending fraudulently in the city is not corrupt, then we don't know what corruption is.
I would think that you know what corruption is. So I repeat, is General Sibia corrupt?
Any person who misrepresents himself to benefit, that person is corrupt.
Is that a yes?
It's a yes. He was appointed as a unit head. That's his appointment.
Mr. Mlandu, the National Commissioner, General Masamula, has a legal and constitutional duty to ensure the integrity of the SAPS. Given that your evidence regarding the spyware crimes and the failed competency assessments has been in the public domain, how is it possible that the National Commissioner proceeded with Mr. Sibia's appointment? Does this represent a deliberate oversight or a total collapse of the SAPS vetting system, or both?
I would think that is the latter. I would say that they did not do a vetting. I accept there are two appointments of General Sibia, by the way, at SAPS. There's a one that is imposed by the court when it goes back to be a component head. I take no issues with that because the court had made a determination. I do have a serious issue with the second one, as a Deputy National Commissioner, because there what was required was for General Masimula to do a vetting. The Council of the City of Johannesburg on the 21st of June 2023 decides that it's going to investigate General Sibia for fraud, for corruption and maladministration. 9 days later, on the 1st of July, he's promoted to be a Deputy National Commissioner. What that indicates is a National Commissioner who did not do proper vetting.
And what do you say about that?
Well, I'm very careful, Honorable Source, in the language that I use in my statement. I call this a national security breach, a clear national security breach, because it's important that the man who's going to be second in charge of our policy must be beyond reproach.
So, General Sibia, based on your testimony, General Sibia is corrupt. And based on your testimony, General Masamula is guilty of a clear national security breach.
Yes, both him and General Bekicele and the former Minister of Cokt. Because the obligation, once I placed these matters before them, they had a duty to act, and that's a constitutional duty. It's confirmed by the Constitutional Court in the Kumalo judgment. It's part of my affidavit. It's paragraph 35 and 36 of that judgment. People who are in positions of authority, once they are notified of an illegality in the administration, the Concord says they've got three obligations. 1, they must investigate. 2, they must correct. 3, they must remedy. It is no longer the public protector. It is no longer the Auditor General. It is no longer the SIU. That obligation is shared amongst all public authorities. That's the first thing. But the second thing is this, is that Section 34 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act imposes an obligation on all public authorities when we are alerted to evidence and allegations of fraud and corruption, that we must bring them to the attention of law enforcement agencies. The question is, did Minister Ngadimeng, did Minister Cele, did those two ministers comply with their obligations in terms of the Constitution and in terms of the law? I don't know. But what I do know is that a former minister was here ridiculing me. That I do know. As to whether he complied with his obligations, is clear from the ridicule, from the agenda, from the campaign of ridiculing me, that he did not. And I'm asking this committee, if the former Premier of Free State is charged for contravening Section 34, why is the NPA choosing who to charge and not to charge?
Do you have an answer to that question?
That's why I'm also accusing in my statement that the NPA is as guilty of committing a national security breach, because what they have done by not charging General Sevilla, they have created a situation where he got elevated and got promoted to be the second in charge in our policing, system.
Is your testimony then that the NPA is also corrupt?
At this stage, I'm restricting myself to say they have committed a national security breach. You would think, if you are a prosecuting authority, you would think that when you get allegations and evidence of this nature, this is graphic, you would think that prosecuting authority would act. Let me place it differently. That prosecuting authority arrested General Khumalo at the airport for sitting on an interview. Here I'm giving you records of somebody who positioned himself through a bogus title to earn fraudulently in the city. That NPA said it refuses to prosecute. We can't have that. If this constitutional state is to survive, there must be consistency in the application of the rule of law.
You say that you were threatened by General Sibia.
Yes.
In WhatsApps. Can we quickly go through those WhatsApps? What was the specific threats? I must admit, I can't find MM1 in the bundle. I could only find on page 440 a WhatsApp by General Sibia. Could you point me to the...
It's 440 and it's 441.
Is that the only one?
There are two.
There are two.
Yes. The second one is threatening.
Yeah, let's read
more than the other.
Let's read that one.
441.
Well, if there's other WhatsApps, you can point me to it. But as I said,
it's 441.
The index says there are others at MM1 from page 12 and so on, but I can't find that. And then
there are two.
Then there are 440.
It's 440 and 441.
All right, I'm there. Let's read what you call a threat to you.
I'm saying you have to read them, both of them. The first one comes in, and again, it was not sent to me.
Yeah.
Whistleblowers bring these things to my attention. He says, this guy is malfunctioning. And the context, before I read the text, what you see underneath that text is the report that I would have given to the minister. He attaches my report to the minister first. Then he writes on top of it that this guy is malfunctioning, is currently shortlisted in 2 positions. I don't know why the city is not able to deal with this boy. Now, you see, you can call Xhosa men boys if you want to, but he knows that is insulting me. You don't do that. So he's obsessed with me. I can't be obsessed with another man. I've placed evidence before you. It's not obsession, it's documents that he himself has placed before court. Then on the next one, so you can see that what bothers him are my reports to the ministers. Again, on the next one, look at it. He attaches my report again to the minister beneath. Then he writes and says, this boy is malfunctioning and so obsessed with me. He's not normal at all. There is no way a normal person can behave like this. He's just overwhelming. I want you to tell me, I want you to tell me, I think there's a typo there, that he should try and focus on his career and stop chasing after people. I'm not interested in him. He should stop now. The state security are investigating for as long as the state security hasn't produced a report. No one will be able to assist him. He's a brilliant young man who's destroying his career by trying to bring other people down. His kind of obsession is very worrying. He needs help and must consider seeing a psychologist. Please go and tell there's a missing him. What I'm saying, before he knows it, the whole country will be knowing about him. What does that mean?
What exactly is the threat? Point me to the threat.
Yeah, the reference that...
And remember, Okay, it's how you perceive it. So I'm
Yes.
not questioning. So what exactly is threatening to you?
Yes, the reference that before I know it, the whole country will be knowing about me.
Is that the threat?
This is, yes, because the person who writes this is not like me and you, is a person who have got state capacity. He's a head, component head of organized crime in our national police at this point in time. I don't take, when a senior police official writes something like this, it's not something that you can take light, because at this time, he's a major general, back again the major general in the South African police.
Is there any other WhatsApps that has more serious threats? Not that in your view is not a threat. I take it from you how you perceive it. Is there any other WhatsApps you want to read to us that specifically threatens your life or?
No, what he then did, he asked a friend of mine to speak to me. He says he wants a meeting. He wants to talk to me. He's not fighting and all of that. And I said to him, go and tell Shadrach that if he wants a meeting with me, I know him during the Mashaba time. Let him and Mashaba be the one who's going to facilitate the meeting between me and him. And there was a reason for that. Because when he went to do an undercover operation about me for 3 days in the Eastern Cape, I reported him to him and Mashaba. So
I have to, because my time is almost up. My last question, Mr. Malam, and I apologize for interjecting.
Sure, no problem.
But just so that you are able to close on this one.
Sure.
What do you want to happen to General Sibia?
Yeah, if I were to close, if I were to close, Honorable, suppose we were asking, is there another threat? So when I refused to see him, he told my friend that he's going to fight.
He's going
to fight me.
He's going to fight you?
Yes.
All right.
So your next question, what do I want to see happening to General Sibia? Is that the question?
Yes, sir.
No.
Given, I mean legally now, I'm not talking about personally. I'm talking about you are testifying. He's corrupt. You are testifying. He's in the, well, we know that he's in the senior brass of the SAPS, and there has been a breach of national security, and that puts South Africans at risk. What, according to the law, based on what you know and what you can prove, must happen to General Sibia?
Your question is poised, but misdirected, because I don't need to do anything. I must look at what happened to General Khumalo. I must look at what happened to Daniel Mtimkulu. I must look at what happened to Ivan Pillay. If those people were charged for similar crimes, I expect the state authorities to do exactly what they have done to others.
Yes, I was not saying you should do something, Mr. Mlando. I was trying to understand, what do you want our system to do for you, who has been working so hard to deal with this since 2019? You must now have an expectation to say the system thus far has clearly not assisted you.
Yeah.
So what must the system do for you to feel assisted? How must the system deal with? Be direct about it.
Thank you so much.
Deal with General Sibia.
Honorable James.
You missed your opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair. Okay.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to start by asking you, are you aware of the fact that since the establishment of the Special Independent Investigating Unit, which you reference in page 5, paragraph 9.2, can we just quickly go there?
Of my affidavit, right?
Yeah. Let's first go there. Page 5, 9.2.
Okay.
Appointment of the SIIC to investigate. What has been their findings since their appointment?
As I indicated in my evidence and to my answer when I was answering Honorable Mwango, the committee is continuing with the investigation. It's being constrained. The lawyers are unable to work because there's no budget to pay them. So it's a start and go, start and go, start and go.
Okay.
So they were about, as I understand it, there was going to be an interim report that they're going to issue, either next month or a month after that. But that's what I know.
When were they established?
They would have been established. The resolution is a 2003 resolution, so they would have been established late in 2003.
2003.
Yes, because
And when were they given the responsibility to investigate General Sibiya's appointment?
Sorry?
When were they given the responsibility to investigate?
So there were initial terms of reference that were signed, right? So they started the work, and whilst they were busy with that work, then there was a new speaker who came from Action SA who stopped the investigation for 6 months. Then when that speaker was booted out, then the new speaker, Councillor Margaret Daniels, came in and then restarted the process, I think a month or two later. So there was a start and go because of budget issues, but also because of political changes that have taken between now and then.
I put it to you, sir, that they were working for 2 years. They had a budget of 12 million, and they couldn't produce a single report, not even half a page.
So what is the question?
And they further wanted, you said earlier on, budget constraints. What could they show for 12 million? They further wanted 40 million. And you saying budget constraints when they couldn't produce a single report for the work done. There was no value for money.
Can I say something, Chairperson, because and I need your guidance here. I am not here to represent the work of the committee. That's not my evidence. So I expect.
But sir, you could respond earlier on, and you said that there was no budget. But now that I question you,
can I make a submission? Can I finish making the submission?
You briefly.
Can I make the submission? Then you will speak. Can I make the submission?
This is during my time.
Yes. Can I make the submission?
You need to answer what I'm asking.
The next thing that's going to happen is that I'm going to keep quiet, and then we will talk. Can I make the submission?
Sure.
I'm saying, Chairperson, now I'm being asked, what did this committee produce? All I've said to you in my evidence is that the way I understand it, because it doesn't account to me, they account to the speaker. I said the way I understand it is that there were budget issues. As to whether 12 million was spent, that's not my evidence here. So I expect to be engaged on the basis of my evidence. And those are the rules, Chairperson, of giving evidence and of being cross-examined. Otherwise, then I could just throw anything here. And I'm not here for that.
But sir, you cannot also come here with half information.
No, it's not my evidence.
When you reference,
it is your evidence that committee is.
There was an establishment of an investigation, and they were meant to investigate the appointment. I'm asking you, you could clearly state why they couldn't have a report.
It is your evidence
that there was budget constraints.
It is your evidence that they have spent 12 million. It's not my evidence. So you can't expect me to answer to your evidence. That's not how rules of evidence work, Honorable James. You can't place a fact here and you want me to speak on it. It's your fact. You can come and sit this side and place your own evidence.
9.2, it's part of your testimony.
But I have not said anything about 12 million spent. I haven't said that comes from you.
You responded to my colleague next to me when he asked you about the work they've done, why there hasn't been a report, why there hasn't been progress. You responded to him earlier on to say that there were budget constraints. So I am clarifying it to you now, saying that they were funded 12 million already and they did not produce.
And you are a witness. That's your evidence. It's not mine.
Yes, so I'm putting it.
You are a witness, and I'm not going to assist you to be a witness into my evidence. My evidence is the budget constraints. Cross-examine me on that. But you can't come here and introduce a figure that they've been given 12 million, they have spent, they've got nothing to show. Now you are turning yourself into a witness. Please, these are rules of evidence.
Please, sir, answer my question.
No, I'm not going to answer that. It's your evidence. Answer your own evidence.
You reference it in your testimony.
No, I have not.
You
Don't accuse
to
me.
it earlier.
Don't accuse me of things that I have not done.
On your earlier response.
No. You are not going to. You are not going to do that.
You are not aware
Don't accuse me.
an investigation has not produced so
You're not
much
gonna accuse-
as a single page of a preliminary report. Not a single page of
That's
a
your
report.
evidence.
I put it to you.
It's your evidence.
Right. I got my point across.
No, it's your evidence.
With regards to competency tests, right, in the city of Joburg, has there ever been any irregularities in terms of where appointments were made without competency assessments, or was there ever a stage when a service provider was not appointed to conduct these tests in the city of Joburg?
Whose evidence is that?
Meneer,
It's your evidence again. You're asking me about things that I've not testified about.
I am asking you.
You are asking me about things that I've not testified about.
To the fact that General Sibia, yes, he is allegedly corrupt, I know that. But you have highlighted and you have told this committee that he did not undergo this assessment.
No, I haven't said that. Again, you're putting evidence.
You said that.
Hold on.
He was
I said there's a
out going through this assessment.
Honorable
That's
James,
what you said.
Honorable James and Mr. Mlan. This is a committee of parliament. This
Yes, but that was after the
committee, the ad hoc committee, is a committee of parliament. May you please, the two of you, conduct yourselves in a manner that is consistent